I was born by the river in a little tent, but oh, just like the river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. But oh, yes it will.
I wanna be with you. 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 If I didn't ride blade on curve, would you still? If I'm in my mind at work, would you still? Keep it 100, I'd rather you trust me than to. Keep it a whole 100, don't got you, I got nothing. I got something.
No time for tears, wasted water's all it is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I.
I got diamonds doing just these slides in both ears. Dice rolling on the Las Vegas trip tonight. Slip that on and we might miss the fight. Fuck a night, I keep the wallet in my shorty bag. You know she one of mine when she tattoo that ass. I'm a lover boy, she got her toys. Keep it coming, you a rider. This that roll myself a J and count my figure shit. This that stepping out, I feel like I'm that nigga shit. I drop 30 on this room, we ain't gon' split the shit. If I catch you nothing off, then it's gon' be your body. Is this real? Temperature's rising, I don't wanna feel I'm in the wrong place to be real. Whoa, and I'm longing to love you just for a night. Kissing and hugging and holding you tight. Please let me love you with all my might. The reasons is that we're here. The reasons got me here, I feel as it won't disappear. After all the reasons why, all our reasons were alive, all the reasons love.
I don't know if you could take it. No, you wanna see me naked, naked, naked. I wanna be a baby, baby, baby. Spinning in his red just like he came from Maytag. Like a listen on the brown. When I get like this, it can't be rough. I'm too little to turn down and on. Cause I can do some things that I'm gon' do. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 thoughts. Wow, wow, wow. When I'm with you, all I get is wow.
Oh, you wanna leave me, but I refuse to let you go. If I have to beg, plead for your sympathy, I don't mind, cause you mean that much to me. Ain't too proud to beg, and you know it. Please don't leave me, girl. Ain't too proud to plead, baby, baby. Please don't leave me, girl. Now I've got a love so deep in the pit of my heart, and each day it grows more and more. I'm not ashamed to come and plead to you, baby. If pleading keeps you from walking out that door, ain't too proud to beg, and you know it. Please don't leave me, girl.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. Might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Oh, LeBron better than MJ? Cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half-court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked #1, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah 1 too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. This the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coke rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont, man. We back. Salute, man. Appreciate everybody pulling up to the show today. And you know, the goal for today, as with every show, is to hopefully get people up on this panel so we can have the tough conversation. That's the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal of this show ain't to group up with a whole bunch of people that agree to make me particularly feel better about a talking point or narrative that I'm trying to push. It's to have the real conversation. I've said this a number of times, y'all. It's a lot of pretenders in the basketball community amongst us. It's okay to just accept and understand that you're a casual. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, speaking from a fan's perspective. But some of the things that I'm seeing in the video that I'm about to talk about, one of the videos that I'm about to talk about, and each of the people on the thumbnail, including some other people that I just couldn't even fit in, like Kwame Brown, we're going to be talking about it. I'm going to drop the cash out for you here in a second. I'm going to tell you where the concept of this video stemmed from. The concept of this video stemmed from I was
as I'm usually do when I'm editing, when I'm just sitting around, I watch just scrolling through YouTube, and a video popped up, and it was the thumbnail that caught my attention. And I'm going to tell you why this thumbnail caught my attention. The thumbnail was from Man Down Sports. And on the thumbnail, I actually saw somebody that I actually personally know, a guy by the name of Adonis Arms. So I'm thinking to myself, damn, Man Down Sports, he caught wind of Adonis Arms. This is a guy that I trained, that I worked out with. I'm talking about at the only 24-hour gym in Mesa. We there till 3, 4 in the morning getting in work, grinding. We're talking about a guy who started off, when you talk about starting off in the trenches, he started off at Mesa Community College, gets an opportunity at a JUCO, Northwest Nazarene, gets an opportunity to go to Winthrop, gets an offer to go to Texas Tech to really put his name on the map as an NBA pro. Doesn't get drafted, but joins the Denver Nuggets summer league team. And then I see him. This is a guy also, I had him on this show 3 years ago. Some of you guys who are OGs of this channel, and if you want to super chat, if you want to cash out, I'm going to drop those links here momentarily. I'm actually about to go ahead and drop it for you guys right now, just so we can have it in the chat. Because we do our super chats through Streamlabs. So if you did want to send a super chat and you want your message read on the screen, you can send your super chat messages this way. The link is in the chat. So we had Adonis Arms on the show, right? The year before he was headed to Texas Tech. I knew the grind. I knew what his ultimate end goal was what he was trying to be when he went to Texas Tech. I seen the work that he put in behind the scenes. And so it takes me back to the thumbnail I saw on Man Down Sports. Man, you got my homie Adonis Arms, a guy that I've had on this channel, that I've interviewed. I've allowed him to tell his story to everyone. And so when I click on the video and I'm listening to what people are saying in the video, Man Down Sports and anyone else mentioning Adonis Arms, they don't care about Adonis Arms. They would never have spoken on Adonis Arms in life had it not been for the one ulterior motive that they all seem to have. How can we use any player, any topic, anything to hate on anything connected to LeBron James? And in this case, they're doing it by way of Bronny James, who is now a Los Angeles Laker. So Adonis Arms, who's been grinding it out for the last 3 years in the G League, going overseas, staying in gyms, not day in, day out. When you talk about the ultimate gym rat, the only person to actually give him credit on YouTube, take the time of day to talk to this guy before he played Bronny James was me here on FYF Sports. Let people know his story. But you know what people were saying in the comments? Dude, trash. Why you got this G League player? Why you got this bum? Don't nobody know this dude. See, that's what people were saying in the moment when I was talking to Adonis Arms. Now, all of a sudden, Adonis Arms, who's been grinding it out all these years, who is a pro, because this ain't the first time he dropped 30 and 11 on somebody. He been barbecuing pros. He been barbecuing NBA players. He been going head to head with pros for the last 3-4 years. He's not some 19-year-old fresh out of college off a season where he had a heart attack. No, he's not one of those. But just because he steps on the court and does what he does best, which is go cook people, and it just happened to be Bronny James on the other side of it. Oh, now people want to talk about Adonis Arms by way of Bronny James. Now you want to use people like Adonis Arms just to propagate some narrative that Bronny James don't belong. That's what we doing now. I talked about this, and I talked about this with Kyrie and how all of these people that are these avid haters of LeBron James pretend like they really have this holistic, like they pretend like they really have this holistic integrity for the game that they want to hold true to. There's nothing that they say or do that has integrity attached to it. They just use people as vices to hate on LeBron James. There's a clip I'm going to play from Man Down Sports because a caller called in to Man Down Sports and actually called him out about this. And I want you guys to listen as I get through this call and listen to how he ducks, dodges, and weaves around the premise of what the guy was saying. And he was doing that simply because the guy had a speech impediment where he's kind of stuttered a little bit when he talked. And so instead of really answering the tough questions that the guy was bringing forth, all he did was simply dance around the nuances of the topic as far as instead of addressing the main points of what he was saying head on. And then we're also going to see a strategy of how they try to hide behind fake integrity to pretend as if they're doing this for some good reason. But just so you guys know, just as a quick refresher, let me show you guys back from 3 years ago who Adonis Arms is. This is Adonis Arms. This is a guy I had on my show. I'm talking about ultimate gym rat. When you talk about getting it out the mud, you talk about a guy that's ultimately going to end up on an NBA team. If it's not this year, it's going to be very soon because of people like Bronny James bringing attention to the summer league. Adonis Arms is possibly going to get an opportunity to be on an NBA roster this year. Let me show you guys who Adonis Arms is. This is a clip back from my video 3 years ago when I interviewed Adonis Arms. I'll drop the link to that original video in the chat later on today. Adonis Arms' pathway to the NBA won't be typical, traditional, or conventional. Starting his college career at Mesa Community College, then moving on to D2 powerhouse Northwest Nazarene, then earning D2 Player of the Year honors, finally landing at a mid-major D1 school in Winthrop University. For some players, D1 is the pinnacle. For Adonis Arms, it's just the beginning.
That'll do it. Seventh consecutive round of 32 is ahead for the Villanova Wildcats. And a good effort by Winthrop, losing by 10.
For Adonis Arms, the decision to transfer from the University of Winthrop is simply a part of the process. The next and final school he chooses will be the last stop before moving on to the next level. Purdue University men's head basketball coach Matt Painter stated, "Transfers don't get drafted." Adonis Arms looks to quell that notion.
The shirt shake.
That's Adonis Arms, y'all. The interview y'all can go watch. It's easy to find. Just type his name in under my videos. You'll easily find it. But if you've really been following the grind of some of these guys, in the summer league circuit, like Adonis Arms, what he did against the Lakers summer league team ain't no surprise. He been doing this. And you know what's not been happening? He ain't been getting no credit from none of these content creators that now want to pretend like they actually care who Adonis Arms is right now. He ain't been getting no credit. He been cooking people. This ain't the first time. He's had a game where he dropped 55, 12, and 11. He's had another game where he dropped 40 and 20. Y'all didn't care. Nobody cared. So it takes him having to do this against Bronny James, a guy who is not close to being NBA ready, for people to actually use his name, for people to finally give him his props. And when it's time to finally give him his props, people like Man Down Sports are only throwing him on the thumbnail just to use him in his assault against LeBron James, and then pretend as if it's not an assault against LeBron James. What is the common thing we've been hearing when you confront these people that are saying that, oh, I'm not hating on LeBron, this, that, and other? What's their common theme? What is the common theme that they're using? I don't hate LeBron. They keep saying, I don't hate LeBron. This is about Bronny. I don't think he's ready. And any person with common sense, for all the people that claim he shouldn't have got drafted here, this was nepotism, anything, when you ask them about other instances in this very draft of nepotism, they can't tell you. When you ask them about instances of nepotism, even in this free agency, there was nepotism involving the Phoenix Suns signing Plumlee. Nobody cares. There was nepotism in the Phoenix Suns drafting the godson of the GM. Nobody cared. Shaquille O'Neal got his son an opportunity with the Lakers Summer League team. Nobody cared. John Stockton has gotten his son multiple opportunities, including the opportunity with the Utah Jazz. Nobody cared. LeBron James, let's say he did flex his muscles to make something shake for his son, Bronny James. Why would I care? And my biggest question is to all these pretenders, Man Down Sports, Carcino for Life, Michael Jordan fans are the best, Kwame Brown, all y'all pretenders that are pretending like y'all actually care about another player that could have potentially gotten drafted in that 55 spot. My biggest question is, well, who should the Lakers have drafted? Who else were you scouting since you're so heavily invested in this second round? I don't know. Pootie says you got cooked. I haven't talked to anybody to get cooked, Pootie. I'm just telling people like you, y'all don't have to hide behind this fake guys that you're really trying to talk the game. You can just come out and say it's hate for LeBron. Just like this caller said with Man Down Sports. When he called Man Down Sports, is what does Man Down Sports do in this call? Well, as I play it, he's gonna say it wasn't me, it was the people on my panel. Oh, it was the people on your panel. It's just very surprising that people like Man Down Sports find themselves on panels surrounded by people that are always saying the same thing. Isn't that very odd? It's very odd, just like the caller pointed out when I played this clip. You will let people who agree with your talking points rant without any impediment, pushback, since you say you don't agree with all the things that they say. You will let them rant with no pushback. And they're saying things that are not factual to any particular degree. But as this caller tries to talk, what does Man Down Sports do? Does he let him talk? Does he let him? No. Interject. Oh, this is what I meant. This is what I meant. Oh, now you want to start interjecting when you have people that push back against what you're saying. This is the same thing that I told people about with Kyrie Irving. I said, I hope to God that Kyrie Irving finds a way to win the NBA championship versus the Celtics. Because all these people that are LeBron James haters, if he doesn't do this for them, they're going to make him their next villain. He's going to be the next bum. He's going to be the next choker. They needed Kyrie so that it can propagate a narrative that he could win without LeBron. And they were going to use it as another dart to throw at LeBron James. They don't have normal or natural basketball takes independent of LeBron James. Everything that they say is somehow connected to LeBron. Bronny James is connected to LeBron. This is why they're talking about Bronny James. They don't care about Adonis Arms. Adonis Arms just happens to be the guy. It could have been anybody on that court that hit Bronny James with a step back, made him stumble, and he hits the shot. It just happened to be Adonis Arms that day. So now they are pretending like they care about Adonis Arms. Like he needs to have a contract. Like he hasn't been grinding for the last 4 years. Like he hasn't been giving boys 50 on a daily. Like he hasn't been killing people in the G League. It took him doing it against Bronny James for y'all to pretend like y'all care. Throw him on a thumbnail. This is what I mean, y'all, when I tell y'all that people are running around here faking these, and then what they do is they try to pretend like they're doing it in a manner that's just filled with integrity and a joy for the game or love for the game, and it's not. These are the same people, y'all. These are the same people that will try to ask you who your top 10 is. I mean, you can literally have LeBron James at 11. They're going to fight you tooth and nail that he should be 20. All the while not telling you who their top 10 is. These are people. Michael Jordan's fans are the best. Makes a video. Bob Cousy better than LeBron. Do you really care about Bob Cousy? Or are you just trying to come up with a creative talking point with stats just to throw a player out to say he's better than LeBron, even though we all know he's not? When you make videos saying George Mikan is better than LeBron, where the George Mikan drill was created because of him, centers who couldn't make layups, a guy who played in the 50s that you didn't watch any of the games, you don't necessarily care, but you pretend. Do you care about George Mikan that much? Or are you just trying to say something spicy because it involves LeBron James? Where are the videos that George Mikan is better than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? Where are the videos that George Mikan is better than Bill Russell? Sam King says Lamont never watched Bulls game in the 80s and 90s. The unfortunate reality is I've watched a ton of games from the 80s and the 90s. That's the reality. It's a sad day. It's the links that people go to. So don't use other players to propagate a narrative against LeBron. If you just talk independently about what makes these players great. If you want to tell us about Bob Cousy, just tell us about how great Bob Cousy was. You don't have to pit him up against LeBron. Why don't you pit him up against Kobe or pit him up against Bird? Pit him up. Why is every player that you compare versus LeBron? Why is Mikan compared to LeBron? Mikan's a center. Why won't you compare him to Shaq? Bill. I will be dropping the link. I would love to get people's thoughts on this. I've said before the draft even started, when I watched games of USC, I'm almost positive that all four people on the thumbnail, including Kwame Brown, You can go with Jason Whitlock, Scap Attack, whoever you want to name. Watch 0 of Bronny's college games. 0 of Bronny's college games. I've attended his college games. I've sat there and watched them in person with the intent of drafting a scouting report for him. I've came back to you guys and I've told you guys, I don't know if he's NBA ready. I told you guys that. But even after doing a significant amount of scouting on Bronny, I still understood why he would potentially get drafted and the magnitude behind it. And irregardless of what we saw on the court at USC, there were other factors that played into his stat line that everybody, like the people on the thumbnail, are throwing around to use and propagate to say that Bronny isn't that good. Before Bronny went to Sierra Canyon, he had a monster stat line. His stat line at Sierra Canyon went down because he played with a ton of great players. Salute to Sean Talks, man. Just donated $15. Salute to Sean Talks Sports, man. Appreciate you. And again, if you guys want to super chat, if you got any messages, you can also attach a message to that. I will prioritize any super chat messages that pop up. We will get to those questions immediately. If you guys have any questions, I will be dropping the link as well because I want you guys. Salute to Skinny, Mr. Skinny in the chat. Definitely would love to have Mr. Skinny up here to cook on this, man. I haven't had him on a panel in a minute, man. Salute to Mr. Skinny, always doing his thing, cooking over there. And look, here's the thing, Ghost 2000. I don't care if you personally feel that Bob Cousy and George Mikan are better than LeBron. The fact that you're consistently comparing players to LeBron alone tells me how great he is. I don't make comparisons with players I don't think are good. No one runs around, right? No one's going to run around comparing Glenn Rice to Michael Jordan. They're not in the same ballpark. I'm not going to go on a video spree of comparing players that are not of the same ilk. You only talk about this player. You only compare him to so many other greats because he's great. Otherwise, why talk about him? When you look at the thumbnail, when you see the money, it's now become incentivized to say negative things about LeBron. There are people on YouTube like Pootie who, no matter how much sense you make, will always side with the person that's saying something negative about LeBron. Because that's what fits his narrative, his angle, his lane of basketball talk. It's become sad, y'all. It's just become sad. Bob Cousy is a great. He's one of the greats. Did I watch Bob Cousy much? No, I'm not going to lie and say you did. But I trust some of the great coaches of the past when they say Bob Cousy was great. George Mikan was one of the OGs of the game. He was great. Did I watch George Mikan? No, but I trust the greats of the past, the legends, the coaches that talk about his greatness. And we can go on with the Elgin Baylors and a ton of the players from the 60s. We can do that with a ton of players from the 80s, even though we do now have video where we can watch some of these guys from the 80s, the Moses Malones and things of that nature. So what's most surprising to me is that we can take the word of a lot of these legends, these greats who say that these other players were great in their time, but all of a sudden that logic stops when it gets to LeBron. I want to address that as well too. Can I not listen to Phil Jackson when he says LeBron James is one of the greats? Can I not listen to Larry Bird? Can I not listen to Shaquille O'Neal? Because I was listening to Scap Attack, and I wish Scap Attack would come up here and address this. He talked about how Shaquille O'Neal said, why is Kobe not in the GOAT conversation? And he used that to say that Shaquille O'Neal was saying that Kobe was ranked over LeBron, which at that particular moment, he was correct. What he failed to mention was that a year later, when LeBron James breaks the all-time scoring record, Shaquille O'Neal changed that stance. But see, that type of logic and quoting him in that particular sense doesn't do him justice with his talking point. And all of this, all of these things that I'm talking about with regards to LeBron James, this is why people choose to take shots at Bronny. I've been doing these debates for a long time. I've never heard people come up here and use Michael Jordan's two sons, who both have failed miserably at the game of basketball, as a dart to throw at Michael Jordan. I have never seen people come up here and talking about Shaquille O'Neal, talk about how Sharif O'Neal, and actually any of his sons, because he has another son that's transferred around from multiple colleges and is not really working out with regards to college basketball. I haven't heard anybody use Shaquille O'Neal's sons as darts to take shots at Shaquille O'Neal. Never happened with John Stockton. It never happened with any of these greats whose sons maybe didn't necessarily pan out. Seth Curry with Dale Curry. It don't happen. All of a sudden with LeBron James, his kid is now being used as fodder to attack LeBron James. That's all it is. Let me play a clip of this video real quick. I want you guys to hear what this caller was saying to Man Down Sports. And again, like I said, there were a lot of people in the comments laughing, cracking jokes because he had a speech impediment. But I'm a big believer, and it's not how you say it, it's what you say. I want you guys to check this out. Let me share my screen real quick. And we're going to play this real quick. I'm going to try to let as much of it play through as possible. We'll stop it when need be. But a caller called in to check Man Down Sports about this attack. And one of a kind says Adonis Arms, 27-year-old rookie. Adonis Arms is not a 27-year-old rookie. Adonis Arms is not a rookie. This is his third stint in Summer League. He's been with the Denver Nuggets. He's been with the Phoenix Suns. Now he's with the Sacramento Kings. He's been with multiple G League teams, barbecuing people for years, pros, NBA players. But if you listen to people like Man Down Sports, they'll lead you to believe he's a rookie. And this is his first time actually stepping on the basketball court. And he stepped up on the basketball court and just cooked Bronny James as if he doesn't have significant experience in these types of games. He's levels ahead of Bronny right now.
I'm just trying to figure out, man, why everything you like everything y'all be pushing, bro, like is negative, like about Bronny, bro. Like
look at the Shannon Russell. I just had to stop it real quick because people are stupid. Broke people have a different hunger to try to make the roster. First of all, Adonis Arms' family ain't broke. He went to Desert Vista High School. I know all his family. They are not broke. Adonis Arms' hunger just came from within, and it didn't come from him being broke. How do I know this? Because I know him. Y'all make stuff up just to put narratives out there. Adonis Arms is hungry because that's just who he is. He's fighting for opportunity. His goal is to play in the NBA, and he hasn't given up. And because people like you guys don't know, because you guys will never give him his just due. If he ever needed a boost from you guys to get a little extra notoriety and put him on the map, y'all would never do it. When I interviewed Adonis Arms on this channel, you guys were saying crazy stuff in the comments. Talk about he was a bum and he needs to, he's not that good in college, or this is what he averaged. Y'all wasn't really trying to hear none of that. All of a sudden he cooks Bronny. Now he y'all next GOAT. Y'all say stupid stuff. I told you, just watch the interview. And I interviewed this guy not after he cooked Bronny. I interviewed him 3 years ago when he was still grinding. I was in gyms with him at the LA Fitness in Mesa, 24-hour joint, grinding, putting in work, shooting drills, late night. When I saw him drop 32 and 11, he been doing that. But see, y'all don't really care about the people. Y'all don't care about his grind. Adonis Arms can play. He can average 40 for the rest of summer league, and none of you guys will care. You guys are just going to go to the next game where Bronny plays, and the next player to drop 15 on Bronny or 10 on Bronny or 20 on Bronny, that's going to be the next guy that you guys propagate up as, oh, this guy should have got drafted instead of Bronny. Told you, y'all dealing a whole bunch of real nuanced talk that kind of sounds spicy, but y'all don't know what the hell y'all talking about half the time.
I just don't understand it. Like, I don't know if you think it's cute, or I don't know if you think it's player, like to assist, like, and sit by, like while motherfuckers take pot shots, nigga, at a 19-year-old. But like it ain't even a criticism, bro. Like you can criticize, you can do whatever you want to do. But like not even a whole year ago, my nigga, like this nigga was laying on the floor, nigga, damn near dead.
Yeah, I agree with you. What did I say bad about Bronny?
Bro, it's not about. I'm not saying that, bro. You know what you be doing, bro. I ain't saying you said nothing like about him. I'm saying you sit idly by, my nigga, like while people, nigga.
So y'all hear what he said? He said he didn't say nothing about Bronny. That's what he said. But he has a thumbnail using Adonis Arms to push a narrative. He has a thumbnail using Adonis Arms to push a particular narrative. He doesn't care about Adonis Arms. He will never speak about Adonis Arms ever again in life. He's not going to follow that journey. He just happens to be the best player to use right now in the moment to take shots at Bronny. And by way of Bronny, take shots at LeBron James. And you cannot continue to hide your hate behind the people on your panel. You sit idly by and allow people on the panel to speak unabated in narratives about LeBron James. And your silence is you co-signing those takes. That's not their takes. That's his takes. Everybody who knows Man Down Sports knows he's a LeBron James hater. That's who he is. He surrounds himself with people who are LeBron James haters. He does not allow much pushback. He does not open himself up to have conversations. A lot of these people, I told y'all what they will do. They stay in safe spaces so they can propagate their narrative unchallenged. They stay in very safe places. Don't do the same thing, George. You know why, George? Because as soon as I'm done talking, I drop the link. And the link today is going to be dropped today first for the people that disagree. And unlike a lot of other panels, George, like when we let DreamersPro and Kwame Brown up here, we actually let you talk because I don't fear what any one of those guys have to say. I don't have to cut in, cut off, over talk, and do all this because what I say standing alone, I know is right. I know what I'm saying about Adonis Arms is right. I know they don't care about Adonis Arms. I know they are utilizing pieces around Bronny James to just take pot shots, like the caller says, at LeBron James. These are facts because all of these guys have platforms with literally when you combine them thousands of videos with negatively talking about LeBron James.
That's on your panel and niggas that's in the chat, like, bro, that's it, bro, Bronny black, bro. Like, I just don't understand, like, how can y'all niggas like hate LeBron so much, my nigga, that y'all can pass y'all feelings, nigga, to his kid? Like, that shit just really fucks with me, bro.
Yeah, I don't hate LeBron. Yeah, I don't know where you got that from, that I hate LeBron. I don't. But I do critique some of the things he do. I do critique his basketball.
My nigga, I'm not talking about none of the critiquing. I ain't talking criticize him, his game, nigga, missing shots, nigga, all that. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that you like. I'm just saying, bro. You sit idly by, like my nigga, while like just like old girl that was on your panel the other day, like if you can't see that she has something against or that is something personal against Bron, bro, like that ain't criticism, my nigga. Like, LeBron ain't playing right now.
Well, hey, what's your name, bro? What's your name, brother?
That shit is crazy to me, bro.
Bro, what's your name?
And I know you niggas, my nigga, because I'm looking at y'all, bro.
Hey,
so
bro,
that shit just throws me for a loop, bro.
What's your name?
That niggas can really get inside of it, like go in the chat, my nigga, to type shit about a 19-year-old kid, bro.
Brother, what's your name?
My name Young.
Young. Okay, listen, bro.
But before you tell me what you're gonna tell me, because I'm gonna listen.
Okay.
I just want you to know I'm not talking about none of the criticism. Now go ahead.
Okay. Now, so you see how when you call and I just let you talk, even though I don't agree with everything you're saying, I'm gonna let you talk. No, but I'm saying I let you speak, right? So when I have somebody on my panel, even if I don't agree with everything they're saying, I'm gonna let them speak. We having a conversation, and disagreements happen in conversations, right? So
come on, bro. It ain't about us. It ain't about the conversation, bro. It's about things that they're like. Give me an example.
Give me.
Y'all, this is called filibustering. This is called saying a whole bunch of stuff that don't have nothing to do with the particular conversation, just to try to sound like you saying something again. Has nothing to do with what the caller's talking about, hasn't addressed one actual point that he's mentioned, dancing around a lot of these topics, because ultimately, I believe he knows that this caller is 1,000% right. This caller is literally hitting it 1,000% on the money. He's hitting it on the money.
Example,
this woman said, come on, bro. Like how you gonna be? Okay, I'm gonna be quiet, bro. I'm gonna let you finish talking.
No, give me an example of what was said that you wanted me to oppose.
Bro, when she was talking about Bronny and saying that nigga like that was an arrangement that had something to do that she's talking about. That's why the Lakers brought in Shaq's son. That's why the Lakers brought in Pippen's son. It was all like, man, come on, bro. You remember what she was saying, bro?
Yeah, but why you didn't call in at night? If you was listening to it, that's what you call in for.
Bro, I don't be listening to that shit live, bro.
Okay.
That just happened like this the last couple of times, bro. And that's the reason why I've been listening live, because I've been trying to like hit. Bro, all I'm saying is, bro, is it seems to me from and I might be wrong, bro.
We got JP in the chat, y'all. He says, what is FYF talking about? Nobody hates Bronny. His rich dad pulled a B move. So you mad at LeBron. You just ultimately admitting everything that I'm saying. I know y'all don't hate Bronny. My whole point is that I know y'all don't even care about Bronny. Just like when Sharif O'Neal was drafted, he wasn't drafted when he was joined the Lakers Summer League team. It was a good feel-good story, but no one really cared. What your exact statement is exactly the point I'm trying to make. You don't care about Bronny, yet you're talking about Bronny as if you do. You don't care. They don't care about Adonis Arms, yet they will bring up Adonis Arms. There was a clip where Man Down, and this is how you know Man Down Sports doesn't even do significant research, because he did another video. He had another snippet where he was talking about, look at how ESPN covered these highlights. He says they don't even talk about Adonis Arms. As soon as Man Down Sports plays the highlights, the first thing that they say is that Adonis Arms had a monster game, 32-11 on Bronny James. I mean, I'm talking about, you can't even script this any better. He says that ESPN covering it was just all about Bronny. They didn't give Adonis Arms any credit or any of the other players. And as soon as they play the clip, they give Adonis Arms humongous credit. They obviously touch on a few things that Bronny did well, which is fine. They talked about a few other players. They talked about Adonis Arms a little bit more. But in the own clip that he took from ESPN, trying to say that ESPN was only talking about Bronny James and none of the other players, he cooked himself with the own clip that he pulled to use that as an example. I need you go watch it. The video's on his channel. It's crazy. It's one of the funniest things in the world. We'll get back to this clip though.
It seems to me like you got a page full of niggas that want Bronny to fail. Like they praying on that shit, bro. Like, and I'm just saying, I respect you and your channel, bro. I'm just.
And how do we know they want Bronny to fail? What he made was a good point. This is how I know they want Bronny to fail. Because the other day when I talked about this, I said, everybody's talking about the negative side of this. If Bronny's trash, if Bronny's bad. But I said, there's always two sides to the coin. I said, what if Bronny's actually good? I said, what if he actually figures it out and actually can find a meaningful role and be much better? What does that look like? As soon as I said that, everybody turned against me. That won't ever happen, man. He can't be good. Hold on. It can happen. We're looking at an NBA where Jeremy Lin exploded and looked like an all-star for 2 weeks. And I know for damn sure if Jeremy Lin can do it coming out of Harvard, I know Bronny James can do it. Now, is it likely? Probably not. But all I said was the basketball side of me cannot just let me look at one side of this. Bronny is in probably the best situation he can be in. The worst thing that could have happened to Bronny would be getting drafted to a bad team that's completely developing everybody. So there's another side to this coin that nobody's considering. And the basketball side of me, I have to evaluate if this can work and what this looks like if it does work. And does he have the skill sets to make it work? Most people who hate on LeBron they're all going to say Bronny's not ready. He can't be an NBA player. He's not going to be any good. George, you're going to say it's double talking because you can't think this logically. There's a limit to how much logic you can computate at one time. So I don't expect you to start really understanding what I'm saying from this point forward. There's a certain level where it's a cutoff for you. So it's okay. Keep It 100 says, never seen this much hate for a 55th pick, because nobody cares about the 55th pick. And the only reason why I keep it 100 that people act like they care is because it's Bronny James. If Boogie Ellis would have got drafted with the 55th pick, you know what would have happened? Nothing. Nobody would have cared. Even though people are pretending like it should have been Boogie Ellis. Never seen this. Yeah, I know. See, Showboy, I'm covering the idiocy in it all. Because just like when Sharif O'Neal got invited to Summer League, nobody really covered it because nobody really cared. Just like when John Stockton got his son on stints with the Utah Jazz twice, nobody really covered it because nobody cared, even though you could say it was a bit of nepotism involved. When the Plumlee's uncle, who works with the Phoenix Suns, got one of his brothers a contract and just now re-signed Mason Plumlee, bit of nepotism there, nobody cares. Y'all pretend like y'all care about these things, but y'all don't. We all know that the only reason why people are talking about, because nobody was talking about Bronny was in there when he was at USC, was man down, Michael Jordan fans, Carcino, all of these guys, with any of these guys doing videos on Bronny James when he was at Sierra Canyon, when he was at USC, when he played high school in Cleveland, y'all didn't care. MC Robinson says Boogie Ellis had good stats at USC, but he wasn't really that good. And I'm kind of the same way. I watched Boogie Ellis play. I watched his from coming out of high school, from his issues with Duke and Memphis before coming to USC. Off the court stuff that almost got him kicked out of college basketball. I'm familiar with it all. I understand why Boogie Ellis lost all draft stock. There was at one point in time where Boogie Ellis was looked at as a lottery pick. Boogie Ellis' stock declined because of off the court things. So when people start to run and talk about Boogie Ellis's stats, well, Boogie Ellis has to get it out the trenches right now because of his off the court behavior. Boogie is a good player. I'm not saying he's not a good player. His stock declined because of off the court stuff, things that happened at Duke, issues with Memphis, things that even happened when he was at USC. Just do your homework on it. I'm not here to poo-poo on him. I'm glad that he has opportunity right now. But I'm not I know that his value declined not because of his skill set. He's an older player than Bronny. He's more seasoned. He's been with two major D1 programs, two great coaches. Of course, he's going to be a better player right now. Y'all don't realize most second round picks are projects. How many times do we see teams in the second round draft a guy internationally and then send them back overseas for 2-3 years and say, we'll bring you back when you're ready, when you're developed. We just wanted your rights. We think you're going to be good later. Teams do this all the time, draft projects. LeBron is not the only second round pick this year to get a guaranteed contract. There have been multiple other players in the second round to sign guaranteed contracts before a game was played. Y'all don't care about those other guys. Y'all don't care if they actually earned it. Y'all don't care if there was nepotism involved. Thank you, Retro. They be trying to compare Bronny, a guy 1 year out of college, missed a ton of games at that, to seasoned guys that have been through the trenches like Adonis Arms and Boogie Ellis. This is not why you don't draft guys because of that. This is not how it works. You draft based on the potential, especially when you're drafting out of the second round. That's just a fact. This is why none of these guys that I bring up on the panel that disagree with me can tell you about anybody in the second round of the draft other than Bronny James. All these LeBron James haters, all they sat around and did was they sat back, they waited, and they said, as soon as Bronny's name is called, that's when we're going to activate our hate campaign. That's when we're going to pretend like we actually care about the second round. You don't. And you're utilizing players like Boogie Ellis. You're using players to propagate this fake narrative. And JP, I just call him LeBron. I don't call him King, Kang, none of that. This is y'all lingo.
Saying that in good faith, my nigga, like in good faith, like trying to keep it bro, you can level that shit out, bro. Like it seems like these niggas want this, want this praying for this little nigga to fail, man. Like come on, my nigga, and I'm just saying, bro. If you hearing what I'm saying right now, right? Let's take Bronny out of it. Let's take Bronny out of it. Let's take LeBron out of it.
Okay.
Let's just say another 19-year-old. If you were to hear this story that a 19-year-old kid that damn near died, nigga, not even a year ago, like I'm talking about, like being this man, it's like, man, let that man live. Like,
you know what? If this wasn't Bronny Young,
bro, why don't y'all just keep y'all talking on LeBron?
Well, hold on. I ain't got no target on LeBron, right? Look,
man, bro, yes you do, bro.
LeBron giving us content to talk about. We have to.
Man, yes you do, bro. Man, LeBron ain't played, bro, in 2 months. Like, stop it.
Okay, but he's been talking. He's been talking the last 2 months. You do know he got a podcast, right? But you do know he got a podcast, right?
And that's the funny thing. He says you do know that LeBron James has a podcast. I really would like to challenge Man Down. Do you actually watch the podcast where they talk X's and O's, where they talk about pin downs, DHOs, weak side help, strong side help, all of these things? Split screens, rub screens, when they actually talk about the nuances of the game, because Man Down Sports, I literally heard you on Michael Jordan Fans channel give one of the dumbest basketball breakdowns of what LeBron James does offensively that I've heard. It's hard for me to believe that you actually sit down and listen to LeBron James and JJ Redick talk about the intricacies of offense and defense. And then I heard you on Michael Jordan Fans channel say breakdown of LeBron James offensively that I've ever heard. This is what he said, y'all. He said LeBron James' game is he needs to space it out, put shooters around him to space the floor. He can't play without shooters. Let me fill you in on something, Man Down Sports. That's every single offense in NBA history is trying to space the floor for their best players. That's the literally goal of every single offensive system in America. There's no offensive system that says, let's clutter the floor for our best players. Every offense in the world is about spacing and opportunity. But he says it as if it's this negative notch against LeBron. I don't think he understands the game himself. This is why I say they're pretenders. But it's okay to say those things in safe places where you won't get challenged. I wouldn't be able to sit there and hear that without saying something. That's, you say LeBron James can only play. Then you had a caller call in and say, it's funny that you say that when LeBron James won a championship in 2020 without any significant three-point shooting. They were one of the worst three-point shooting teams in the league. And I think that was A. Sturdy who said that. Sturdy called in and said, I want to hear what, like, if that's the only way he can win, he won a championship without those things. He proceeded to literally act like Sturdy didn't just ask him that question. Unchallenged, unabated. I would have made him answer that question. You're not going to dance around this and pretend like you know the game. He does not watch LeBron James's podcast. He just knows that LeBron James has a podcast and he uses that podcast against LeBron James. He doesn't look at the content or the quality of the content. He doesn't look at the breakdowns of the game. He doesn't look at the film studies. They get mad at me when I start talking about the X's and O's. They literally will get mad at you if you start talking X's and O's when the X's and O's don't make sense. Go James said, we exposed them. Hey, man, I mean, look, man, it's easy to expose people that's just when their takes are based out of hate. Because takes that are based out of hate are not based out of logic. This is just facts. You cannot pretend like just like the caller said, you hate LeBron. Don't dance around it. Just own it. You would not be talking about Adonis Arms and Bronny if you did not hate LeBron. Because the reality of it is that Bronny and Adonis Arms right now are kind of insignificant to a certain degree because neither one of them have played an official NBA game yet.
Everything this man do, y'all criticize, bro. Like, come on, my nigga.
You
like,
do
like,
know he got a podcast,
let's call
right?
a spade, bro. We're going to have a conversation, bro. Let's keep it real, my nigga. You go out of your way, nigga, to criticize LeBron, bro.
I don't have to go out of my way.
Your way, my nigga.
LeBron put everything in my path. I could
LeBron put everything in your path.
I could be going in a whole different direction.
Okay, you're right.
I've been watching so much WNBA. Hold on.
This is what you just said, bro.
Wait.
You just said LeBron.
No.
Come on, bro.
Listen, you got to calm down. Bro. Calm down.
Bro, I'm calm. Bro, believe me, I'm calm, homie.
All right, well, hold on. Listen.
I'm calm, nigga.
I can go one way and be like, all right, man, I'm watching WNBA games and I'm going to come out here on this channel and I'm going to talk about what I've seen in the WNBA games. And LeBron will drop something in my lap that I have to talk about. Even if he's not.
LeBron don't drop nothing in your lap. See, this is the DreamersPro uses this tactic a lot. He'll pretend like some of these topics just fall in his lap. No, You guys are scouring LeBron James's Twitter. You are scouring the internet for these things. These little comments on Twitter, a like on TikTok, y'all are literally scouring the internet for this stuff. And then you pretend like it's just falling in your lap. This is why I got a new name for you guys. And I'm going to be doing a live stream tomorrow on this. You guys are the zest offenders. Y'all are zest offenders, man. Y'all literally go out of y'all way. Y'all, again, zestiness, because you follow the man so much. You follow him. You look at every move. You look at every tweet. You consider so many things that are not basketball related. You judge him on a lens. You judge him on a lens that you don't judge any other player. Goat James Kingdom points this out a lot. Y'all zest offenders, man. I told you. I remember. Y'all have seen Judge FYF. Judge FYF is going to be back this week, and we got to put all the zest offenders on trial. I mean, you up on charges, man. Zesty as hell. You a zest offender. Why is you scouring this man's Instagram and Twitter? The back pages of Bleacher Report. Reddit. Talking about it fell in your lap. What fell in your lap? I mean, they be finding stuff out about LeBron James, and I don't even know if it's true, but it's just like, where y'all be getting this information from? If you not just being extra zesty, Googling and searching for 24 hours. Zest offenders, man.
Playing. So if he ain't played in 2 months, he keeps making the news, whether it's his podcast, whether it's him tweeting, whether it's him saying some goofy stuff, whether it's him trying to get his son drafted when his son shouldn't be getting drafted, trying to make history and all that stuff. This is LeBron doing all this stuff.
Hey, but bro, let me ask you this. Like, who the hell are y'all to say if somebody else deserve it or not, bro? I just want to know this. I just want to know this, bro. Who's the person, right? Because y'all all throwing this not deserving the shit around. Y'all all throwing this around. What I want to know is that who is the person and where do y'all vote on this to determine if somebody deserves it or not? And then I want you to tell me, give me another player that y'all have scouted. I ain't never heard of niggas being a gatekeeper, for when a nigga's supposed to get drafted.
Now, I'm going to pause it right there. I'm going to ask y'all, do y'all think he's going to answer the question honestly? He asked a very, very deep question right there. Who are you to judge if he's ready or not? What is the criteria you utilizing? What's the measuring stick for you to say he's ready? And if he ain't ready, who else did you scout out that was ready? See, right now he's putting to test your credibility. If you say this is not out of hate for LeBron, because he's laying foundation right now. This was low key a Max Ether, because the way he walked him into this was very slick. He got him to admit, he already got him to admit, look, I don't hate LeBron. I got nothing against LeBron or Bronny. Okay, so if it's not about LeBron James or Bronny, then it has to be about the pure basketball side of this. So let's talk the pure basketball side of it. Who did you scout? What's the measuring stick for him being ready or not? What's the measuring stick for being drafted 55th overall? How did you come up with this? I'm going to play it. Let's see if he's able to answer this tough question right here, or is he going to filibuster and dance? Watch this.
I've never heard of this before, bro.
So what's your question?
But nigga, I just asked you my question.
He said, so what's the question? So you play dumb. Danny Mack says, LeBron fans trying to trick people into thinking Bronny wasn't a Nepo pick. Well, first of all, Danny Mack, you guys just learned the word nepotism. That wasn't in y'all vocabulary until somebody on Fox until Jason Whitlock or somebody introduced it to you. You guys, I don't even think a lot of you guys can spell nepotism, let alone tell me what the definition is. So you guys are pretending, running around using the word nepotism as if it's a part of your daily vocabulary. 2, we all understand that LeBron James possibly flexed his muscles to get his son drafted. That's just life. That's any business, anywhere, however you slice it. Like I said, it's some of y'all that are managers at Walmart that then flex your managerial powers to bring your son or daughter in as a cart pusher. There was probably a more deserving cart pusher, but you brought in your son or daughter that don't know what the hell they doing. And now they out there pushing carts in the cars and ruining stuff because of nepotism. It happens every day. Y'all pretend like y'all care about it now because somebody on TV introduced a new word to your vocabulary. Y'all need to come up with another word. Quit pretending. I'm one of the few nerds. I actually play Scrabble. I actually know a ton of words that I'm probably not supposed to know because I play Scrabble. And I'm so much of a nerd, I might mess around and have a Scrabble stream and we playing Scrabble on stream with the online app. I have a reason to know some of these silly words. Y'all don't. Nepotism. Y'all sound stupid. Brandon Katz says Lamont is contradicting himself. He complains about Steve Kerr getting a job over Mark Jackson. First of all, I never complained about Steve Kerr getting a job over Mark Jackson. What are you talking about, Brandon Katz? What are you talking about? Where did you get this take from, Brandon Katz? I've told people why Mark Jackson lost his job. I've told people why he will probably never get another job in the league again. I love Steve Kerr as a head coach. And Steve Kerr put in a lot of legwork behind the scenes, working with the Phoenix Suns and the San Antonio Spurs, and he got an opportunity and made the most of it. What are you talking about, Brandon Katz? I know JP. And JP, it's fine, but I will be dropping the link for people like you. See, when I drop the link, it's going to put a lot of you guys on Front Street. That's all. We're going to play a little bit more of this because I feel like dude is cooking right now. The craziest thing about it is a lot of the people in the chat that disagree haven't really said nothing to negate or dispute what he's saying. He has Man Down Sports in a corner right now. See, but Man Down Sports right now, because he's on his platform, because he has his own fan base, calling the guy an idiot, talking about his stutter, saying that he's yelling, everything not about what the guy is talking about, because he has a chat over there that's going to allow him to dance. He's doing his dance right now. I can see it in his face that he knows that this caller is right. Look at his face right now on the channel. This is the face of somebody saying, I fucked up. This is the face of somebody, I got caught. He got caught. Look at this. Look at his face. You got caught. You looking at notes on the screen. Look at him. He reading the chat. He trying to find something to get about this jam. Talk to the caller, man. I'm not a facial expression expert, Pootie, but I know the face of somebody that just got caught capping.
My question is that how is a person supposed to determine, nigga, if they deserve it or not? Like, what's the amount of points that he's supposed to average?
No, it's no amount of points. It's by observing the game. You pretty much doing your own scouting report. People do it every day.
Okay, so that means it's subjective, right?
Sure, it can be subjective. Yeah.
Okay, then. So that's what I'm.
Hey, y'all, let's just be realistic. Man Down Sports has watched 0 full basketball games of Bronny James before he put on a Laker uniform. 0. You did not do any significant scouting. You primarily went off what people were saying about Bronny. Because in other videos, you talked about somebody on ESPN saying he's not ready. And you use that as your groundwork. And let's not pretend as if NBA scouts aren't wrong every day of the week. NBA scouts are the ones that drafted Nikola Jokic in the second round and Draymond Green. NBA scouts are the ones that let Michael Porter Jr. drop to the bottom of the first round. NBA scouts get it wrong. NBA scouts drafted Sam Bowie over Michael Jordan. NBA scouts ain't the end-all be-all to anything. Thank you, grain of salt. And NBA scouts drafted Kwame Brown. NBA scouts get it wrong all the time. NBA scouts are the ones telling y'all that this might be one of the worst drafts of all time. NBA scouts are telling you guys that Alexander Sars is going to be the next David Robinson. That's what NBA scouts are saying. We'll see. You said Lamont was reading scouting reports. No, I actually read scouting reports for like 10 minutes of Brandon Katz. Play a little bit more of this, and I'm about to drop a link. Matter of fact, y'all got the gist of this video. If y'all want to go watch it, go check out Man Down Sports. Really good channel over there. Not based out of a ton of facts. It's a ton of emotion just getting thrown around over there. And if you want to see a guy hide behind a panel of people that hate LeBron James while he sits idly by and says absolutely nothing so that he doesn't have to be the one getting the vitriol for the hate, then go check out Man Down Sports, man. You can go find this clip over there. I mean, if you like that style of content, man. But it is what it is. We're going to drop the link, man. Because I want to get y'all up here. Why do you care about Bronny James? He's a second round pick. Signed a 4-year deal, which is what most second round picks sign. He's probably going to spend some time in the G League. Why do y'all care? Or why do y'all pretend to care about Bronny James amid all of the other stories in the second round? Amid all of the other feel-good picks of the second round. Why y'all care about Bronny James? Why you using and utilizing people like Adonis Arms? When I had him on this channel, y'all didn't care. When I had him on here for a debate talking about the difficulties of his grind and journey to Texas Tech, y'all didn't care. When he dropped 50 and 10, y'all didn't care. When he dropped 40 and 20 in the G League, y'all didn't care. When he does what he does best and drops 30 and 11 on Bronny, oh, now he on the map. Now he deserves a spot over Bronny like he didn't already. Like he shouldn't have made Denver's team when he was invited to training camp. Like he shouldn't have made the Phoenix Suns inept team last year when they didn't have nobody. Like he should make the Sacramento Kings roster because they don't have a defensive player in sight. But y'all won't care if he don't make it. Just like y'all really don't care about Bronny. And like I said before, as I dropped this link, there's two sides to every coin. Don't let Bronny James figure it out and then it actually works. Because then you just have to eat crow. But But even if that happens, and I believe even if Bronny James does find a way to become a journeyman in NBA, all you guys are going to utilize him for is content fodder to attack LeBron James in some way, shape, or form, even after LeBron James is retired, which ultimately is still the saddest part about this. It's all just to attack LeBron James. There's no genuine basketball bone in y'all body. Y'all don't care about the game. Y'all don't care about second-round picks. Y'all don't care about Bronny James. Y'all don't care about his health. You don't care about his career at USC. You did not care about his time at Sierra Canyon. You never cared about him when he played in high school in Cleveland. Yet you pretend now. Brandon says LeBron brought it on himself. No, he didn't. All LeBron did was give his son an opportunity. Has nothing to do with what you feel or think about LeBron independently. Just like your minds did not change when Steph Curry got his brother-in-law a job on the team for multiple years, while his brother-in-law sat on the end of the bench taking up a roster spot. Y'all didn't say nothing then. Giannis had two of his brothers taking up roster spots. Y'all did not care. Yeah, we threw our jokes around here or there, but y'all wasn't making videos on nepotism using new words that you learned. When David Robinson got his son a shot with the Spurs Summer League team, y'all didn't care. We've seen examples of this all over the place. Y'all don't care. It's proven y'all don't care. You only care because it's LeBron James. So all I ask is that just come up and admit it. Just admit it. Just admit that it's about LeBron and that you really don't care about the second round and nuances of the game. Look at J Mar. Salute to J Mar in the chat, man. One of the biggest supporters of the channel, one of the OGs of the channel. He says, when Man Down Sports posts videos on anyone other than LeBron, his views are in the toilet. I can't imagine, depending on the man you don't like, but you have to talk about him to pay your bills. This is insane. Y'all see the money. Y'all see the money on the screen. You know, and people try to make that same claim about the locker room, but all you got to do is look at his channel. This man did videos on boxing, all types of crazy topics, football, and the videos then went off, then blew up. Sad, man. Y'all sad. All right, I'm going to drop this link in there. Let's get y'all up to chat. Remember, we're going to drop the link. We're going to allow the first 5 minutes, y'all. Right. Just so they don't say the panel's full, right? In case some of them got it. Just in case some of them on they break at Walmart. I don't know what they doing. The link for the first couple minutes, man, we got to allow some people come up here and to try to defend themselves. Why do they care about Bronny James? Why do they pretend to care? Why is it such a big deal now? I don't care. It just has nothing to do with me. But just like the caller said, I'm not highly invested in trying to critique a 19-year-old coming off of a serious heart procedure. I'm not trying to critique him after his first summer game. I'm just not highly invested in that. That's not fair. That's not how you analyze the game. That's not what you do in basketball. If you are a scout, if you are trying to address this with integrity, that's just not how you do it. That's not fair to him at all. Once he gets his feet wet, once he spends some time in the league, once we see him, okay, we'll be able to judge it later. Salute to Moose, Boo Blow. We got Trunks in here. We got Asad Muhammad, salute. And then we got George in here, the Truth Hurts, man. Salute y'all, man, to the show today. Let's start with I haven't seen him in here before. Let's start with Asad, man. Asad, what's good?
Salute, man. I've been waiting to join your platform for a while.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you pulling up.
No doubt.
All right, what you got on this topic, man?
All right, so right now I'm in Thailand. I just signed my pro contract. I'm 22 years old.
Oh, so we got a pro.
Yeah.
Hold on, he on the grind, y'all. Said he in Thailand. Just signed the pro.
I had a crazy grind myself, but that's a different story, a different day. But
Okay.
I play.
Congratulations, brother. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Congrats,
Thank you,
man. On
appreciate
signing.
you. Appreciate you.
Hey, congrats, bro.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate y'all. But I've seen Bronny play multiple times. I'm from LA. I went to John Muir High School at Pasadena High School. I've seen him play at Pasadena City College against Rancho Kristen, and Bronny was getting valuable minutes as a freshman just off his defense and IQ. So when he was playing against Evan Mobley, Evan Mobley was in my class. He was the number one player, I believe, in that class, or like the number one center. So I've seen it up close, and also Brandon Boston was on that team as well. Stuart Canyon, Zyrie Williams, those guys. So also speaking of, I seen that at 14 years old, Bronny was going to be a key player, a glue guy in the NBA. I knew that at 14 years old. When he's 14 years old.
But none of these geniuses don't want to admit that shit.
Hold on,
let
me I'm gonna let him finish.
Shut the hell up.
Go ahead,
no, y'all good.
Go ahead, Asad. Go ahead.
No, y'all good. No, you good. So I was just listening to like certain comments saying like Bronny is this and that. I have a basketball channel as well on my Instagram, Let's Debate Basketball. I even spoke on it again, how Bronny is going to be. You got to give him 3-5 years to really gel. So that's my take on it.
So we got a guy up here. Again, this adds to credibility. Played against him, watched him play against some of the guys that's in the league already. He said he saw it at 14. That he was going to be a solid NBA pro.
Come to me next, Lamar.
Hold on.
And Payne Watson was my AU teammate before he grew to 6'8".
And Payne Watson's with the Nuggets, right?
Yeah. He was 6'1", same height as me. And then he grew to like 6 inches, and then became everything at Long Beach Poly. So
you the homie that's trying to get Lamar email, right?
Yeah.
Were you in the Discord? Hey, Lamar, can you put your email in the chat for him?
Oh yeah, I got you. I'm gonna put it in the private chat for you.
All right, my bad.
Sure, appreciate it. But yeah, I'm done.
No, okay. Let me go to Moose. Moose, what's good, man?
What's up, Lamont, man? I just wanted to give you a shout out, man. I'm gonna say my little 1-2, and then I'm gonna kick up out of here, go back in the chat and watch the show. But I just want to give you a shout out, man, for speaking on this. I spoke on this earlier this morning on one of my streams, and it's disingenuous what they're doing with that young brother. You trying to give him props by shitting on Bronny. You know what I mean? It's not real. Like, let's be honest with the hate. I can respect people being honest with their hate. Just say you're hating on Bronny James because of who his dad is. Let's not get into the semantics of this, or he was not deserving of this, he was not deserving of that. Let's get to the truth of the matter. You're hating on this kid because of who his father is. At the end of the day, none of that hate is going to get you anything. You want something so bad to hold on to rub into LeBron James' face if Bronny James fails. But at the end of the day, that man doesn't know you exist. So how you gonna rub it in his face if Bronny fails?
Hey, look, man, I agree with you right there. It's just I've seen it, and I've been seeing it already with other players, how they use other players to take shots at LeBron. Exactly. So it didn't surprise me. I was trying to sit back, and I was trying to say, look, I don't think they'll go so low to try to use Bronny as a dart. But again, they don't have any. They talk about a moral compass. They're going to pretend and say it's basketball critique for Bronny. And that's what Man Down did. He tried to pretend to say it was basketball critique. He said it wasn't hate. And when the caller asked him, okay, give us your critique, he could not give you anything with regards to a real critique on Bronny because he skipped that part. He didn't care. He didn't care about the scouting. He didn't care about who he was as a player, what he projects to be, what his potential might be. His only one goal was to push a narrative of hate towards LeBron James, and the caller called him out on it, and it kind of exposed him to a certain degree. So and that's what to me made him look bad in that particular sense. It was just bad, man. Blue Boat was good, man.
Hey, yo, what's going on, Lamar? Salute to you. It's you on the channel, man. It's been a minute since I chopped it up here, man. What's good, bro? What's going on?
Man. What you got on this?
What was that one young brother's name that was on here before Moose? What was his name again?
Asad Muhammad.
Asad Muhammad. And he said he
out
saw
of the Philippines, just signed his contract.
Right. Right. And he said, and he distinctly told you what he thought of LeBron James. This is a guy that played in the league, right? Played in the league, gave an honest critique, right? But yet you got cats on here on this panel right now, and the cats on here taking what happened with the cardiac arrest. Mind you, they never mind the fact that Bronny James had a cardiac arrest and almost lost his life. Never mind all that. This is all another way to poke at LeBron James, and they're too much of a cowards to say they hate the man. Just come out and say you hate the man and let it be done and over with. And I'm talking to a lot of these cats on the panel right now that's with me right now. You know, I'm not talking about rebrand or anything, man. You know what I mean? All these guys on here on the panel right now, they're just like, I don't understand it, man, but I do understand it. It's all disdain for his dad, man. Like, they probably didn't watch one single Bronny James game when he was at USA or when he played in high school. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, they just come up with shit, low-hanging fruit arguments just to poke fun at LeBron James, just to poke another way to poke at LeBron James and a hate for LeBron James. You know what I mean? It's just like, for me, it's like, it's a low-hanging fruit argument, man. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's getting old. It's getting old. You should expect all this, Lamont. You should expect all this by now. You know what I mean? It's like, for me, it's like, you're over here hating on a dude that's a teenager, that's living the best life, right? That's out there trying to make it in the league, you know what I mean? And then I hear all this stuff about nepotism and all this stuff. People didn't even know what nepotism is until they came up with that damn word. You know what I mean? It's nepotism in the entertainment industry. It's nepotism in sports. It's nepotism in the corporate world. So what if LeBron did, twisted some corners to get his son in there, man? You didn't act like Shaq didn't do that for his son. You didn't act like Tim Hardaway Sr. didn't do that for his son. Scottie Pippen Jr. His father didn't do that for him. So what are we doing here? But I'm not surprised, though. I'm not surprised about all this. You know what I mean? It's suspected because who LeBron James is.
And my thing is, look, and if you're just for the chat, real quick before I go to the next person, look, people like Danny Mac, the link is for primarily you guys. If you disagree, I'm willing to create a spot just so you can come up and we can ask you about your own individual and particular hate. Like, I can't control who clicks the link. I can only put the link out there.
And a lot of these guys are laptop gangsters, man. They're not going to bring no smoke.
I can give you a platform to speak for yourself.
They're not going to bring no damn smoke.
Well, like people like the thing with Pootie.
He another one. He another laptop gangster, man.
What I'm saying is Pootie's been on the panel before. So Pootie knows why he should not click the link. There's a reason why. Like, just take notes.
He's a straight laptop gangster, man. That's all that is.
But let me go to the next person.
Laptop gangster, man.
We got let's go to Trunks, man. Trunks was here. Trunks, what's good, man?
Nothing much. Salute. Thank you for having me here. And I want to just state out one thing. First of all, I got nothing against that Bronny James got drafted. I got nothing against that LeBron James uses leverage or whatsoever, to get his son drafted. That's what a father is supposed to do, and I have absolutely nothing against it. I'm not out here in here stating or saying that Bronny will be the worst draft pick of all time in basketball that was ever drafted. I'm not stating that, or I'll never state or say that. But people just got to somewhat understand that. I understand your anger, and I understand that people just have a pure, utter animosity, a pure, utter hatred that has absolutely nothing to do with basketball when it comes to LeBron James, and just more so put towards hatred on LeBron through his son. But you got to understand that the difference was more so that you brought up Shaquille O'Neal. Why people not speaking about Shaq's son when the Lakers acquired him for the summer league? Why people not speaking about John Stockton when Utah acquired him and he used his connections? Why people not speaking about even Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? I believe his son was trying to be in the summer league or in the NBA also, and other prominent players who played in the Basketball Association who are great or not even great players. Use their leverage and use their name to get their son, or possibly to get them in like the league in some way, whether it's the office or in the court. more so because the media, right? And I more so blame the NBA media and ESPN because they nowhere near gave the promotion of Shaq's son, John Stockton's son, Kareem's son, or any player you can basically speak of or name of. Bronny James has been spoken a lot throughout the media and ESPN. They gave him segments. In certain cases, they spoke about Bronny James more than even the first pick in the NBA draft. In the NBA draft, let's just honest to God, let's just somewhat be honest. The summer league, the way they're promoting him, there's a poster out there that would have Bronny James, had Alex Starr, and I don't even think it had the first pick that was drafted from the Atlanta Hawks, Zachary. So the media are somewhat it's true. What you mean? Okay, all right. Listen.
Hey, the media is just a part of the problem, man.
Okay, I get that, but hold up.
Hold on one second, Kid Drunks. Let me ask you one question.
All right, man. All right.
Kid Drunks, I'm gonna ask you one question because I like what you brought up about the market.
I'm not even finished.
No, I know. And I just want you to because I want to get this.
You let them suck you in. That's the problem.
Hold on.
I'm being sucked in. All I'm saying is,
hold on, Kid Drunks. Hold on. Look, I'm just trying to ask a question. I don't need anybody to interject or co-sign or do all that. My question for Kid Trunks is this. I like what you brought up about the marketing. So I got a two-part question for you. You said you didn't like and had to draft how they were spending a lot of time talking about Bronny James, which that was all marketing. He's one of the biggest. He was, you probably won't be able to find another player in this draft with a bigger social media following. So that was all just for TV. We all understand that. But we've seen this happen before in the NBA. More specifically with the Charlotte Hornets. Hold on one second, Kid Trunks. More specifically with the Charlotte Hornets, where they not only signed LiAngelo Ball to a training camp deal, they put him all over posters, promotions. They were selling the fact that LaMelo and LiAngelo were going to play together. They used LiAngelo Ball for marketing purposes in the G League, in the Summer League, in exhibition games, but he didn't play a lick. Even when he went to the G League team, they used him all to promote, to sell tickets, to sell posters, to sell merchandise. He didn't play much. He only averaged a few points per game. He wasn't very good. So at the end of the day, LiAngelo Ball's value, maybe it wasn't necessarily always in just playing, even though he was a solid player. But if a team feels like you bring value in some way, shape, or form, it could be marketing. It could be on the court. It could be whatever. If they feel like you have value and they're willing to use that value, why are you getting mad at the NBA for saying, okay, the NBA draft for years in the past has been a pretty boring event, especially after the first round. How can we sell it on the second day to actually make it interesting? How can that's what they're saying. They're saying, how can we make this a 2-day event where we got people engaged and locked in on the second round of a draft that generally for years no one has cared about? So they have to turn it into some type of social marketing event because you guys, as I've said before, Kid Drunks, y'all never have cared ever about the second round. I'm not
finished though.
Hold on. I'm about to let you finish. I don't care if you're not finished now. I'm just telling you something that's a fact.
It's your channel.
The fact is this. I don't cut Trunks. I don't care. I'm telling you something that's a fact. And then you can continue. The fact is, the reason why they're marketing that in this particular manner is because you guys don't care about the draft. So they have to sell the draft with spicy names that are fluttered across social media that get a ton of clicks and views. So quit pretending like you care that Bronny James was used to market the draft because you guys never cared about the draft in the past, especially the second round. But Trunks, you can go ahead and proceed.
All right, thank you. I want to say this too. Hey, this your channel, this your show. I'm not going to stop you.
You don't have to filibuster. I'm just getting a point.
But let me. Okay, that doesn't make. Cool. Listen, I never stated or said. That's why I can finish my point. I'm not mad that the NBA is promoting him or pushing him, but they were also promoting him and pushing him throughout the NBA playoffs. They were giving segments about a 55th pick. They never did that in any NBA draft you could possibly think of. And another thing I also want to mention too. Like you brought up, damn, I forgot my point. Fuck. Damn. Okay, so when Bronny was drafted, right, and when the media was speaking about him entirely, like a lot, giving him his own segment, Kendrick Perkins, the lady from Nigeria, I believe, Malika Andrews, were trying to compare him to Drew Holiday and other players within the NBA draft. If you keep pushing a player out there, of course people are going to speak about it. What do you expect? These YouTube channels they speak about sports, Lamont. They speak about NBA, just like you. What do you expect them to talk about if the media, if ESPN, if all of NBA sports media keep pushing, keep promoting Bronny James? They're going to speak upon it. It's eye-opening, man. That's all I'm stating and saying. I'm not hating or anything or nothing. Like you just stated before, when Giannis Antetokounmpo, like I stated before, I got nothing against with nepotism. When he has his brother, Giannis, who you stated out your own mouth that people in the channel, even I think yourself, made jokes about his game, his basketball game. Guess what? Other YouTube channels out there do the same thing with Bronny James when he had 4 points. When he got, stumbled a little bit. And when, like yesterday, when he was supposed to play a summer league game, but he had they stayed and said he had like some type of knee aching or injury. That it is what it is. They're going to make jokes about it. They're going to be fun about it because it's eye-opening. His last name is LeBron James, and it's somewhat nepotism.
Can I ask you one question?
It is what
Trunks?
it is. That's
Trunks.
all I'm saying.
Trunks.
That's all I'm saying.
Trunks.
Go ahead.
Hold on 1 second, Jarrell Franklin. Let me say one thing. Trunks. You just made all of that up. When I talk,
how did I make that up? So people in the media don't make fun of
Trunks. Just shut up and listen sometimes. Shut up. Like sometimes I let you get your spiel off. Now it's time for you to shut up and listen. Nobody here said anything about his performance in Summer League. We don't care. What I'm trying to say is I know that people are going to talk about nuanced things like what he did. I don't care that y'all talking about how many points he scored if he didn't play. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just in general, this narrative of using Bronny James. You're using Bronny James as a gateway to throw hate at LeBron. Trunks, you don't give a damn about Bronny James independent of LeBron. How do we know this, Trunks? Because when Bronny was at USC, you didn't care about him. You didn't talk about him. When Bronny was at Sierra Canyon, you didn't care about him. You didn't talk about him. When he was at high school in Ohio, you did not care about him. You did not start caring about Bronny James until you thought it was going to be a real thing with regards to him playing with LeBron in the NBA. Once Bronny James connected himself to LeBron James, now he's on your radar. Now you pretend to care. And then not only do you guys pretend to care, when you guys pretend that you are doing it because you're scouting and you're looking at the game, and when we start asking you questions about his game and what happened on the court or what he did at USC, and then you idiots can't tell us nothing about his game. You can't tell us nothing about what he does. You can't tell us anything about who he is as a player, what his potential could be outside of what people told you on TV. That's how we know that you're all faking, because just like what I talked about with Adonis Arms, you guys wouldn't know who Adonis Arms is unless you actually watch my interview with him on this channel, or because he played against Bronny James and actually did well. It could have been Joe Smo playing against Bronny. Adonis just happened to be the lucky player to be matched up with Bronny James that night and cook. It could have been anybody. You guys are just using these players as fodder to get to LeBron James, and you pretending that it's not. You're pretending that you're doing it because you love the game. You don't care about Summer League. You don't care about second round picks. You don't care how they do in Summer League games. And the only players that we generally care about in Summer League are the lottery picks. So while you had a potential lottery pick in Dalton Knecht running around on the court, you guys didn't even care about Dalton Knecht. You guys can't tell me about how any of the lottery picks are faring in the Summer League because you don't care. You're just pretending to care. So all I'm saying is I don't care that you're critiquing his 4 points or his performance. Do that as you want. I'm just telling everybody that you trying to talk about Bronny James right now is a humongous facade. It's fake. You're only doing it because you're trying to create an angle that navigates back to hate for LeBron James. That's it. And if you're telling me there's another reason in there, you're lying, because I can just ask you a few questions to find out if this is for the integrity of the game, or you just love summer league basketball or not. And we all know, Trunks, you don't know the game like that. You don't know any other second round pick. You don't know, Trunks, you don't know any other second round pick outside of Bronny James. You don't know what colleges these guys went to. You don't know how good they are as players. You don't know if they sign guaranteed deals or not. You don't care. You only care about Bronny James because of the LeBron James connection. You got to stop lying and pretending like it's something else there, because it's not. But we're going to move on to the next person. Let's get to GOAT James Kingdom. Go ahead, GOAT James Kingdom.
Peace and blessings, y'all. What's good, Lamont? Shout out to everybody on the panel. I mean, Lamont, let's just keep it real, bro. The real reason they upset is that people like GOAT James Kingdom, are going to tell people how great LeBron James is because he could get his son into the league, because his son is in the league, because they're paying attention to his son. They just gave us more years of content here in GOAT James Kingdom, because now we're going to be talking Bronny James outside of his father. So at the end of the day, that's why they're upset, because this shows how great LeBron James is. They don't want LeBron to have no greatness at all unless they say it's a mid-range jumper, or if it's defensive player of the year, or if it's a three-peat. That's their problem. They don't want that. Marcus, nobody cares about Marcus. Young Africa just said it perfectly. Shouldn't Jordan's legacy be under question since his son was so trash? Since they want to call Bronny trash, right? That's why they upset Lamont. They know that this makes LeBron James greater than Kobe and Mike, because none of them gonna have their kids playing professional basketball. But shout out to Kobe's family, because he does have a beautiful family. I don't know about Mike's family.
I mean, and that's again.
When they talking basketball,
I feel like that angle. That's another angle that I feel like that is going to be utilized in that GOAT conversation. And I think this is why they're trying to tarnish and tear it down now, just to try to get ahead of it. Because it's again just something. Anything that LeBron has done that we know Jordan could never do, whether because he just couldn't do it or whether something didn't exist, they try to tear it down. The best example of what that is, the in-season tournament. The in-season tournament, because it's something that Jordan will never be able to do because it didn't exist, they're always going to now try to turn the in-season tournament into a complete negative to tear LeBron down, as if he can control the NBA, putting in the in-season tournament, putting games in front of them, and then they win the games. It's just not something he can control. He just went out and won.
Mm-hmm. I was going to bring that up. It's all about LeBron James. They're mad that makes anything LeBron looks great, like the in-season tournament. They really didn't care. We had somebody legitimately make a post and say, yo, I don't care who wins the in-season tournament as long as it's not LeBron. Because he was like, if LeBron wins it, his silly fans are going to use it in the GOAT debate. They only care about the GOAT debate, and they try to dictate what we can talk about in the GOAT debate. They want to talk about sneakers. Sneakers shouldn't be in the GOAT debate, but we got to talk about sneakers. We got to talk about Jordan's global impact. That have nothing to do with basketball. They don't never really want to let LeBron James. And that's why they're zesty, and they're gonna stay zesty Jeffries forever. So go ahead and get that judge outfit ready and start getting your gavel ready, because we need to start persecuting some of these zesty Jeffries out here. We need to start
putting some zest defenders. That's their name now. We got zest defenders, man.
Meltdown Sports, and all those guys. I got files for you already on them. You know what I do best. We got files on all of them. Meltdown Sports, Fitness, and all of those dudes, Angry Sports, all those guys. We got all their files ready for you. We'll hand over everything you need for whatever you want to do. Let's persecute them today. Let's go. Hang them right now.
Let me go to Gerald Franklin. Gerald Franklin, what's good?
No, I just wanted to say something. I'm at work right now, though, Lamont. But a lot of these chats that's coming in from the chat, and some people that might come into your little stream. A lot of people that's giving their take on this, I feel like they putting their feelings along with it, because ever since, like you said, ever since LeBron James' son came to this point, even been talked about getting into the draft, people playing that one game. They're gonna criticize that man. They're gonna criticize that young man, which is a bad thing. But I've seen a few players that came in the league. They probably didn't come 55th pick, but they probably were like number 2 overalls and all that type of stuff. But they didn't come in that good. So I just think that I feel like a lot of people that's having something to say about Bronny, it's really coming from their feelings. They're not putting basketball knowledge into their conversation or to their take. I feel like they putting their feelings involved with it, especially due to the fact for the hatred of LeBron James. That's all I had to say, brother.
I agree right there. That's what I said. And you know what? It's okay. It's okay if you put your feelings in.
And one more thing, and I'm done after this, Lamont. A lot of people, I mean, he's 55th pick overall. He just might be good. He just might be good coming on down the league in NBA. It's not that every player that gets drafted ain't gonna come out the gate going crazy their first couple of games of a preseason. But everything that Bronny's his son does, they're gonna critique everything he does. Whether it don't matter if he sneezes wrong on the court, if he tie his shoes up wrong on the court, they're gonna criticize that brother, and it's sad.
See, this is the thing. This is where Brandon gets it confused. And see, every time somebody says a comment like this, Brandon, this is how I know I'm right. When you say stuff like this is a LeBron D sucking panel, right? The fact that your hateful LeBron blinds you from the overall purpose of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you guys are pretending to care about this Bronny James situation because you hate LeBron James. And when you guys comment and you keep mentioning LeBron James, it just makes me more right. Like, so at this point in time, Brandon, it would be best if you guys just stop typing or just shut the hell up, because every time you guys talk and mention LeBron, it just makes me more right. Because it starts to show people how this all oddly keeps connecting back to LeBron James. Why can't you talk about Bronny independent of LeBron? Why were you guys not talking about Bronny independent of LeBron before he came to the Lakers? Why did you guys not care? Why do you guys only care now because he's closely connected to LeBron on the Lakers roster? Stop pretending like you care. You don't. You guys did not watch any games. You haven't. We had a guy up on the panel. Salute to Asad Muhammad. This guy said at 14 years old, playing against Bronny, he saw that Bronny was going to be an NBA pro. This was a guy that competed against him. He said at 14, Bronny was competing against the likes of an Evan Mobley and a Peyton Watson and those guys. And at 14, he was looking like an NBA player. This is another pro player out of Philippines that just came up here and said that. So again, you guys just be talking and chatting, right? It's you guys. It's you guys are some of the idiots that say, like, there's so many people out there that will say Bryce is better than Bronny. Bryce is not better than Bronny. How do I know this? Because I took the time to go watch. That's just the reality of it. Can he potentially be better one day? Maybe, but as it stands right now, it don't look like it. So again, y'all say stuff, y'all spice it up to push a narrative, and a lot of times y'all just be wrong, man. Y'all just be wrong. Salute to CJ in the chat. Salute to Yellow Bear. Salute to Moose and still in chat. Make sure y'all check out Moose Talks Hoops, man. He has a hell of a YouTube platform, Goat James Kingdom as well. Salute to Goat James Kingdom in the chat. I see him as well. All the content creators, if you're a content creator, make sure you let us know. And then also, if Asad Muhammad, if you're still listening, you said you had the sports IG page. Make sure you come back on the panel and put it in the backstage so I can share it with the people in the chat, man, so they can go follow you on IG.
Lamont,
hold on one second, Blue Boat. I got to get once. I'm about to open it up to everybody. Hold on. Go ahead. Who was that?
That was me, Jamar.
Go ahead. All
right, let me expose Brandon real quick. All right. So we know the ultimate Nepo baby who's about to get into office, actually, I believe next year. We know the guy who's going to vote for him for sure because Brandon Katz loves this guy. So when he acts like he cares about nepotism, hey, Trump, is he the ultimate Nepo baby? Now, on top of that, didn't he have a lot of his, son-in-laws, sons, daughters in office in the most important positions in America? But you want to cry about nepotism. Really, Brandon Katz? All right. That's all I wanted to say. I just thought that was extremely hypocritical, knowing what I've heard from this guy. But
quick.
Yeah.
From who?
Oh, I'm not.
And let me go to Ochi Takes. Salute to Ochi Takes, man. He pulled up. Let me get your thoughts on this, man.
Yeah, so I've already been on like Go James Kingdom panel asking just basic analysis questions. Most of the time, they honestly can't answer anything about prospects around Bronny, underneath, above, or obviously just the simple question, hey, do you know the 55th pick of last year? Just 1 year of history. That's all we want. And they can't do it. And even the pathetic attempts at breaking his game down, all I hear about is points, like ignoring the fact that he's a defensive first player. That's like me breaking down Dennis Rodman saying bad handles, can't shoot, not an elite playmaker. That's not a damn breakdown of the player. Just being that's just hating. And then like, so yeah, it's clearly not about basketball analysis. It's all about feelings. They hate LeBron so damn much. They say he ruined the NBA. They say he made it soft, but they still watch it. They hate the NBA so much. They hate nepotism, but they want to watch Bronny get cooked in summer league so damn bad. Like the fact that they hate this nigga so much when all he does is play basketball. No one asked him to have this much hate in their hearts. Like nobody did. If you hate the NBA so damn much, find something better to do with your life. Because all these niggas in your comments, on Go James Kingdom comments, they seem super miserable and obsessed with a 19-year-old 55th pick that they otherwise wouldn't care about if his name wasn't Bronny James. It's honestly sad.
Yep. Would not care. Let's just imagine. Let's just say this was just a kid that went to LeBron's I Promise school. Just with like it could have been whoever the Lakers drafted. If that player had any connection to LeBron, that player would have been in their spotlight. So, for example, if this guy's name was not Bronny James, but he went to LeBron's I Promise school, and ESPN was propagating it up to say, look, this kid made it out the trenches, went to LeBron's I Promise school. Now he's getting drafted, and the Lakers are going to select him. A good feel-good story. They would have turned that into a negative. It didn't even matter if it was Bronny James. Like I said, I can create any scenario. As long as that player is connected to LeBron, they would have found a way to turn it into some type of hateful rhetoric or narrative to target that particular player and put unrealistic expectations on them. That's what it would have been. And I stand on it. It's a reason why they haven't come up here to address it. Like I said, I don't think you can address it because just like with Man Down Sports, if it's not hate, right? If it's not all of these other things, if it's about pure basketball, then I want you to tell us about the pure basketball side of it. And just like Jamar said, they can't tell you about the pure basketball side of it. They don't know. They don't know anything about the second round draft. This year, any past years, any of that, they don't care. And so to see so many people pretending like they just invested in NBA draft, it's starting to look sad right there, man. It's sad. D. Reed, what's good?
Yo, can you hear me? I'm good. What's happening? What's up? I ain't really got too much to say, man. Last panel I was on, you know what I'm saying, basically explained my point about how I feel about the whole situation. Like, they're going to use Bronny to, you know what I'm saying, discredit Brian any way they can. You know what I'm saying? They praying on his downfall to the point, like, I done seen videos on YouTube, Brian not a good dad, da-da-da-da-da. Like, I done seen all type of crazy videos, and it's like, at this point, I want Brian to retire. You know what I'm saying? So we can see all these channels, all these TV shows go to shit because that's all they talk about. For real. Like to act like LeBron's career is only in LA and to forget about everything he's done his entire career is crazy. So I ain't really got too much to say. I'll piggyback off somebody else, but you already know how I feel about the situation.
Look, the link is available. There's a ton of people that were in the chat before. Like Michael Jordan fans are the best. I mean, I know all of a sudden you don't have a conference call that you got to be at. I know a lot of you guys are listening. How do I know you guys are listening? Because I hear you guys talk about these videos all the time. So again, it's just now time. Just click the link, man. I'm not going to cuss you out. I may call you out for your stupidity and things that are illogical. At the end of the day, the things that you say are going to be fact checked and analyzed in an unbiased lens. And I know for a lot of people, there's going to be a ton of idiots like Pootie who are going to say, oh, this is LeBron James' channel. No, I've done countless videos criticizing LeBron James, especially this year. I have no dog in the fight as far as being on either side of the spectrum. I don't care about where you rank LeBron, or I don't expect you guys to care about where I rank LeBron. I always tell people rankings are extremely subjective and biased about who you like over another. And it's not all basketball related. So I don't expect your top 10 to look like my top 10 because basketball minds see the game different.
Before I get out of here, I'm gonna let you.
I got you. Let me get to one more person, Blue Boat, and I'm coming right back to you. We got T Perfect up here. Salute to T Perfect. We're pulling up. T Perfect, what's good, man?
Damn, I'm not here.
Oh, my bad, George. I'm gonna get you. My bad. Hold on. Let me get to George real quick.
Hey, Lamar, let me get in there too. When y'all.
Damn, I got one question.
Who was that? Rebrandon? Damn, Rebrandon. I forgot. I kept seeing you. I thought
Shit,
I was Brandon for a minute.
Shit, I appreciate you seeing me here. Shit, I feel special.
Oh, damn. I thought you was Brandon. I thought it was a fake Brandon. You got to hit the link again. I thought you were already up here, Brandon.
Oh, yeah.
My bad. I'm tripping. Let me go to George. Man. George, go ahead and cook, man. And I'm going to T Perfect next.
This is my thing. I don't care about what nobody says on their shows or on their podcasts. If you don't like it, click off. I mean, everybody, this is where people make their money, or part-time money, or however they do it. Some people can't sit at home and browse the internet and get content and information to come up with. They come up with actually what they see. You've been on shows, Lamar. I heard you come on shows and try to talk people into the right thing, and they still don't listen. So that's what I'm saying. How could you get mad at another man's show or other podcast if that's their content and that's their opinion? It is what it is.
What's his opinion, George?
His opinion on what he started off with. He was starting off with Bronny James and how he performed and the guy he played with. That was his content. That was the reach of his content. But that's how he makes his money. George, I'm not gonna knock nobody for their hustle.
George, I don't, like I said before, and this is what I told Kid Trunks. I don't knock anybody critiquing his stat line or how he performed in Summer League. That's just basketball. That's gonna come with the game. Bronny's gonna have to accept that. What my whole point was, and I was talking about that caller and why that particular call stood out to me is because the caller called him to task for what is your true agenda even behind talking about this. Because like George, sometimes, like, for example, George, when I did my video, basically saying that Scottie Pippen is better than Akeem Olajuwon, I had an ulterior motive. My ulterior motive was just to highlight the championship bias. It wasn't necessarily to perpetuate the narrative that Pippen was a better player than Akeem, but my goal, I had an ulterior goal that I was trying to push behind that logic. So what I'm saying is, and what the caller was trying to say to Man Down Sports is, you're talking about Bronny. I get that, but what is your goal if it's not hating on LeBron? Man Down said it wasn't hateful LeBron. When the caller questioned him about the scouting and how good Bronny was, he couldn't answer that. So when you start to dance around and lie about your ulterior motive, it makes me question everything. And that's what we was talking about with Man Down Sports. We breaking it down a little bit deeper than that. That's all.
Breaking it down. Okay, now what about the other podcast channels that you don't agree with? And you know what I'm saying? They say crazy things. I have crazy comments. I mean, everybody.
What do you mean?
It's all about. Huh?
See, the thing is, George, what you don't realize is that the common premise around Bronny, we all agree. Because the common premise around Bronny is that I think we all can agree he's not NBA ready yet. We all agree that. So the thing is, I don't disagree with it. What I'm saying is, when I see certain channels doing it, you're going out of your way to target him. And then these conversations 5 minutes later start to turn into, this is why LeBron can't be the GOAT. LeBron's doing this behind the scenes. LeBron's doing this. And then they turn it into a narrative-driven conversation, not about Bronny, not about any of these players that are cooking, right? Just like my homeboy that we were talking about earlier, it's all just a sneaky, sly way to just go back to hating on LeBron. And I said, to me, your moral compass has to be in the garbage can. Is if you're willing to use somebody, because nobody uses Jordan's kids to attack Jordan's game. Nobody uses Shaq's kids to attack Shaq's game. Nobody uses John Stockton's kid, who was a very average player at Gonzaga, to attack John Stockton's game. But you guys are using Bronny James to attack LeBron James's game and his legacy.
Don't say you guys, say they are.
But George, when I say you guys, you know exactly who I'm talking about.
But I'm talking about a man's podcast, the way a man makes his money, and what he put out there. We don't have to believe, but he's trying to make money off of that podcast, just like you are. I don't know, what is your end goal? You have more depth because you're a college.
My end goal
coach.
is to
I
call
expected
out
you
people
to know more and say more and come back against these guys.
But I've told you what my
you're
goal
going a
is,
little bit
George.
too far.
But George, I told you what my goal is. I said there are pretenders in this community that are pretending to pawn off like they're real basketball aficionados under the guise of just wanting to hate LeBron. This whole rant and a lot of these channels, acting like they care about the second round of the draft, Bronny James, it's just a big cover to talk
To make
about
money.
LeBron negatively.
To make money.
But
To
no, it's
bring
not to
people
make
to
money.
their channel.
It's to
And you
talk
guys come back.
negatively about LeBron.
Because
in reality, a lot of these channels probably aren't making that much money, George.
But they making some. It doesn't matter.
We're being
They
honest.
got to build
So I
their
know it's
channel up
not
just
pure
like you
money.
did.
So George, we got the right to call them channels out, though, right? Like if we hear nonsense like that, like we
Of
got the right
course
to
you
call
do.
it.
And that's what I'm saying. And if people don't like what you're saying, they turn it off.
Now, George,
Oh,
let me ask you a
listen.
question. Now, George, you're questioning the intent. My question to you is, am I right or am I wrong, though?
Put it like this. Some statements can be compared as right, and some statements can be compared as wrong. Some people might not feel the way you feel. You can't stop that. You can't help that. But going in on a man who's trying to make money off another channel or another podcast, there's a bunch of them out there that be saying crazy stuff. I can say the names, but I'm not, because I'm on your show. And you came on those shows and tried to straighten those channels out, and they still go against you.
Who? Okay, George. Right now, George, in this particular conversation, the points that I've made, am I right or am I wrong?
And the points that you have made, in my opinion, you are wrong. Because
Okay, what
I
am I
don't
wrong
knock
about?
another man's hustle.
Okay,
Because
now,
you're
George,
talking
what
about
am I
another
wrong
man's
about?
channel. You're talking about another man's channel, another man's
Okay,
show.
George, but what am I wrong about?
Talking about another man's show.
That's your feelings about what I'm talking about. What am I wrong about? FYF Sports means fuck your feelings, George. I don't care about your feelings.
Tell
me about how I'm right or wrong.
And Man Down Sports gets to talk about football, basketball, baseball. They talk about a lot of stuff. There's other
George,
channels. No, you can't twist
that's
it.
your feelings, George.
No,
George,
that's my
I
opinion.
understand, George. You don't like the fact that I'm talking about a couple people that you like.
If I didn't like it, I would turn off. I would turn
Okay, so
away.
George,
I
now,
listen to you to gain.
George, stick to the topic of the show. This is how we derail. About the topic of Bronny, you said I was wrong. What am I wrong about in my assessment of what we've said today? What am I wrong about?
You're saying they're using Bronny to get to LeBron. That's what you're saying, right?
I mean, you've heard my talking points, George. You said I was wrong. Tell the people why I'm wrong.
I'm trying to tell you. You won't answer the question. You said that they're using
I've said
Bronny.
what I needed to say. You don't need to ask me any more
they're
questions.
talking about Bronny to get to LeBron. I don't care, because of some of the things they say, it goes in one ear and out the other. I listen to Game Knowledge. That's why I listen to your channel. And sometimes I don't listen to your channel.
George, you said I was wrong about.
In my opinion, you were wrong about them saying they using Bronny to jab at LeBron.
Okay, explain.
What you mean explain? Well, what's up, this dude?
George, you just said you disagree with Lamont's assessment.
Yeah.
So you tell us.
I believe they use that content to make money, to bring people to their channel, to hit the like button. This is all social media. This is what social media brings. This is what this is.
Okay, George. So let me ask you.
He just agreed
George.
with Lamont. You just agreed. You said that they used the dude's name to bring content and money. You just agreed with Lamont. So
Right, but no. Lamont said they used Bronny to hate against LeBron.
Bro, and George,
I'm saying they say things to bring attention to their channel.
So you agree with the title then?
Right. So George.
No.
So George, who do you are you George? Are you saying
so
you
George,
agree
you do
with,
agree?
So you agree with what the other channels is talking about as far as Bronny not getting criticism, or Bronny not getting criticism because his dad is LeBron? So like, what are you saying?
Just like I just got through telling you. Once I hear people talking stuff that I don't like to hear, I turn it off.
No, I understand that.
So that's what I'm trying to get you to see.
But what Lamont's saying is the breakdown that he's given of Bronny is strictly basketball. What he does well, what he doesn't do well, what he needs to get better at.
Lamont does. That's
Right. Now we're saying there's other channels out there that's criticizing Bronny not about basketball.
I don't care about. That's why I tell you, I turn it off.
All right,
Okay,
Lamont, can
so
I say
that's
something,
we.
Lamont? We're not
Go ahead,
getting
bro.
nowhere
Go
with this.
ahead, bro. Go ahead.
But the
No,
fact you don't care, George, does not. It doesn't. You can't escape from answering the question because you say you don't care. The question still is the question. Now you can say I don't feel like entertaining that question, and we can move on to the next person. But if you're going to say I'm wrong, I'm just going to ask you, how am I wrong? And you can't just say my feelings don't allow me to dive into this conversation a little bit further. I told you it was going to. I remember I told you about George before he pulled up. I said, George, this conversation might be a little bit above your pay grade. I said that before you came
say
up.
things on the internet, on podcasts to draw attention to make money.
Hey, George.
But that's not what we're talking about.
George, I've heard people on YouTube say Bron is a bad father because the only reason Bronny got this spot on the Lakers is because of him.
I wouldn't
Is
listen to
that
that.
fair?
That's
Is
their
that
opinion.
okay? But
they have a right to that.
But that's what we talk. That's the difference.
Hold
We
on,
breaking
Because
down
you don't care,
basketball.
George, doesn't absolve it.
We breaking down basketball over here, and other channels is breaking down personal relationships or how big a play. Like that's not
You
basketball.
just said it. That's the other channel.
Okay,
Why are you worried about what other channels say?
George, hold on, y'all. George has admitted he doesn't want to indulge this conversation. We're not going to enforce him. He says he doesn't care to dive into it as deep as we're diving into it. So we just got to move on to people like T Perfect that are willing to dive into it to the level that we're willing to dive into it. And salute to Low in the chat as well. Let me drop the link for Low, man. Let's get Low up here to cook as well. Go ahead, cook T Perfect.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, there's the only reason, and like you see, they're not, like you said, he wasn't on anyone's radar to a substantial degree before, all this happened. And like as it became time, like they probably thought Braun was going to retire beforehand, but now it's like actually going to become a thing where they're probably going to share the court together. And now it's, you see a lot of people, they start saying things like nepotism or, he doesn't deserve it. And again, 100% right. The only reason they're doing that is because they're anti-LeBron fans. They're not actual basketball fans who think that he's taking away a spot from someone more deserving, or they can't tell you who that person is and why. It's just because of the GOAT debate. It's 100% because of the GOAT debate. It's because of who they think is the greatest guy, and it's because they don't have their own criteria for who the GOAT is. They say stupid narratives like 4-6, or if it's on the other side, they'll say like 1-9, or Pippen saved Jordan, or LeBron had the most help. Those dumb narratives have nothing to do with how you rank a player. It's inconsistent. They just have no knowledge. They're just complete casuals, and they can't break down the game. And so then they're using this Bronny thing as a crutch to come at you a different way, because you see how they run when you actually start asking basketball questions, asking for stats, asking for context. That's why people like Michael Jordan fans are the best. Probably booked it the hell out of here when you started asking basketball questions. They deal with narratives and stories. They're scrubs. They're not worth your time. And I'm actually offended when I see you on some of these other channels. You're better than that. Do better.
Well, when I go to these other channels, my hope is that I can actually have a real conversation. And maybe I set the bar too high. That's too high of an expectation to have. Like, I hope that one day we can actually have a conversation. Because there's a lot of questions to be asked about a lot of the things that they say, but I just think ultimately they don't want to allow you to do that. And again, coming up here where you literally be on an island to say what you need to say, and then you'll have to back up what you say with real facts.
That's like ancient Latin to these guys.
It gets lonely up here, like, especially if we get some heavy hitters up here. We get some big boys up here. We'll put you on the big screen. We'll let you do all the talking. But after you're done talking, there's going to be a flurry of questions that come in, and if you can't answer them questions, we're going to be looking at you with a side eye. So, I mean, rightfully so. I understand why people kind of stay away. It's not a platform for everybody. We welcome everybody. Right? We don't call you names. We don't cuss you out. We're not going to overtalk you. We're not going to adjust your mic volume. We're not going to complain. But you will have to answer some tough questions.
Yeah.
Hey, George, can I ask you a question real quick, bro?
Lamont, you just call people idiots.
Yeah.
Can we move past George? Because George, you even just said that it's
I
their
didn't say
opinion.
nothing. You trying to put
Hold
words in
on,
my mouth.
George, you did. Hold on,
Stop it.
George.
Stop
George,
it.
hold
Who
on.
are
You
you
literally,
anyway? Who is this?
yeah, you're right, bro. I'm nobody. George, you
All right.
literally just said it's their opinion, so why does it matter? Okay, so this is Lamont's opinion, so why does it
I
matter
know
then, George?
that. But I'm asking Lamont, why is he mad about what
All right,
other people?
Lamont.
I get it.
I'm not
That's his
mad,
opinion.
George. I'm not mad.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Amen.
Lamont,
I just was taken aback when I saw my homie Adonis Arms on somebody's thumbnail. And I thought they were going to be highly praising of this guy. I come to find out, oh, you just talk about my homie Adonis just so you can throw some shots at Bronny and throw some more shots at Brian. You ain't even really trying to give my homie Adonis a fair shake. You ain't trying to really give him a fair look. You ain't trying to push a narrative about him to help get him signed. Your goal is just to use him as fodder to target Bronny. Use that particular game with Bronny to target LeBron. And it ultimately, just like T Perfect said, ties back to the GOAT debate. That's their intent. So, like I said, I saw my homie on there. That's kind of wild to see him on there. I just had him on this channel. I had him on this channel well before he became a sensation in the Summer League or G League, played against Bronny. And so it's just sad that that's what it takes for some of these players to get put on the map. And so that's what I always talk about too. That's one of the benefits of Bronny bringing so much attention to Summer League. You know how many people would not know who Adonis Arms is had Bronny not brought all that? Because we just talked about this same element with Caitlin Clark coming over to the WNBA.
I was just
Why
going to say
Caitlin
that.
Clark should be on the U.S. Women's Olympic team, because she's going to bring a certain level of notoriety to certain players. There's certain players like Kennedy Carter. I don't know who Kennedy Carter is unless it's for Caitlin Clark. There's certain players that just because you bring your presence here, now I become aware of others. And Bronny, if it's all negative, Bronny's presence in the Summer League has opened people's eyes up to new talent. So now when we see Adonis Arms land on an NBA roster somewhere, the Miami Heat, the Clippers, anywhere, we can say, oh, he really nice like that. Yeah, we saw him in Summer League. He was cooking. He really good. He ain't just some random now. So he's just bringing more eyes and ears. So at the end of the day, it's still a positive, no matter how you try to slice it, even though people want to try to turn it into some negative thing to go target LeBron James.
Hey, Lamont, can I say this real quick?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead and cook.
No, what's good? So Dalton Connect, right, was the 17th pick of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
This man just shot 25%, and then on his next game shot 23%. We've not heard anything about the actual number, the actual first round pick of the Lakers, right? So then I hear people talking about Bronny, he's not good enough, and privilege and nepotism and things like this. So walk with me for a second. Upon his 2009 graduation, Marcus Jordan was rated by ESPNU as the 60th best high school senior shooting guard
You
in
see
the
how
country.
crazy that is?
Hold on. Averaging 10 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists, and this nigga got a scholarship to UCF or whatever. So where's all the privilege talk then, right? Like, so privilege is it's always been working. It happened with Jordan's sons, right? When his younger son got a scholarship, and people were saying, yo, he's not good at all. They said Marcus wasn't good at all. They were still getting scholarships. They were still getting opportunities. So Bronny, what's happening for Bronny is not exclusive to him. It happened for every other great sons, and now we're seeing it happen. So a lot of people are up here talking about, the coverage and the content, and he's getting all this coverage. Okay, cool. So then when y'all hear DreamersPro, y'all hear Ticket TV, y'all hear Man Down Sports, y'all hear all these guys covering this guy, y'all need to go have smoke for them, because they're adding to the coverage that you say that you hate, and he's getting so much.
I know, that's what I'm saying. You can't be surprised when they talk about it, when they cover it up.
I didn't watch it.
Hold on. Nobody up here is saying that that Bronny is good. Everybody is saying that he probably should have stayed in college, right? But y'all are sitting up here sitting on a 55th pick. I don't remember the last time, just like y'all don't remember the last
Brandon,
time.
can I interrupt you real quick? 1 second.
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
Go ahead.
Just real quick, and I'm gonna let you pick up. We got probably the second dumbest person in the chat to ever exist, Michael Lancianaire. He says Connect didn't sign a guaranteed contract, you moron. Hey, Michael Lancianaire. Mike, if you, since you are one of the dumbest people in the chat right now, I'm just gonna inform you on something. All first round draft picks get guaranteed contracts. If you drafted in the first round, you're guaranteed to have a deal. You're guaranteed 3 years in the league with a team option at the end of that, which most teams opt into. Michael Lancianaire, Connect just being drafted in the first round, guaranteed his stay in the league. This is why you want to get drafted in the first round. This is why you don't want to get drafted in the second round, because in the second round, there are no guarantees. So, Michael Lancianaire, you've been saying a lot of stuff, but again, you just proved my point further. You try to disagree, you try to push your narrative, and then when you say stuff like this, you just show us you have no real investment in understanding the draft, contracts, players, projections, development. When you say something this stupid, this is why we know we're right. This is why especially I know I'm right, because you say stuff this stupid. And you probably got this from another one of those channels. Like, I don't even think you got this idea on your own. I think you went and got this from another one of those channels.
Yeah, you gotta
So
delete
you
your
probably
account,
you should have deleted this before I put it up on the screen, so now people see how dumb you are. But you literally lost all credibility with this one statement, man. You got to stop, man. But Michael Lancianaire, I'll give you. You've come on the panel before. You got one of the oddest profile pics that I've ever seen. I hope that's not your real picture. We'll disregard that. We'll digress. But you can hit the link and explain this Connect not giving the guaranteed contract concept. Man, it's new to me. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to land here. So even we see what's going on here. I just want to say this, man. Even when y'all go to bed at night, listen, Bronny James can actually not pan out, and he's still going to be more successful than you. And it's failed basketball players that failed at basketball themselves that have so much smoke. Right, but then when we see their stats get called out, right? I'm not gonna mention the guy, but when we seen his stats get called out, he had a meltdown on PC. So that's all it is. At the end of the day, man, this is a 19-year-old kid. Y'all, like, at the end of when LeBron retires, y'all channels are in trouble. And guess what? If Bronny James doesn't pan out, guess what? Y'all channels are really in trouble, because now, I mean, who y'all gonna talk about? Y'all better hope Bryce pan out. But that's all, though.
Can I add to that real quick?
Yeah,
it's not just that, like, I'm just saying, they know that even if they were in Bronny's position, they wouldn't be shit. They're not waking up at 5 a.m. for no damn practices. They're not doing any of that shit. But they could have been Bill Gates' son. It wouldn't amount to nothing with that fucking negativity they have. Like, their whole mindset just shows that, like, they blame everyone for the way they panned out, and they don't understand or appreciate hard work.
Mm-hmm. But hey, I got a question though, real quick. So as a father, right? I don't know how many dads, if you're a dad in the chat, right, or a dad on the panel, it's our job, right, to make life easier for our children. Our children should not have to get it all out the mud the way that we had to. That's actually what we're working so hard for now, so that when my son gets older, hey, look, bro, you got privileges. Yes, like, privilege is a good thing. Like, we're supposed to put our sons and our daughters in position to not have to work so hard. And the fact that y'all are sitting up here crying is crazy. Like, I hope some of y'all dads come back from the corner store, man. So
I respect that. I respect that take. I respect that take, because that, like,
it's fact.
It is definitely fact. You know what I'm saying? Like, just being there for your kid in general. You know what I'm saying? Like, now I will say this, like, as a Bron fan, like, he hasn't handled this situation with his son all the way, you know what I'm saying, the right way. Like, saying your son can play in the NBA or he's better than some people on, you know what I'm saying? Whatever he said when he said, like, it's certain.
Let me ask you this, D. Reed. Do you got any kids, D. Reed?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm a basketball coach, right? I'm a basketball coach.
Mm-hmm.
and you come to me, you want your son to play for me. Are you gonna tell me that your son trash, or are you gonna try to hype him up?
I'm gonna try to hype him up, but I gotta also.
Man,
Listen. I'm gonna try to hype him up, but I also know, like, you know what I'm saying, being around my son, I know if he's that good or if he, you know what I'm saying. So like, depending on the, you know what I'm saying, but I'm not in the NBA. I'm not at the highest level of competition. You know what I'm saying. So like I said, I'm not about to say my son is the best.
You know the number one indicator that your kid ain't as good as is when the parents try to convince you that he's nice. I had that happen to me last year. Before the season started, I had a parent call in. Yeah, my son is on the way. He man, just give him a look, give him a shot, man. And I'm getting suspicious. I'm like, can his game do the talking? What's going on? You got any film or something? Let me see something.
Right. No, yeah, I respect that.
Are you trying to hype him up? Or it's just like I can't poo on him, you know, because you know he on our 15, but
now, you know what I'm saying? I might have a relationship with that coach or something. You know what I'm saying? Like I might not even have to put that word in. You know what I'm saying? But it all depends on the situation. But like for that,
D-Reed, you're gonna use a little nepotism, huh?
Hey, come on.
Of course. Listen, everybody uses nepotism all the time,
Hey,
bro.
we're gonna give him a little boost, man. D-Reed, don't be flexing your muscles around here,
listen,
man.
Hey,
don't be doing that, man.
I'm gonna tell you, if I'm a professional welder, right, and you one of my best friends, and you trying to get into this business of welding, and you don't have no idea how to do it, of course I'm gonna hook you up as my friend, but I'm not just gonna hook you up. I'm gonna teach you how to weld. You feel me? Like, it ain't just giving you the job. I gotta teach you how to do this. I gotta make myself look good in this situation too. Bringing on a rookie and expecting him to be, you know what I'm saying, at the top of the class 6 months, 12 months down the line without no, you know what I'm saying, no help is crazy to even think about. So yes, nepotism is involved with everything, but I'm not just about to give somebody something and not give them the game. You know what I'm saying? So they can pass that down to get that to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? It's a cycle at the end of the day.
And,
you know
and
what
that's
I'm saying?
and what you said right there, that's the hope. Like, especially let's say nepotism does apply. Whenever nepotism applies, the hope is that the information that you have, you can at some point in time ultimately get it to translate or pass down. You may not have it right now. You may not even deserve it right now, but the goal is to get you there, right? And I think we all are on the same page when we look at Bronny James's game and say, look, he ain't there right now. But I believe that LeBron believes at some point in time over the next 4 years, he can pass some of that down and have him ready. If that happens or when it happens, we don't know. But LeBron James believes he can get it done. We'll just have to kind of wait it out and see. And I don't mind people really criticizing him for his 4-point performance. I believe that there was a lot left to desire on the basketball court for. Same with Connect. I think Connect deserved wasn't aggressive enough. I get that. But that's not what we're talking about, and that's not what people are doing. And that's not the conversations that I'm seeing. Let me get to hold on. We got Mahari in here, and we got CJ. I haven't seen CJ in here, so I'm gonna let CJ go, and then I'm gonna go to Mahari next. Salute to CJ X504. Appreciate you pulling up, man.
What up, fellas? What up, fellas? Everybody
What's good?
Yeah, what's up with you, my guy?
First of all, salute to all y'all. Everybody in here, we all basketball fans. I do this all the time. It's been a while since I jumped into one of these lobbies, but shout out to y'all. We all basketball fans, but let's get to the topic, bro. The topic is, we already know what this is. It's narratives. It's hatred, envy, jealousy, whatever y'all want to say. People, if you're basketball fans, you'll be fans of literally all the all-time greats, whether that be Mike, Kobe, LeBron, all of that. I'm a big LeBron fan. You see my avatar, right? I got MJ as the GOAT, right? It's simple. I feel like LeBron is still building his resume, and the stuff that he's doing is amazing. I love Kobe too. I don't know what all the hatred is. I don't know what all anything is. If Kobe had sons instead of daughters, they'll roll out the red carpet. And gladly so, right? It's an all-time great son, you know, and it is what it is. Like fella said on the panel earlier, he could work out, he could not work out. It does not matter, right? Yes, we're using Bronny as a, you know, scapegoat to get the Brian for more hate, for more clicks. And why do people care so much, right? If LeBron is old, if he's in 22 years, if he's not focused on winning like everybody say, why do y'all care? Wouldn't that be better for your team? You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's just, I don't know. You know, I just feel like we got so out of wax with this basketball narrative that we missing phenomenal basketball history right in front of our eyes because we so caught up into stories. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got the old heads about to go out and get gold for us. You got young stars coming up in the NBA, the emergence of international players, the WNBA is going crazy, college basketball. Like, bro, like basketball is doing great. But nah, man, we just fussing over if Brian got no bag and stupid shit like that. Like, that's just dumb. Like, it doesn't make sense what we do on an everyday basis when it comes to this. And then when I say everyday, we know what we talking about. There's channels that's literally every day with this shit. Same shit. You know, and it's just like, bro, you're not a fan of basketball. Like, you're not. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not watching the game getting hype at basketball. You're just watching the game trying to figure out what's going to happen wrong or what's going to not happen, who's not going to win and who's this and who's that. I seen something earlier where they was talking about Vince Carter's a loser. Man played 20 plus years.
Yep.
Man is one of the craziest athletes we've ever seen. We've watched this man jump over a 7-foot in the Olympics. Like, come on, bro. Like, this man is amazing. And yeah, he didn't win. Neither did Allen Iverson, but they're not losers. Are you kidding me? Losers? But yeah, man, that's all I gotta say. I'm just here for the bullshit, really. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm here for complete stupidity and like
Hey, I want Brandon to come up here because he still ain't answered the question we had last stream, Lamont. Like, if
please don't
name I just want him to name the player that the Lakers should have took at 50-55. You know what I'm saying? That would have helped the Lakers this season.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
please don't stand out. Yeah, please.
Let me ask you guys a question. Say we all know this is not gonna happen, but the possibility, if the Olympic team lose, who do you think gonna get the blame?
Brian. He not gonna
then that's the way. So just the way this world is. This is the way it works. They're not gonna blame Steph. They're not gonna blame Ant-Man. They're not gonna blame AD. Who they gonna blame?
All right, no, George.
No, that's not true. I don't entirely agree.
But they're not gonna give him credit.
They're gonna blame him. Steph. They're gonna
I mean, that is crazy, bro.
They're not gonna give him credit anyway. I mean, think about it, y'all. If everything that Brian does is
this is social media.
Is devalued.
That's the way it works.
As soon as they win, there's gonna be like, oh, but they were supposed to win, y'all. This is our best, blah blah blah. But
there you go.
Brian, like everything that he accomplishes gets diminished. Just like they talk about the dunk contest every year. Don't nobody give a fuck about no dunk. Brian could have won 3 consecutive dunk contests. What that would have did with the Golden
in a row.
What did no, you know, hold on. You know,
now
CJ,
here's
the biggest
that wasn't a fact.
CJ.
Now you just said something that wasn't a fact.
LeBron James broke the most untouchable record in NBA history, which was the scoring record. And as soon as he broke it, you got people saying, oh, that's just longevity. They tried to downplay Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's record, which was the gold standard for scoring.
Correct.
It was looked at as one of the most untouchable records in NBA history. When LeBron James breaks it, you literally will have people say, oh, it's just longevity.
Well,
I'm like, bro,
just
the
like
links y'all go to try to diminish some of these things is wild, man. It's wild.
Just like what you said earlier.
Let me go to Mahari, and then we got to go to Bees next. What's a good Mahari?
Go ahead.
Hey, what's good, Lamont? Hey, did you before I get to my point, did you see the video I sent out to you, brother?
Where'd you send it on IG?
No.
You texted me the link. I didn't get to watch it yet, but I saw it. I got the link though.
Yeah. I was putting in work during that tournament though, bro. I was balling up right there. So I'm wearing the number 22. Yeah. I was wearing the number 22 jersey. So if you want to know who I was, that's me. So just let you know, okay?
Yeah.
All right. But to stick to the subject at hand here, like listen, Bronny James is a second-round pick. Like, the Lakers literally have nothing to lose by drafting him. If he doesn't pan out within the next 4 years, then they move on to somebody else. So the reason why I've come to the conclusion why they just keep attacking him so much is two things: jealousy and envy. Jealousy is because of the fact that you got so many other former basketball players out there in the YouTube basketball universe that are resentful at the fact that that Bronny James was able to get into that position because of his father, of course. I mean, let's be real. If anybody would have had the same position that Bronny James would in, you would have taken it in a heartbeat. So I'm not interested in hearing that nonsense, okay? And for people to say you don't deserve a roster spot, how do you know? How do you know if he's not good enough than that? Have we seen him perform after that point? I've come to the conclusion that they're trying to treat Bronny James as like a first-round pick when he was basically a second-round pick, a 55th overall pick. So, like, if he doesn't pan out, they're not going to lose much of anything. So, I just come to think that a lot of these YouTubers are just like paranoid and just jealous of the fact, especially for Ticket, because listen, Ticket has said things like that before, especially when it comes to Draymond Green. And more importantly, it's coming out of jealousy and envy because he didn't make it to the NBA. He played all the time overseas, but he never expanded his knowledge on basketball. And more importantly, too, I'm not trying to criticize him or anything because playing basketball overseas is very difficult. But his main dream was to make it to the NBA. Somebody say something?
Lamont, you just quick. Hey, Lamont. Hey, hold on, real quick. Hey, Lamont, you got somebody spamming some crazy shit in your chat about Kobe. Just wanted to. Oh, all right. No, yeah, he's spamming some crazy shit. But go ahead, bro.
Hey, Brandon Katz, you're nothing but a Trump supporter. Go kick rocks. You don't know shit about basketball. Fuck off. God, I can't stand that motherfucker. For real. That dude is a piece of shit.
Hey, Brandon, did you play any type of like high school ball, college ball, anything? Like, did you coach anywhere? Like, not you. I'm talking about Brandon in the chat.
I know.
He got all his knowledge, and he never wrong when he comes to these basketball
It's red herring knowledge from this guy. It's red herring knowledge. Basically, he tries to prove that he's smarter than everybody else, but he's not. All of this is condescending bullshit. He don't know nothing about basketball.
Damn, you understand? So Brandon, you ain't play or coach, but you a basketball.
He don't know nothing about basketball, bro. We pressed on him many times before. He don't know nothing about basketball. Nothing. So why waste your time? Why waste time talking to this guy that don't know shit?
No, yeah, I just hate when people get disrespectful in the basketball comments, like using the D word and all that. Like, I just had to.
Brandon, you can say all that, but at the same time, you have nothing to say when it comes to any intelligent basketball knowledge. Nothing. Fuck off, bro.
Well, all right.
Wow. Let me go to Bees now.
Oh, I ain't got I'm listening. I don't got no problem. Bronny. Do what you do.
Is that only me with it?
echo?
Oh, no. CJ's got to have his microphone mute. There you go.
All right, go ahead. I ain't got no problem with it. It is what it is. I mean, it happens in every profession everywhere in the world. So why can't it happen there?
What do you think about specifically the angle of some of these content creators who are pretending to care about the second round draft pick status and development and who should have got drafted here? And it's all just a big ploy to just throw targets at.
Well, it's just a continuation. All they're gonna do is bring in the people that don't like LeBron to start with, right? So that's just a continuation of their audience, right? Mm-hmm. So they got to make this conversion because the gravy train for LeBron is coming to an end. So they making the transition. Now they got an excuse to be on that boy the whole time he plays. They got an excuse to raise his expectations now.
Yeah, that's sad too.
Well, we got James Press. James Press says FYF was quiet when he went to the other content creators' channels. That's because it's called decorum. I don't have a reason to go out there and yell and try to overtalk people. They either gonna give me an opportunity to speak or they not. If they don't, fine. If they do, we'll have a conversation. But I'm not about to sit there and try to overtalk and yell with people that don't really want to have a real conversation anyway. So, I mean, if they really wanted to have a conversation, they would have entertained it. And we all know what direction that would have went. If they really wanted to.
They the ones that be having the meltdowns, Lamont, if we really being honest.
Hey.
If we really being honest, I've been following your channel for about a year now. I done seen you. Just the difference between us as fans and them as fans. They don't want to debate nothing. They don't want to talk about nothing. They don't want to talk about basketball. They don't want to talk about actual X's and O's. They don't want to talk about the actual ins and outs of the game. They want to talk about like a narrative. And whatever sounds cool, a Twitter, a tweet or whatever, they go with that, right? They go with whatever the narrative is. And they just fix it for everybody else to succeed and then for other people to fail. And I really don't get it. Like, DreamersPro had a meltdown on your show. We all seen that, right? Ticket TV have a meltdown every day. Like, we all see that, right? Man Down, they got them two women over there, like they cool or whatever, but they angry. Like they seem
Them
just
two
angry.
women got to be two of the dumbest basketball minds I've ever heard speak. But the problem is, unless you can isolate them and get them to talk basketball without being in a protected space, you ain't. I can tell them, like, I can have a conversation with them and tell them they don't know nothing about basketball without calling them dumb.
Right.
But again, they're only going to go somewhere where they're going to always be unchallenged.
Correct.
And so and this is what the caller was saying. He's saying, okay, you might pretend as if you're not making these claims, but you've created a panel and a community where people can come up here and make those claims unchallenged. And it's just a big agree fest. Like I'm opening the lines up because I want people to come, like Michael Lancey in there. I want him to click the link right now, pull up. He's willingly choosing not to come up. I want him to put him on a big screen. I want to put him up here and let him talk. But what's happened is then they get mad at me because I turn them into YouTube shorts, or I didn't turn them into spoof videos, and now they looking like clowns, even bigger than what they actually was, because I didn't took their clip and I didn't meshed it up with a whole bunch of silly stuff because they sound crazy. So don't be nervous that I'm gonna spoof your clip up. Just come up here and have your take. I'm not here to debate with you on a ton of this stuff. I just want to know what's the logic behind it. What's the logic behind using Bronny James to target LeBron? Just target LeBron. This has nothing to do with Bronny James. His career is going to be completely independent of LeBron James. He said, drop the link. I got you. I'm going to drop the link for you.
I hope it's independent of his career because, like, I don't think anybody up here is expecting Bronny to be better than his dad. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
I don't think
putting those.
Go ahead.
I don't think it can be independent.
You don't think so? Why not?
Because of what the narrative is right now of how he got in. A lot of people are saying that LeBron basically got him in. And number two, because they're going to be on the same team, you'll never be able to separate the two.
They only going to be on the same team for what, a year?
It don't matter. You'll never be able to separate the two.
But Breeze, the only reason why I say it's on Bronny, because Bronny's game, how much work he puts into developing and getting better. Because just like what Wally said, nepotism got him in the door. It's his production that's going to change the narrative. So I believe Bronny now has an opportunity to change it.
That can happen. I'm not going to disagree with that, but I just don't see how you get people who are not open-minded to reverse the way they look at a situation.
I could tell you, Bees, we just had the situation with Lonzo. You know what I'm saying? He only got picked number 2 because of all the bullshit his dad was talking. He turned out to be a good player for a while, and then injuries caught up to him. But like,
I don't think he got picked because his dad was talking. He got picked at number 2 because he had a brand and he could bring money to an organization.
And who did that brand start with? Who do we think of with the big baller brand? LeVar was the personality. LeVar was the face of that.
But Lonzo was the face, though.
Lonzo had a brand. Bronny right now has a brand, right? Well, that's why he got paid what he got paid. So when people see what he gets paid, they don't look at it for saying, okay, this kid is going to make the Lakers money, so they're willing to give him more money. That's business. But people aren't going to look at it from a business perspective. They're going to look at it from Bronny got $8 million because his daddy forced the Lakers to pay him more. That's how people going to look at it. Whether right or wrong or indifferent, that's how the haters are going to look at it. And you're not going to change their opinion on it.
Bronny ain't nothing but something that's gonna help motivate LeBron. If you're a real LeBron fan, you understand LeBron gonna have a guy or two on his team that's there. Damon Jones, James Jones, Mike Miller. Like, he's gonna have a veteran that person may not even play, but that person brings something, extra motivation. Just somebody in the corner. And every star player really has a person like that. I don't know.
Yeah, but that LeBron that motivated. It don't even matter what LeBron is. LeBron ain't winning no more.
Well,
that's not
They don't like that, Beans. They don't like that.
That's besides the point. If you see, that's the problem. Like, we get caught up on if he wins some more, if he don't win, that don't matter.
No, because see, that's my point. We're not talking about LeBron. You're making this about LeBron. I'm saying the haters are making it about LeBron because they never gonna let this kid stand on his own.
So you're saying no matter what he does,
no
they
matter
never gonna
what
let him
this
stand.
kid does, they gonna keep him connected to LeBron because the brand is too big. There's too much money to be made hating on it.
True.
That's a good ass point. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
I agree.
That's a good point. Hold on, we got 2 more people. We got 3 more people actually I want to get to. We got Low in here. Low pulled up. What's good, Low? Low, was you part of the shenanigans, man? The fake house explosion, man? Was you a part of that?
Oh no, I wasn't in North Carolina when that was happening. I was still in Atlanta. No.
Low, what up, Low?
What up? I just want to say this because yes, people overdoing it. It's not that big of a deal. Second round pick. Also, most of those people can't break down this game because I think somebody said before, anybody referring to like how many points he scored in his first outing doesn't know that Bronny is a defensive oriented player. He's not really. It's been known that he already has like limitations clearly on the offensive side of the floor. Like, it's like very. But with that being said, I don't think it's that big of a deal, and they don't really care. And the other thing I want to say is, yeah, these people, I have noticed that there's like this growing amount of like LeBron hate channels, which is so odd to me because like it's so weird that it's just funny because as somebody who's been a YouTuber for a long time, the things that they're willing to do just to like get a quick buck is kind of funny to me, but it is what it is. And it's about to end. But I do want to say this, but nepotism isn't a good thing. I don't know why people are constantly defending it. That's not a good thing. We shouldn't.
What? But it's gonna be used regardless, man. Everyone does it in every aspect.
Just because it gets used regardless doesn't mean you have to defend it, though.
And Low, I agree.
Well, I'm just saying that I'll do the same.
But the thing is, I don't agree with all the principles of nepotism, but I do understand it happens, and why people utilize it in every field, not just sports. So I it's not fair, but it's just especially in business where nothing is really fair in business. Everything's money driven. Everything's about who you know, not how good you are. And so when I try to just look at it from that standpoint where business has never operated in a fair manner, it's never been a fair playing field. It's always been about who you're connected to, who you know, in your network. When I look at it like that, it's just like, okay, I don't like it necessarily, but I see why people do it. And I just move past it. Because to me, it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, yeah, trust me, I understand. But the amount of people I'm hearing like come out and defend nepotism, I'm like, no, like we shouldn't be defending nepotism. We shouldn't be striving for it. It should be quality over relationships every day of the week. Like, do you fit the standard of what is going on? I don't think we should be defending it. The same concept
Hold
of
on,
like,
are you saying you're not a fan of equity?
It's not equity.
How's it any different?
Because equity is in the well, let me be clear. The theory of what like nepotism and equity is, in theory it should work, but we all know how it works. Like the person who was underqualified gets put in a position that they're not really set for just because of their last name or the relationship they have with somebody.
But can we also say like nepotism is a bad thing, but can it also be used in a positive light? Like, I'm not just getting you into this spot just because you got my last name. I'm trying to teach you something so you can teach somebody else. And you know what I'm saying? Keep the cycle going. Like, yeah, it might be somebody out there more qualified, but if I build you up, if I teach you this game and you just as qualified as that guy, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, I feel like that's something positive. You know what I'm saying? He could teach that to somebody in whatever field it is.
Let me ask you a question. In any occupation that you're in right now, if somebody comes in, son, daughter-in-law, son, and they want you to train him or her and pay them more than what they're paying you, how would you feel?
I mean, if I'm at the top of the line and I'm preparing him to the point where he gonna get paid.
Huh?
But George,
I've done my job.
But that's life.
But
That's
George,
life,
the last
You feel me? Like I've done
But
my
y'all
job.
That's what Noah tried to say.
He's not asking if that's life or not. He's asking you, how do you feel about it? He's not asking if it's life. He's asking you, how would you feel about somebody coming in, hiring their son, and telling you to make sure that they're qualified to get a position that you are not going to be able to get, even though you are apparently qualified to get it because you are training this person to get it.
But what in life, like, so let me ask you one thing. And I'll let Lo answer this. In the real world, in what instance, in what field is it all purely based on how good you are? Where you get selected just purely based on how good you are in relationships, and who you know don't matter.
I mean, probably back in the day that would be
more. No. I'm saying right now. This is
right now.
This was just
okay.
for
My bad.
Oh,
I'm just saying because even if you work at McDonald's, you know, the manager might like the outfit that you wore over the last candidate. And might say, I'm hiring him. Like they don't hire people purely. People don't get jobs purely based on qualifications. You know, it's not always about how good you are. Sometimes the element you guys aren't incorporating is what makes businesses thrive are the relationships within. If you have a whole bunch of skilled people that can't work together because they don't have any foundational relationship, you're going to have a trash business. So sometimes in business, it's better to get someone who might be slightly underqualified that you have a better relationship with, and you can train that person up to do what you do to a certain degree. That's the element that nobody's incorporating here that makes businesses thrive. It's the relationships that make it thrive. It's not it's not all it is. Are you qualified stuff? I mean, it sounds good in theory. That's just never how it worked. Never. There's nothing that works that way. Twinman said it was way worse back in the day. Look, it might be. It's still like that today.
And that's what I was saying. That's what I said earlier, Lamont, as far as like the welding example. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't know the game and I'm the best welder you know, and you need a job, yeah, I'm gonna get you in a job, but I'm gonna also show you how to weld, so you just as good as me. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I feel nepotism should work. Like it shouldn't just be I'm gonna get you in the door and that's it. Like it got to be steps behind that. Like I'm gonna get you in the door and I'm gonna teach you the game. You know what I'm saying? If you teaching me how to start my own YouTube channel, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna tell me everything you know to get, you know what I'm saying, 100K subscribers. You're not just going, all right, here, you started like this and do your thing. Like you're gonna teach me everything you know about it. That's how I feel it should work. That's why I don't necessarily look at it as a bad thing, nepotism. You know what I'm saying? Because I look at it as, like I said, I'm gonna get you in this spot with me. If we cool, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get you in this spot, but I'm gonna also teach you everything I know.
I got you. So let me drop the link for somebody. We got Tony in the chat. He says, y'all some funny guys here. Tony, again, I mean, I thought everybody up here, whether I completely agreed or disagree, had good talking points. I'm gonna drop the link for you. Let's hear what you got to say about it. Go ahead, Lo.
Yeah, my bad. I think that my thing dropped. To answer the whole nepotism, because I think even what the gentleman's talking about, informing or teaching someone is different from like nepotism. Like nepotism is like this the concept of giving someone an opportunity based off of their relationship with them. And so what Lamont is saying is correct. Like most of the time, it doesn't work in the favor of like the most qualified person. And I think that when people even speak about nepotism, they think about it in a very optimistic lens of like what it's supposed to look like. But the truth of the matter is, more times than not, people fail in many ways because of nepotism, where somebody in power is giving someone an opportunity who is underqualified. That's how most like businesses fail. That's how most things or concepts just fail in life, where somebody who's underqualified has the opportunity to do something. So,
but it's not what you know, it's who you know, right?
I don't know if that's true in
sometimes, yeah, it is who you know, but the concept of nepotism, y'all are saying is an idealistic world of how nepotism should work, and idealistically, sure, but we know that's not how it's utilized in the real world. So y'all telling me to look in reality. Let's talk about reality. Even to the person talking about my feelings, the reality is most things fail because of some form of nepotism.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, I was gonna say
85% of businesses fail within the first 2 years of them existing. Out of those 85%, if I'm not mistaken, I think there was a study saying that 65% of them are like business, family oriented. Most businesses fail due to nepotism, right?
Okay.
And there's an endless amount of individual.
Boy, that's
accounts.
a very wide statement right there that I can tear into, Lo. You gotta be careful when you go that way.
That was
humongously wide. And to be fair, there could be various reasons why a business may fail, but overarching statement of majority of businesses fail because there are people at power who don't know what they're doing.
And can you give me one example?
You say Jeannie Buss? Lakers?
Any yeah. I mean, you can easily say the Buss family, or you can talk about how, or you can even say Taurean Prince getting a starting position on a team where he doesn't deserve one just because he knows the head coach and he has like a prior.
Yeah, but how has Jeannie Buss failed? She's increased the value of the Lakers by like $6 billion.
The value of the Lakers are going to increase regardless because the value of all teams across the league.
But at the end of the day, we can say that, but she plays a role in helping the value increase because not every team in the league's value has increased at the same rate as the Lakers.
Did she do it or LeBron?
It doesn't matter.
Let me use another example because even like Jeannie Buss and Donald Trump, those are all like abnormal.
What's
concepts.
An example of a business that's failed because of nepotism?
Every opportunity where somebody, a brother, a mother, a cousin, somebody comes up to you and asks for money and they have a half-assed business plan and you just give them money for the sake of just giving them money and it doesn't work. Like that is a form of nepotism, like giving somebody an opportunity that does not deserve an opportunity just because of their relationship with you.
Don't everybody deserve an opportunity?
I can understand.
No,
I can understand.
and so right there, what you just said, does everyone deserve an opportunity? No, everybody
Don't
does not
everybody
deserve an
deserve a second
opportunity. No.
chance?
If you deserve an opportunity if you're qualified for the opportunity. You don't deserve one just because you're a person on the earth. That doesn't make any sense.
And Lo, that takes us back to the conversation we were having earlier, because the guy asked a question. If we take it back to Bronny James, what are you using to determine if he's qualified or not to get drafted?
Oh no, we had this conversation. The qualifications of like a second round pick at 55th is like so vague that I don't think anybody can make a clear indication. I'm just talking about nepotism in a widespread. I just hear too many people when we had this conversation try to defend nepotism. I'm like, yeah, nepotism, especially as black men. Like, let's
I don't think
because he averaged 4 points in college.
I think what I'm a big proponent, and I've said this on the channel a lot, Lo, is that I said we just need to play the game more. I mean, if we know nepotism exists, we just got to learn how to play the game. Like for me, when I first started coaching, I'm like, man, we've been doing really good. Why ain't I getting offers to go coach other places? At the end of the day, I just started to realize, well, if I ain't networking, if I'm not going to these coaching seminars and putting myself in front of these other coaches, I'm never going to get another job. I can just sit around and mope about it, or I can go start doing the things, networking, to put myself out there. So if something comes available, my name will be out there. It's just like that's just life.
But networking and nepotism aren't the same thing.
Would you draft Bronny James?
Well, what I'm saying is who you know. And the nepotism, nepotism that we're talking about is specifically about family member, the connection within the family. Just doing me a favor because you my nephew or somebody like that. Okay. But
do you what if you were giving somebody an opportunity, what matters more, relationship or the qualification of that person?
Relationships matter most.
Yeah, well then that's crazy.
Because you gotta trust the person. Somebody could be overly qualified, but if you don't trust them,
hold on, Lo. I'm an accountant, right? Let's say I'm an accountant. I got my degree from Harvard. I got 4 felonies for embezzlement. I'm qualified, but you got another dude. He got an online certificate. You got to hire one of us.
I'm not hiring neither one of you.
I'm
not.
Let's be clear.
I got a Harvard degree, man.
No, there's an in between. I'm not hiring neither one of y'all.
I got a Harvard degree though, Lo.
No, I'm not hiring neither one of y'all.
Look, Lo, no, hold on, Lo. I'm saying, Lo, you have to take one of us.
No, I don't.
No, just hypothetically, Lo. If you have to take one of us.
But you're
using perfect example, JJ Redick.
No, hold on, Lo. I'm from Harvard, but I got 4 embezzlement.
Look at the hypothetical that you're using to just try to get this off. That's a crazy hypothetical.
Okay, that's a little extreme.
Just go find someone who's a graduate, maybe not at Harvard, but a graduate who at a credible university that doesn't have felonies. Like that shouldn't be that difficult to go find. But
okay,
like I hear
you're not going to find anybody more qualified than me. I got a master's degree in accounting.
Please
from Harvard.
Please stop. I can find
with the felonies and all. You're not going to find nobody more qualified.
Yes, I can.
Ooh.
Yes, I can go find another Harvard.
I'm qualified though, Lo. You don't be going to hiring other people that ain't as qualified.
I can find a Harvard graduate without felonies.
Okay. So let's put it on the equal playing field. You got 2 graduates. One graduated with a 4.0 from Harvard. The other dude graduated with a 3.0 from Harvard. But the guy with the 4.0, who can make you millions and billions, he has 4 embezzlement charges. But the guy with the 3.0, he's just an average worker. But you can trust him, and you ain't gonna have to deal with the feds later on.
But if him doing something illegal to make me money doesn't make him qualified at that point, then exactly.
No, but you gotta. But the thing is, you gotta trust that he's not gonna do nothing illegal.
But trust can also be gained through the qualification of somebody. That's the point I'm making.
Trust can be gained if you already know the person.
Yeah, but trust can be gained of me knowing that you cannot do what needs to be done because I know you don't know what needs to be done here. The idea of I think people again look at like nepotism through a very optimistic lens, But if we're being honest with ourselves, most things fail because someone is in charge who is underqualified. That's how most things fail.
I don't know if that's how most things fail.
How would you describe how most things fail?
That's just like a wide, like when you're talking about business, like sometimes like businesses fail for so many different reasons. It's hard for me to blame it on one person not being qualified.
I'm not even saying it's one person. I'm not saying it doesn't have to be necessarily one person.
Because even billionaires bankrupt businesses all the time. Like even business, like you can be the best billionaire, and billionaires will tell you they've probably bankrupted about 10 to 15 different businesses for one reason or another. And it has nothing to do with them not being qualified. It's just so many things that happen in business that you can't control. It's hard to just blame it on one person being unqualified here or there.
I'm not saying that it's like 90%. I'm just saying majority of the time, the reason why a business will fail is because someone is underqualified.
The majority of the time is what I can't. Yeah, does it happen? Is it the majority of the time? I don't know. I don't say the majority.
I think you know it is. But long story short, putting somebody in position who may be underqualified in contrast to someone else just because that's your brother, I believe would do more damage than just
But then what happens with that is that now you're telling people to not be humans, because the human side of us is always gonna allow for nepotism. Because
I understand.
You know what I mean?
Why I understand how it happens. I'm just saying, like, just because again it happens, and just because we're human and we're going to be more relatable to somebody that we have a relationship with, doesn't mean that these are human abilities or human nature that we should be defending. Like we should identify the potential flaws behind it.
Let me go to hold on. We got some new people up here. I want to get to some new people real quick, and then I'm gonna bring it back to Low. We got the Cervantes, and we got Alvin Elmore. I'm gonna go with Cervantes first. Cervantes, man, we got the topic was you got a lot of people using Bronny James just to target more LeBron James hate, man. What are your thoughts on this, man?
Oh, who me? Oh, my bad, bro. It's Tony the Savant.
Okay, it says, oh, my bad. That's not what it says on here. It says okay, I can correct it for you though. But go ahead and cook.
Thank you, bro. I'm sorry. Can you say the question again? Because
the premise was
cooking.
Again, I know that there's going to be a lot to criticize with Bronny James on the court.
For sure.
Because he's just not ready. But I think that you have a new influx of people, primarily the people that just are built around hating LeBron James. They are just using Bronny and some of the things associated with Bronny as tools, as tools to just find new ways to hate on LeBron James. They don't really care about Bronny James, his development as a player, being his own player, his career. It's just always to throw shots at LeBron in some way, shape, or form. And it's not genuine basketball talk. It's all stemmed and derived out of hate. That's my premise. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, kind of segue off what you and Lo was talking about, bro. The same way you say nepotism isn't always the reason why businesses fail. I don't think that everybody that's talking about Bronny hates LeBron James. You know, it's literally NBA scouts that said this stuff long before we did, while he was still in high school. And I like Bronny. You know, I watched Bronny essentially grow up on social media. You know what I mean? I played a little basketball. I heard about him through the circles, but in the same time, everybody that's criticizing Bronny or saying that he's not ready, I mean, I think even some brothers on the panel would say that he's not ready. It's not because you shooting the shots at LeBron James. Now, there's people out here that do that, just got nothing else to do with their time and their day. But some people are actually just judging off the basketball product. So, to be fair, if you go add nepotism, and another thing about nepotism, I'm only gonna say this, Big Roke, my granddad got a business, my dad got a business. I didn't seen this thing play out with my uncles, my cousins. Nepotism requires ownership. If LeBron James owned the Lakers or he owned the NBA, this would make a little bit more sense. What this is a little closer to, and I'm not sure if this is the word to attach to it, but it seems a little bit more like privilege. Like the same way you got a license, you can drive a car. It's like just because Bronny is LeBron's son, he's in the NBA. You know what I mean? He didn't do nothing specifically special. I mean, not apples to apples, that comparison, but it seemed like Bronny is riding a little bit more of a privilege wave just because, and even the same for Bryce. It's already a foregone conclusion. You know, Bryce gonna be in the NBA. So I don't mean to hold up the panel.
No, you're fine. No, I get what you're saying. I get it. I think, and you are right. Not everybody that talks about Bronny has that angle. That's why I specifically identified people that I was referring to, and I didn't blanket it at all.
Yeah.
I feel like Kwame Brown's one of those people. Michael Jordan fans are the best. You got Man Down Sports. Like, I don't hesitate. Like, I'm not going to put you in that category if I don't feel you belong. Because I know people, like if Lowe said something negative, Lowe's track record, if he says something negative about Bronny, his track record proves to me it's not about hating LeBron James. It's a fair, independent assessment of what he truly feels about Bronny James. And it's not stemming from hate for anybody else. And it doesn't have any agendas or biases behind it. And I think a lot of these people that I pointed out, their track record is based out of hate for LeBron James. And now all of a sudden just talking about Bronny James in this particular sense, utilizing Bronny, utilizing people like Adonis Arms just to pave the narrative that, or something negative that LeBron James did again, and this is why he can't be the GOAT. That's the goal right there. So there's certain people that I'm targeting there. It's very specific. We got Brian Green, and Brian Green, just to address you real quick, he says, didn't you accuse Michael Jordan of using PEDs? No, Brian Green. What I did is I created a video and I created a scenario where I said, I can put together a whole bunch of random pieces of information to create an argument that that Michael Jordan did steroids. And so the point of that video was to show you that just because you think you can be an internet detective and put a few things together, it doesn't mean something is true. The same way I put a few things together to push the narrative that Michael Jordan was on steroids. Do I believe he was on steroids? No. I can't prove that, but you guys can't prove it with LeBron either. And that was the whole point of the video. So it wasn't to say he was on steroids. Like I said, sometimes you guys got to see through the message in the title of the video and actually listen to the video before you come to these weird conclusions, because there's always a point to it. We got Alvin Elmore. What's good?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, so here's what's crazy. The 17th pick in the draft went 3 for 12, and the 55th pick in the draft went 2 for 9. I want to know all these 55th picks in the draft that go out and bust 30s and 45s and stuff. Like, it's interesting. They're holding Bronny to the standard how we would a lottery pick. Like, if you're the 5th pick in the draft and you go out there and go 2 for 9, that's nervous. I'm nervous right there. But a 55th pick in the draft going 2 for 9 is par for the course. That's the whole reason they the 55th pick in the draft. And also, the most important thing I saw Zaire Wade play, and when he was out there in the G League, it literally looked like, what the hell is he doing out there? It did not look like he belonged. When I saw Bronny play in that game, it looked like an NBA player who had a bad game.
Mm.
Can I go next, Lamont?
Mm-hmm. I like that take, Alvin Elmore. Is that Twin Man?
That's me.
Twin Man, what's good? What you got on this?
You already know how I feel about this subject, bro. You already know the pot shots at Bronny is literally aimed at LeBron because, like all of y'all pointed out, they can't break down the game. They don't know the game, and they really I'm not gonna say everybody. Let me take that back. But most of this is pot shots aimed at him. They are honestly rooting for this young man to fail, and I think it's disturbing and disgusting. But I have a problem with what Lowe said about nepotism. I'm sorry. I think it's a beautiful thing. If you are in a position to uplift someone, do it. Because guess what? And I'm going to get real pro-blackity black real quick. How many times have we been overlooked when we have been qualified? When we did have the merit to get ahead and we were overlooked because they handed it down to somebody, their friend, their cousin, their aunt, their uncle, somebody they know. LeBron is the perfect example of how nepotism should work. He made it and brought all of his homeboys with him. So, but why do we have to sit here and come up in society with one hand behind our back and sitting here saying you got to get it on the merit? Fuck that. No. Everybody else ain't getting it on the merit. They not. So to sit here and pretend like we have to sit here and get honest, no. Get it how you live. If you are in a position to help somebody, if that person's worth helping, help them. I'm not about to sit here and say it's a bad thing what LeBron James did. If he did get his son off, if he did get his son into the damn league based off nepotism, so goddamn what? I don't care. I hope he gets Bryce in. I hope he gets his grandchildren in. I don't care how they get in the league. If he can get all of his kids into the league, get them in the league. Why not? You think Luke Walton? You think Luke Walton's son deserved to be in the damn NBA or an NBA coach or in a
Luke
front
Walton was
office
an
anywhere?
Luke Walton was All-American. I can let you do that. Luke
Like
Walton was
Bronny James was an All-American. Just like Bronny James was an All-American. But y'all say he didn't deserve it. Doesn't matter. Bronny James was an All-American. The best players in the country, was he not?
Two-time All-American in college.
Bronny James, one of the 50 best players in the country before he had his heart attack or whatever, before he went into college.
He was ranked number 17 in the country before.
Exactly. The point is this: he got it based off the merits. Doesn't matter. He was still one of the best in the country. So to sit here and pretend like it's a bad thing.
So I got a question.
It's crazy.
Who says he doesn't deserve it?
There are plenty of people sitting here saying he doesn't.
All the people in the thumbnails definitely say that.
Okay,
including Brandon Katz, dumbass.
Hold on. My question is this to you, MacDev. If draft isn't about how good you are, but what your potential is, if that's what they draft players on, how can you say he doesn't deserve it?
Based on a draft and how you look at it, yes, he deserves to be drafted on potential stuff that we don't know. As if I was a Laker fan and I'm looking at the draft and I'm trying to make my team better, I don't the worst in what's saying narrative wise that this is one of the worst drafts. Why would I draft anybody to try to make my team better in one of the worst drafts as far as a narrative? I would take those draft picks, trade and move some players around and try to get some veterans. I'm just looking at it as this draft doesn't make the Lakers better. So the criticism is going to come, and I believe that it's fair.
Okay,
I don't think the Lakers got better.
But my question to you is, what is the percentage of NBA draft picks that don't pan out?
Oh, very low, especially in the second round. It's like they don't even make it.
Isn't it low in the first round also?
I think they just Lamont said that everybody gets a guaranteed contract, right?
No. I said, what is the percentage?
I don't know the percentage
of first rounders that actually become solid all-star type players.
Oh, I would definitely say below 50% without knowing the
50.
exact percentage.
You talking about 1-2%?
I said, but without knowing the exact percentage, I would say below 50.
Look, I don't think that high of a Bronny James, but the point of what people say he don't deserve it, that's a little. That's tough.
See that. Yeah, see, that's the problem, though. That's the thing, Bees, where I have a problem with. How are you going to tell somebody you don't deserve to get drafted when you never worked and put the work in to get yourself in the position to get drafted? Because of what the person that just spoke here before I came on here is actually 100% correct. If you're going to have to use nepotism to get into the league, don't get mad when somebody does that and you basically want to get mad, but then you'll end up doing the same thing. That's the thing that I don't like about it. And people like Brandon Katz over here trying to deflect, trying to say, "Oh, I would never do it, never do like that." Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would. Yeah, anybody would.
Hey, every person up here, if they do their job as a parent, at some point, in some way, they're going to take part in nepotism.
Exactly. I agree with that. A good-hearted person. It was good, Bees. How you been, brother? So my thing is this: nepotism can have corruption in the wrong hands. These are just facts. If you fake, all you got to do is look at the George Bushes, right? He didn't deserve that. We seen what happened. That's nepotism. It can have a form of corruption. The criticism that he's getting is not only because he's LeBron's son, but it's like I said, also, does he? When they ask, does he deserve to get drafted? Does he deserve this spot? I'm gonna ask y'all: would y'all would have drafted Bronny James to your team with the second round pick, based on potential and what you've seen?
I would have I would drafted more. Be honest with you, he's got more financial upside than 98% of all the players in this draft.
Okay. So from a financial standpoint, you would have drafted Bronny James because of his
Without
name,
question.
selling tickets.
Without
Well,
question.
I agree. I
The
that's
amount of
now
the amount of
that
money
part is fair.
the amount of money that I
But
can make
mhm.
having a father-son on my team is endless. This is a business we're in basketball, right?
correct.
Yeah, but LeBron fans are not looking at it like that, and neither are the LeBron haters are looking at it like that. We're
Well, no,
looking at it as a legacy. I think it should be celebrated. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying for them to take shots at LeBron and what everything that the Lakers have done, they haven't improved their team. I think it's a fair. I think it's a fair assessment. I think that's why we're having the conversation. Even the
well,
haters, it's kind of a fair assessment.
well, let me ask you this. If anybody says that the Lakers should have improved their team through the draft, they full of
That's what.
snot.
That's what I'm saying.
You're not improving no team through no
Correct.
draft like that
Right.
unless you
But
have a
isn't that the
generational talent.
but isn't that the every off team's off season goal to improve their team?
No, it's to find solid players that they can develop and hope that you get a generational player when your time comes up.
Money wise, I see it, but the other part, as far as
I
deserve
mean,
and
let's
this, that, and
take
the
the
third, I think
Chicago
it's fair
Bulls.
criticism.
How great have they been? Who's the best player on their team that they've had since Jordan left?
Derrick Rose.
Rose.
Right.
Derrick
And he
Rose.
and his future got marred by injuries, right?
Correct.
But just think if he never had injuries, could the Bulls be in a different position?
Yeah.
Possibly. But
Possibly, yeah.
look at all the players. Look how many times they've rinsed and repeated all these college players that were supposed to be great.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Including
definitely.
Penny Hardaway back in the day.
So it's a coin
But
flip.
they drafted players through the draft that eventually helped their team.
No, you hope that the players you draft turn into
Yeah,
be
that
solid NBA
right.
players.
Derrick Rose
There's
got
no
drafted.
guarantee, except maybe generally the first couple of guys in the draft, they have a higher percentage than other guys.
Right.
And
Well,
situations go
And
into that
that's
as
not
well.
even guaranteed.
well, here's
Exactly.
a right,
Yeah,
right. And
that's
the
not
other
even
thing,
guaranteed.
besides the business aspect of things here, is that people have to understand Bronny James is only 19 years old. I mean, the man is not even legal. It's not even. He can't even eat any alcohol at this age right now. So let's cut back on the criticism and realize, listen, if they're not looking to him to be like the next superstar or something like that, the point here is that the way I see it, and this is my take, is that they're looking to develop him to be a very solid NBA player. Would he be a star? That's what remains to be seen. We would have to wait for the next 4 years to look at it. But I think that people are just using Bronny James as a figurehead to smear against LeBron James, and I don't appreciate that. I don't respect that. So that's what
I think the
Hold on,
Lakers
bro.
themselves don't
Hold on,
mind you
man.
criticizing
What you
Bronny
mean?
James.
Don't criticize Brian James, bro. We talking basketball, bro. I mean, what
No, I'm
19-year-old
talking.
kid?
No, I'm
Hold on,
hold
bro.
on.
I'm
No,
not
no,
done
no.
yet,
Hold
bro. I'm
on.
not done yet, bro. You cut me off, man.
Okay,
Hold
go
on,
ahead. Go ahead. Go
respectfully.
ahead.
Hold on,
Go ahead.
man.
Go ahead.
Why are we lowering the bar in the standard and say we don't? You just said stop the criticizing, bro. Listen, I'm gonna criticize his basketball game, bro. I mean, that's what we do as NBA fans. I mean, I think we all take pride in our NBA eye. We analyze
Right.
basketball, and I assume everybody on this panel, for the most part, understands basketball, and we have a right to analyze basketball, especially B's when Bronny's daddy is tweeting and saying shit about his son helping the NBA team, it's laughable and throwing out all these fucking ridiculous statements, right? So when your daddy sets a bar for you and a standard, and then you come out and you do that, then we have the right to criticize. I mean, didn't people criticize an 18-year-old fucking Kobe Bryant? Didn't they criticize a fucking
But
18-year-old? I'm not done yet, bro.
No, I got you. But I just want to tell you that we agree
Go ahead,
with
bro.
that. All I'm saying, Mr. Moss, is, as I said earlier, I said the basketball criticism, nobody disagrees with that. I said, even if you look at that first summer league game, there was a lot to be desired. There was a lot to criticize.
Right.
That's basketball criticism. That's going to come with the game. Nobody here argued that. What we're talking about specifically are the people that are entering into these basketball conversations, because I started off this video by talking about my homie Adonis Arms. He's the one that cooked. The guy that I interviewed on my channel, the guy that I worked out with late night, a whole bunch of hours helping him get his game right. He's the one that cooked Bronny James, gave him 32 and 11. What I'm saying is this dude has been in the G League circuit for 4 years. He's been cooking. He's been dropped 50 balls on people. He had a 40-20 game in the G League. And people are acting like this is Adonis Arms' first time doing this. And I'm saying this is Bronny's first summer league game. I get that. Go ahead and criticize that all you want. But there's a plethora of people that are solely getting invested into this Bronny James conversation just to use Bronny James as a tool to weaponize against LeBron James. That's it. They have no interest in talking about the basketball. They have no interest in talking about his development. They have no interest in talking about anything with regards to real basketball, because when you start asking them the real basketball questions, they run away from the real basketball questions. If you say that he shouldn't have got drafted at 55 and somebody asks you a basketball question saying, okay, well, who should they have drafted? What other prospects did you see? Yet you can't tell me any other prospects. It tells me right there that, oh, you really don't have any real investment in this. You just want to say something bad about Bronny and then turn around and flip that into something negative about LeBron. Y'all don't really care. So all this fake talk and this fake love that people are trying to throw to Adonis Arms, it's all fake. People, y'all don't really care. That's my whole point. All this conversation around Bronny is fake, because last year, nobody talked about second round picks. The year before that, nobody talked and criticized second round picks. Most years, we spend time criticizing the top 10, the lottery picks in summer league, because we're going to be looking at this, like in past years, we were wanting to see Zion or Alonzo or some of the best players be really good in summer league. I have never seen a fan base so thirsty to watch a summer league game just to watch the number 55 pick play and then overly criticize it because he ain't that good, as if 55 picks are supposed to just walk in the door dropping 40 bombs.
Lamont, do you mind if I finish? My phone went off, man.
No, go ahead.
If I finish? Okay.
So I'm just saying we agree with that sentiment. We agree with the basketball.
Yeah, let me finish first, man, before you go.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let Maria talk afterwards too.
Yeah, so you know, I want to keep this basketball. Listen, I don't like how Bronny got to the league, but I understand it, and I've come to realize it is what it is. It's out of my control. I'm not them, and it is what it is. So I'm not gonna harp on how he got. The point is that he's there now. He's drafted. It is what it is. I want to strictly dissect and hold on. I'm not done yet, bro. Stop cutting me off, man. This shit crazy. He just told you let me go real quick, bro. This shit just fucking ridiculous. I'm gonna keep it strictly basketball, and I'm gonna analyze basketball. So Lamont, when you say 55 pick dropping 40 balls, bro, like you can't say that when his own fucking daddy's coming out saying other shit. Like, I mean, we got to be consistent, bro. ESPN is running highlights of his 4 points, but failed to run the highlights of the kid for the Kings, right?
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Bro, let me finish, bro. You keep.
But they ran his highlights, and they ran them all over the place.
Bro, hold on. Just let me finish what I'm saying, bro. I'm not saying, listen. They ran
his highlights way more than Bronny.
Bro,
that's a fact.
Listen, bro. Why is ESPN not hyping up the fucking number 1 pick? It's like they're spending too much time on this fucking kid. They're not putting
pick right now.
They're not
the number 1 pick.
Let them finish.
Well, it's because it's a topic of discussion, bro. I mean, listen, if it's up to me, Bro, Lamont has a panel where we're talking about this topic. I mean, I'm not gonna come in and change the topic because guess what? If it was my fucking panel, bro, Bronny James is a non-factor. I mean, he can't play to me, so he would even be a topic on my platform. So I'm not done yet, bro. Lamont just asked. Hold on, bro. Lamont just asked you. Hold on, bro. Lamont just asked you to let me finish, man. Like it fucking is you hard of hearing, bro?
I just got a
Lamont, and he's still asking questions, bro. Go ahead, man.
When he finishes, bro, answer
go ahead,
question.
man. This is fucking ridiculous, man.
Go, Matt. Go, Matt. I'm muted.
Listen, man. I'm not fucking arguing that they didn't run the highlights of the kid who dropped 30 points for the Kings. There were players on Bronny's team on his first fucking game who had 14 points, 16 points, who played better, right? And it's like, come on, man. Like, listen, some of these kids are fighting tooth and nail to make these teams have a chance to make another team. Because let's face it, we know that those kids on that roster who he plays with, they're not making the fucking Lakers because Bronny James already signed a guaranteed fucking deal, right? And so the Lakers didn't even fucking sign their first round draft pick yet. But you signed the fucking second round, 55th pick to a 4-year guaranteed fucking deal. So these kids are fighting tooth and nail, and ESPN is fucking running highlights, but they further run highlights of the kids on his own fucking team who play better than this motherfucker, bro. It's bad publicity. It's bad. It's a bad fucking stunt, bro. And listen, this is why people say this is why people have the attitude that they have, Lamont, is because, bro, every player, and listen, again, even though I'm saying what I'm saying, I understand it. Like these players are being judged on different playing fields and skills. It's not even a playing field. And here's my last point, and then you can move on, bro. I understand it. Because listen, I can acknowledge that it's nepotism. I'm okay with it to a certain degree. I'm not going to harp on it because I understand it. He's Bronny James. I get it. All I'm saying is this, bro. Lamont, you played college basketball, bro. You know how hard it is to fucking get to, bro. You know, right? And so a kid who is fucking given an opportunity, not earned, bro, and you're playing your ass off, they're not playing your highlights on his team. They playing his shit. They're not playing your highlights. That's a problem, bro. To me, it's a problem.
Can I please ask him a quick question?
Hold on. No. Let me say one thing. I'm gonna let you go next. So
I just gotta go.
I don't agree with the sentiment that these other guys' highlights didn't get played. That's 1,000% not true. The first thing when I typed in that Laker game, the first thing that I saw on ESPN and on NBA.com and on NBA Central was Adonis Arms on the thumbnail, and it said 32-11. The second thing that I saw was I saw that other kid, that Blake kid. I forgot his last name, Blake Henson, I believe. That I saw his highlights. And so everybody else that actually did well in those games, I believe Maxwell Lewis did well. He's already under contract with the Lakers. He's already a player, right? When you talk about Colin Castleton, he's already under a 2-way contract. And then also, a lot of these guys in Summer League, they're not on these Summer League teams because they're trying to push to get a contract with that particular team. They're doing a job interview for every team in the league because they just need to be on that Summer League team for the visibility and the opportunity. So to show, because a lot of these guys, as soon as Summer League is over with, they're going to go sign 2-way deals with completely different teams. They're not even going to sign with these teams. So, So the thing is, the fact that I even know who Blake Henson is because
college basketball.
Hold on, let's be honest. Because the thing is, if Bronny James doesn't get drafted, you don't know who Adonis Arms is. You don't care who Blake Henson is. Because if Bronny James is not playing in that game, you ain't watching. And the reason why we know this is, unless you're talking about, tell me about any other Summer League game. Tell me about it. Because tell me about.
Hold on, Lamar.
No. Hold on, Mr. Mott.
I'm about to tell you.
Hold on, Mr. Mott. Because I know you're going to be able to tell me about your Sacramento team.
No.
Of course, you're going to tell me
it's not
about
that
them,
team, bro.
No, got my homie Adonis Arms. And the thing is, the sad part
class
about
has been for the past 2-3 years, Lamont.
He's
in
been on the
Sacramento.
grind
You know
for
that.
4 years. So what I'm talking about is, and I'm talking about all the people that saying that the fact of the matter remains is that a lot of these guys that we're talking about who played in that game, we would not even be knowing who they were if they land on the NBA roster sometime in their career. We wouldn't understand what their games were if it wasn't for Bronny James bringing his notoriety.
But you know that the Classic has been in Sacramento or the Bay Area for the past 2 or 3 years. So I mean, Lamont, I'm right here. I got access to the games, Lamont. You know this.
You're not the normal basketball fan. You're highly invested in this off-brand basketball stuff like I am. I'm a basketball junkie. I'm going to watch these BS games.
Okay,
I'm going to be diving into these players. I'm talking
Yeah.
about the casuals that get into these conversations,
Okay.
and they jump into these conversations with the ulterior motive to just say, I'm going to shit on Bronny, but my only reason for shitting on Bronny is just to find a way to tie it back to LeBron and say and target LeBron. That's it. That's all they're doing.
All right. Well, I'm gonna keep it basketball, bro. So
Lamont,
y'all heard my stance.
I just want to ask.
But the basketball. See, the thing is, people run to basketball with Bronny. That's the easy assessment here. What I'm saying with Bronny is, it does not take a rocket scientist. We're probably all at a major consensus that Bronny ain't NBA ready yet. We all get that, but
Well,
that's all second round picks for the most part. You know, like I gave the example before. You know how many teams draft guys in the second round from internationally, but then they say, stay overseas for 3 years so you can develop because you ain't ready.
Yeah, Hito
But-
Turkey.
so they will literally draft a guy who they know ain't ready.
Dirk Nowitzki. Yeah, I know.
They will draft a guy who they know ain't ready just to say, spend 3 years getting ready, and then we'll come back and get you later. So when people, different teams utilize these draft picks for various reasons. Some people need to fill out their summer league team. Sometimes they want to get a better evaluation on certain guys, right? Sometimes they want to get first dibs on a guy to sign him just in case he pans out to look good. And Bronny's not the only second round pick this year to sign a guaranteed contract. Dalton Connect is going to get a guaranteed contract because he's a first round pick. If they haven't hashed out the deals already, okay, they're going to hash out the deals. He's going to be signed. He's going to be a
that
Laker,
wasn't my point.
and he's going to be
He
making
should've been
far
signed
more
first.
money than Bronny James. I promise you
should have
that.
been signed
they got
first. He
signed
should
at
have
the
been
same
first
time.
priority.
It doesn't matter who signed. That's on Dalton
Connect
Connect and his agent to cash out those details.
I don't think they got signed
But
at the same time, bro.
He will be
You
signed.
just made that up.
And he will be making far more money than Bronny James over
He
the
just
next
said
4
they
years.
signed at the same
But
time.
hold
You
on,
just
can
made
I
that up. Go
Lamont,
ahead, man.
I just got a quick. I got a quick question for
Go
this
ahead,
clown. I'm gonna shut up after this. I got a quick question for this clown right here. So you said you don't like the way how Bronny got in the league, right?
I said I don't like it, but I understand it.
No,
That's what I
just
said,
answer
bro.
you say you don't like the way how he got in the league, right?
Hey, bro, do you want to debate, bro? Because you call
I'm
me a
just
clown
asking.
shit, bro.
Can
So
you
I
stop
mean,
being childish?
come on, bro.
I'm just asking a question. You say you don't
No,
like.
I
the way-
don't. No, I don't. No, I
All
don't.
right, cool. Do you like the way how AJ Johnson got in the league?
No, I don't. See, I'm consistent, bro. Keep going. What's your next question, nigga? Yeah, you easy fucking work. No, I don't. No, I don't. So now what? So now what? What's your next question? What's your next question now? Yeah, see, I'm
Let me ask you a question, bro.
I'm consistent, nigga.
Let me ask you.
Yeah,
Take your
you the clown.
Hold on,
Yeah, you the clown. Go ahead, bro.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
You're not letting me talk.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Let me ask you one question. Because you've been on this panel for about 10, 15 minutes, and I have yet to hear you say anything about Bronny's game. I have yet to hear you say anything.
I said
about
he
it.
can't
So
play,
can
bro.
you
I mean, are you not listening? I said it very
He
clearly.
wants you to
I
break
said
it
he
down,
can't play.
But you ain't broke nothing down.
What's there to fucking break down, nigga? What's there to break down? He can't play. What are you talking about?
That's not true.
Wait. See, like
Lamont, stop saying that, Lamont. Lamont, stop saying that. Come on, bro.
That's not true.
Chill, because this the
crazy.
bullshit we talking about. You get up here doing all this yapping, but you can't break down what you seen. You just say he can't play.
I didn't see shit, bro. That's the thing. There's nothing to break down. He's not good. I didn't see shit. He can't run an NBA team. He can't go right. He ain't got no mid-range game. He can't guard nobody. He can't run NBA fucking offense. He can't rebound like that. Like, I mean, break down what, bro? Break down what?
Hold on.
Break down what?
Time out.
I mean,
Hold
what the fuck you talking about, bro? And listen, and now he's hurt. Oh yeah.
Time out. It's a timeout.
I know. Go ahead, man. Shit. Go ahead, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Okay.
Time out and shit. Go ahead.
It's cool.
Because I'm asking you. Hold on. Let me take this.
It just took him 20 minutes to break down.
Can he run NBA offense? Yes or no? Listen, at 6'1" or 2, can this dude run NBA offense? Yes or no?
Is that because the fact of the matter is, you saying you don't like he got drafted, fine, but you never explained one thing about any basketball critique. You didn't even explain it one time in the last 10 to 20 minutes.
I just did it 5 minutes ago, bro. What are you talking about, man? I just did it.
Bro.
Well, you break his game down then, nigga. You break his game down, nigga. What is he good at? What is he good at? What is he good at?
He's good at
one basketball
He's good at playing defense and shooting threes.
No, he's not good at playing defense, bro. Who talk, bro? Bro, show me tape. Hey, Lamont, show me tape and film of Bronny James playing good sound defense. Please show it to us right now.
Bro, did you
us.
watch? Did you watch
Show
the first
us.
summer league game he
The
played?
fuck is you talking about, bro?
He had four deflections in the steal.
This shit's crazy.
He had 4
Now,
deflections in the steal.
this shit
bro.
crazy.
Oh my God.
The fuck is you talking about?
Hold on, y'all.
He had
D-Reed,
4
hold on, y'all.
deflections.
Just too many people talking. Hold on. Okay, so I'll go to one example and from me watching the game. So
yeah,
I think the biggest misconception of the summer league game was who Bronny spent most time defending. So for the majority of that game, Bronny was defending a guy who has been an NBA journeyman for a minute. His name is Xavier Sneed. Xavier Sneed has played in the NBA. Mm-hmm. He's been on various NBA teams, G League and NBA. In the time that Bronny James defended Xavier Sneed defensively, he held a guy that's been a staple in the NBA to 2 points. Right?
Thank you, Lamont.
Because if you look at that lineup, they actually, if you look at what the Kings did, the Kings brought out an awkward lineup because they actually started my homie Adonis at center, which is odd. So Bronny's assignment wasn't even to be guarding Adonis. I just think the highlight that everybody took away from it was Adonis hitting him with that move in semi-transition, and then he scored, and everybody said, "Oh, he was cooking Bronny." Bronny's defensive assignment that game was Xavier Sneed, an NBA vet, and he held him to 2 points, inefficient shooting. He did a solid job, at least as far as that goes. Now, are there other things to critique? I like some of the things that I liked out of Bronny. I like that Bronny was trying to get to his spots and get that mid-range shot off. I like the aggression offensively.
Trying to get to a spot.
Hold on. He was getting his shots off. So with his size, I think one of the biggest questions would be, are you able to get to your spots and get your shot off with that size? I think he showed me as far as potential goes. If you're looking at it from with a scouting eye, okay, I like his quickness off the dribble, able to get to his spots, able to elevate on his jump shot and get his shot off. He missed some. He was only 2 of 9. He could be better there, but there's some of the things I could like. Other things. No, I don't think he's going to go 2 of 9. So what I'm saying is, when you look at that particular game,
19-year-old needs more development.
Hold on 1 second, twin man.
I never heard a dude getting credit for getting to his spots. But go ahead.
Well, you hold on. You said you've never heard of a dude getting credit. So the thing
That's
is,
how you know you don't know basketball.
What I'm saying is, these are the things that.
Yo, Lamont, can I say something real quick? I've been here waiting.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Great one. Because like I say, these are the things that coaches and scouts look at. Like when I'm sitting back, like when I was just at Section 7, and I'm looking at all these high schoolers, and I'm trying to find the diamond in the rough. Do y'all really think I'm sitting there? I'm looking at who scores the ball the most. That whoever scores the ball the most in these games, that does not win and lose you basketball games. Is not necessarily indicative of who's a good player or not. I'm looking at so many small things. Like 2 of the players that I talked to, the first thing that I said to his coach, I said, this guy stood out to me, and I didn't even need to see him score. Right? Some of the players that stand out like a sore thumb don't even have to score to stand out. And so some of the things that I don't know what y'all are specifically looking for or what y'all want to see out of Bronny, but Bronny coming. Hold on 1 second, Del De Niro. Bronny coming out of high school was never pegged as a great offensive player. He was always going to be a project on the offensive side. He was pegged as a guy that you can groom up to be a really good defender. He's a bit undersized. We would like to see him get a little bit stronger. If you're a scout, you want to see he is going to be able to defend off the physicality of NBA screens. That is yet to be seen, right? But to say that there was nothing good that you can take away from that summer league game, I think that's a lie. The 2 of 9 is not an indication of who he is. Just like Dalton Connect, the way he shot, I don't care how Dalton Connect shot. He's still the best player, the best prospect on that court when they played. He's the best prospect on both teams combined. Dalton Connect, no matter how bad he shoots, he's still the best prospect. You can do the draft all over again, and Dalton Connect will still get picked before any of those guys on both teams. I promise you. Just because he's just a better prospect with better upside. That's just when we try to put these things on Bronny, it's just unfair the way y'all try to judge him.
Lamont,
nobody judging him. Yo, can I say one thing?
No, we haven't even let.
I've been waiting for
Hold on, great one.
I've been waiting for
I gotta let Maria get her take, and then I'm gonna come right to you next. Great one. Go ahead, Maria.
Thank you, because my Grizzlies about to play. But I just want to say that I do feel like I was listening to you. Unfortunately, I did not get to catch any of the summer league games due to work. I really wanted to see them, but There, from what I heard, there really wasn't much. So I appreciate the breakdown that you gave of Bronny in terms of his defense, I guess, regarding that game.
And nobody on
However,
the panel knew that shit either.
no, I knew he was a defender,
No,
but
I'm
I
not
didn't
getting
know
that too
his
sweet. I'm talking about any of them niggas on the panel. They didn't know about all that defensive shit.
I literally said he's a good defender.
Can y'all let
No.
Mario take, please?
The shit Lamont just broke down to y'all. Y'all ain't know that shit. Stop front.
Can y'all let Mario
but I
finish?
All right, let her finish. Let her finish, man.
But I do
Good,
agree
good.
that I'm still on the side of nepotism playing a huge role into why Bronny got into the league. Like you said earlier, I just don't think he was. I don't think he's NBA ready. It's just there's players that I feel like they could have went in that spot, but then again, it's not about being a better player. It's about fit and everything like that. And if they felt Bronny was a fit, then
He don't fit either. Go ahead.
I don't think he fits either. But if the Lakers think he was a fit, then the Lakers think he was a fit. Once again, he's a second round pick. I'm not gonna have expectations for him. I never have really high expectations or expectations at all for second rounders. But if Bronny's career goes one way, it is not looking good for LeBron. Sorry to say that, but yeah, that's just how I feel about the Bronny.
Who do you think should have went the 55th pick then? Since you said they could have took somebody else. Who you think they could have took?
I mean, you did have a guy that I know from my city, University of Memphis, David Jones, who was like if I'm not mistaken, like a leading scorer in our conference. He could defend, shoot the 3-ball well. He could get in the paint and shoot. But yeah, David Jones, y'all should go research him. He was really good at the University of Memphis. He got picked up by the Philadelphia 76ers. He did not get drafted though, but he's a better player than Bronny. Was he a better fit?
Mario, this is something that, and this is something just to help a few people out. When people say they think that certain players should have got drafted in the second round, there's a ton of politicking. In the second round, what you ultimately start having is you have a plethora of agents calling teams saying, "Don't draft my guy. We already have a two-way situation set up here. Don't draft my guy. We already have a summer league invite here." So in the second round, you have agents in a frenzy who feel like they're setting up better situations for their player elsewhere, and they're literally calling teams. The media tried to make it seem like it was only Clutch doing it with Bronny, but even Austin Reeves did it when he was about to get drafted by the Pistons. His agent had to call the Pistons and said, "Nah, don't draft me. I think I got a better situation in LA." In the second round, there's so much politicking. How do we know if the Lakers maybe felt somebody else was better? How do we know if they weren't getting phone calls saying, "Look, man, I know you might be interested in this guy, but don't draft him. We got a situation set up somewhere else that we like a little bit better than LA." And the Lakers did it with teams. We've seen other players in the past do it. It happens a shit ton in the second round. We just don't know about it because that player ain't Bronny James, nor do we care. But the politicking definitely happens in the second round. These guys, when they don't go in the first round, they immediately go into overdrive trying to find a situation where they can look the best in summer league, and they don't necessarily care about who drafts them. And so that's the other side of it. Like, I don't know who David Jones is or what. I don't know if his camp said, "Look, told all teams, we got something set up with the Sixers. You probably just don't draft us because we feel like we'd be best over here." You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a good point.
So that,
but my thing
without
is
taking
also,
into consideration, people just saying this guy should have got drafted. How many guys, with the way the Lakers are constructed right now, how many guys would just love to get drafted by the Lakers as it stands right now? If you're looking to have a budding NBA career, I mean, this is probably not the right team to go to if you're trying to blossom and just really jumpstart your career. I mean, come on, man. Let's just be realistic about it. There was only one team. There was only one player that fit the Lakers' MO. That was Bronny James, right? And no other player really fit the bill with what those players were trying to do with their career. It just
and then,
didn't
not to cut you off, the Lakers literally said they drafted him. Like, they drafted Bronny because of character, and they like the type of person he is. They probably might not know David Jones or whoever you're talking about.
Yeah, and you believe that shit. God, can I say something?
Oh my.
All right, let me
Can
go
I
to Grade
speak
One.
now?
Go ahead, Grade One. Yeah.
All right, I got one question for the panel, though. Take LeBron out the equation. Take the motherfucking LeBron emotional attachment out the way. If he wasn't LeBron's son, would he have been drafted? Simple as that.
Yes, I don't see
He was
why
the
not.
17th. He was the 17th best player in the nation before he got a cardiac arrest. So what's your point?
Yes, the answer to the question is yes.
Hey, so can I
Y'all
ask
y'all
you a
niggas love
question?
that.
Can I
Niggas
ask
love
you a
LeBron,
question?
B.
Hold on.
Can I
If
ask you
Avery
a question?
Go ahead.
No,
Hold on.
let me ask you
While
a
we
question. Let me
answer
ask
your
you.
Can
question, I
y'all
can
let
back up
Great
what
One
I
get
said.
to his point?
Go ahead.
I just want to let Great One get to his point. Whatever his question was. So I'll answer the question for you, Great One. Do I think he would have got drafted? No.
All right, stop right there. And that tells you all you need to know right there. Simple as that. He's not good enough.
I think
That's
he
it.
got drafted.
Oh, hold on,
That's
Great
Right.
One. Let me
That's
ask you this
it.
question. Hold on, Great One. So let me
Yeah.
ask you this question.
Yeah.
Because it seems like, and I get it. You guys, so the Phoenix Suns in this same draft in the second round drafted the GM's godson. Did he deserve that?
Cricket.
That's
Great
crazy.
One. Great One. Hold on, y'all. Let Great One answer this because there was multiple examples of nepotism in this draft, and this guy got drafted ahead. He got drafted higher in the second round. And the crazy thing about it was he was actually projected to not get.
Now he's trying to figure like
he was projected. So let me ask you again. Great One.
I was getting a phone call. No, I'm not. Relax.
Okay, no, that's right. Great One. My question to you is: I agree with your sentiment about Bronny. So what I'm saying is, how did you feel?
The question you asked, the other kid, he don't deserve it either.
Okay, tell me about
my
it.
point is, hold
on. Great One. Tell me about it.
No. So, son, I've been sitting here listening to y'all talk.
Okay, Great One. I just want you to. Since you said the other guy didn't deserve it, tell me why he didn't deserve it.
He don't even know him. Cricket, see?
Nobody gave a shit about nepotism into Bronny James. I don't want to hear shit about nepotism.
Hold on, y'all. There's too many people talking.
Oh man, argument.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I just want Great One to answer this because all I'm saying, Great One, is if you don't like nepotism at pick 55, then you shouldn't like nepotism at pick 40.
No. My point is, I don't care about the nepotism. That shit don't affect me. I don't care. But
the guy that drafted, hold on.
No. My point is,
the guy that drafted. Hold on, Great One. The guy that got drafted at 40, the guy that got drafted at 40 was projected to not even get drafted. At least Bronny was projected at 56. The guy that got drafted at 40.
The only reason he's projected is because his pops, man.
Hold on. But the guy that got drafted, the guy that got drafted at 40 was projected to not get drafted, and he got drafted. And it was a team that drafted the GM's godson. So what I'm saying is, there was nepotism. I agree that Bron played a role in Bronny getting drafted.
Can I ask another question?
But why do you? My question before you continue. Why do you only care about? Why do you only care about?
Talking about him.
Hold on. Come on, y'all. It's too many people talking. Man. Come on. Why do you only care about nepotism when it involves Bronny James and LeBron James, but you don't care about other instances of nepotism that we can clearly point out in the past, even in this draft? You don't care about nepotism when it involves the Phoenix Suns, and you don't care about nepotism when John Stockton reached out to the Utah Jazz to bring his son David Stockton in when he was not nearly the player that Bronny was. You don't care about nepotism any other time, but all of a sudden, a player reaching out to a team to get their son drafted is now this big issue because that player is somewhat undeserving of that second round draft pick, which these picks have been found to be pretty much meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Why is it such a big deal?
Okay, y'all keep talking about it. I want to talk basketball. Y'all keep bringing up the topic of LeBron's son, not just you, but every other channel. I could care less. My opinion, he don't deserve to be in the NBA.
Okay, so what basketball do you want to talk?
My opinion.
Okay, so
my opinion.
Because the easiest thing to talk with, the easy part with Bronny is to talk basketball. See, I think a lot of you guys.
I'm giving my opinion.
I think a lot of you guys want to talk basketball with Bronny.
When we say that,
it's easy.
we got to. No, when we say that, we got to be hating on LeBron. We don't want to see him succeed.
No, that's not what I said. Great one.
I'm telling you,
I specifically called out the people that I felt was targeting LeBron. I did not say you.
And he part of
you said something about
you see him on the thumbnail.
He used your I can't see it. I'm on my phone.
Okay.
He said
Michael Jordan fans are the best. Kwame
He used your
Brown,
phone. I mean, he used your
DreamersPro, Mike, Man Down Sports. I specifically named the people I was referring to. If you're
You're
not in
doing,
that
but son,
category,
you're doing the same thing right now, talking about LeBron's son, aren't you?
okay. So what I said was
Even
this.
at basketball, he
I
not
said
hating
no.
on
So
it.
because
So
see,
he's
you missed
this whole
the
for the
beginning of the
last
videos.
3 hours you've been talking about
No,
LeBron.
see, this is what y'all do. Y'all try to say I'm talking about this. How did I start this video? I said I went to Man Down Sports video, and he had my homie, a guy that I've trained, spent hours training. I'm talking about up to 3, 4 in the morning at a 24-hour LA Fitness, putting in work.
I heard that.
And when I saw that guy's picture on the thumbnail, I'm thinking this man's about to be singing his praises. At the end of the day, he's just using my homie Adonis Arms to throw shots at Bronny and throw shots at LeBron James. He doesn't care about Adonis Arms. He's not looking to bring him on for no interview. What they're doing is they're just using pieces around the situation.
He still put his name out there,
to just ultimately.
He still put his name out there,
to ultimately throw.
He still puts your man's name out there, though.
Okay. So what did he say about him?
I don't know. You say he put him on there, but he still put him out there. He's giving him shine.
No, but it's a difference between talking about him and then
it don't
just
matter.
And it
he
does
put him
matter.
out there. He put his name out there
because
he
he's
has
not
a platform. He put his name out there.
He's not talking about.
My nigga, you're not talking about your man right now. The whole show been about Bronny.
Okay, so hold on. I'm talking about my man because I brought him on for an interview. See, I brought him on for an interview before it was even popular because he didn't have to play Bronny for me to talk about him. Like, see, the only thing is y'all only talking about some of these players because it's attached to Bronny and LeBron James. Y'all don't care that these players exist. If the NBA would have just scheduled this game completely different and they would have played a completely different team, you guys would not care who these players are. That's the thing. Y'all pretend to care. You say you want to talk basketball. Then when we talk basketball, like great one, I can ask you this same question. If you want to talk basketball, what other players out there did you feel in the college landscape or international were deserving of getting drafted in that 55 spot that really could have been an impact player for the Lakers taking up that last roster spot?
His teammate would have been a better fit with the Lakers. He could
Why?
shoot.
Why? Why would
Boogie Ellis?
Why would his teammate been better?
I just said he could shoot the three.
Talk to me about Boogie Ellis's game.
I just told you he could shoot the three.
Okay, talk to me about his game.
He can't.
He could shoot the three. That's all I know about his game.
That's all he knows. Look at him. He don't know shit else. He don't.
And what the fuck can Bronny do?
He can't shoot and play defense.
He can't shoot. The fuck out of here. Stop.
Oh my god.
This nigga can't even shoot free throws. Nigga worse than Shaq. Get out of here. Stop it.
Wait, so hold on. So if we hold on. If we talking about Bronny, if Bronny is trash, we're going 2-9, and Blake Henson's trash. He went 2-10 in the second game. Let's keep the same. If that's what y'all want to do.
Who?
Now who? Oh my god.
Exactly.
These niggas don't know basketball. These niggas don't know basketball.
Exactly.
Like, get them off the panel.
Don't know.
That's the exact point we're trying to make.
Get them off the panel. Get them off the panel.
That is the exact point we're trying to make. How did you say who when we said Blake Henson, and you literally just watched him put himself on the map in that game where he dropped, I believe, 17 points?
They don't know basketball. They don't know basketball. They just hit on LeBron and cause confusion.
Bro,
I could admit when I don't know the fucking
it's
player.
sad at this point, bro.
It's sad at this point. Bron is not ready for the NBA.
They're talking. They're really rooting for the downfall of this young man. He didn't deserve a spot. They can't tell you nothing about Bronny James. They can't tell you shit about him, but they just know he didn't deserve this spot, and they just know his daddy got him in.
So great one.
Yeah.
Over the last 30 years, only 3% of second-round draft picks have panned out to last in the NBA longer than 2 years. So it would be safe to assume that most second-round picks aren't ready for the NBA because most second-round picks don't even last in the NBA for 1-2 years if they lucky. So,
all right, but you just admitted if LeBron wasn't his father, he would have been drafted. You just admitted that.
So for you, hold on.
You just admitted if LeBron wasn't his father,
has
he would have
nothing
been
to
drafted.
do with.
Can you let him finish?
You just admitted that.
Great one. Wait, I let you finish. So you got to shut up and let me finish. That's why I keep muting you. All I'm saying is most second round picks are project players. Most second-round picks are not ready to play in the NBA, which is why they fell to the second round. What you're trying to say is, so basically, if you feel that Boogie Ellis should have got drafted at 55, are you willing to make a bet right now that he don't make the opening day roster for any team? Because I can bet you right now, since you think Boogie Ellis is NBA ready and he can shoot, I can bet you right now that Boogie Ellis is not on an NBA roster on opening day because he ain't ready.
That's wild.
So since you think, because you put the player Boogie Ellis out there, I actually know who Boogie Ellis is. I've watched this game, right? And not just at USC. I watched what he did prior to USC. I can bet you right now he's not on an NBA roster when the NBA season starts. I will bet you any type of money you want. $1, $100, whatever you want. I promise you he won't be on the NBA roster. Thus meaning he's not ready, just like a lot of other. Y'all just throw out other names because Boogie Ellis is the most popular name because he got associated with that Facebook meme. You guys don't know any of these guys. You don't care.
Lamont, I got two things to see. Man, Bronny trash.
He wasn't drafted.
There's no excuse.
That's
There's no excuse. Bronny trash. It ain't no excuse. And just the new NBA. It's WWE. Like it. So if you don't like it, start watching it. Like you can't prevent it. Just like I agree with Lamont. That been going on. Like that been going on. The part of it's just that Bronny getting hype. But if you looking for him to be his daddy, if you looking for him to be the next Michael Jordan, you tricking yourself. I'm just being honest. It's WWE.
100%.
But who expecting?
I believe that.
Expecting that from Bronny though? Like, who expecting
That's what we mad for? What he doing? I agree with Lamont. What we mad at? What he doing there for?
The whole point is we shouldn't be mad because a second round pick shouldn't be getting this much attention.
Exactly.
He should be getting. The only thing we should be saying about Bronny James right now is that he needs to develop. Anybody sitting here saying he can't play in the NBA or he didn't deserve the spot, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Man, what's shocking about
What's
shocking about a second round pick scoring 4 points?
That makes no sense. Stop it.
Hold on, y'all. Cause I just got on. I'm disappointed in all y'all, man. I've been listening. I'm disappointed in everybody, man.
I don't know why you're disappointed in me, Herm.
I'm disappointed at y'all capping ass niggas, cause end of the day,
Let him get his point on. Let him get his shit
I'm
off.
gonna tell you, the overprotection for Bronny James is ridiculous, and the overreaction to Bronny James being on the team is ridiculous as well.
You the same one that said that if LeBron was playing,
shut up.
Hold on.
Shut up.
You said if LeBron was playing,
shut up.
You gotta let him finish, man.
Bro, he's retired.
Shut up, you bum. End of the day, y'all.
All right, Coon.
I ain't no, nigga. One thing about it.
Hey, finish your point, Herm. Go ahead, get it off.
You over here calling niggas coons like LeBron.
I'm a man, bro. I'm a man, bro.
Fuck out of here.
I'm a man, bro. No nigga call me no coon.
Nigga, Garland, hold
on. I gotta get this out.
Get it out, Herm, man.
I smack the shit out of coons. So for a nigga to call me coon, I literally would smack the shit out of him.
Herm, get the shit off, Herm.
I'm from the South, bro. I don't play like that. So don't
nigga over here holding another man to a fucking pedestal.
You said out your own mouth if LeBron was playing.
It don't matter. Let him finish his take. Herm, just go finish your take.
No, but here's the thing, y'all. There was nothing wrong with the Lakers drafting the man at 55. So for niggas to be outraged about that, that's dumb as hell on y'all part. Shut the hell up.
Exactly.
And there's nothing wrong with that now. Before y'all guys going out your way to defend Bronny James because guys got criticism of his game. Shut the hell up.
Nobody defended him, Herm.
No, I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about other people.
Oh, I ain't defending him.
No, nobody. Hey, Herm. Nobody up here done defended. Nobody up here done defended nothing basketball.
The dudes.
Nobody even had a
chill.
Nobody came up here and said Bronny James is a superstar.
I'm not looking for nobody drafted 55 to score no more than where he scored.
I said Bronny James at the 55th pick needs development. He's a rookie that needs development, especially on the
Come
offensive end. Anybody
but
sitting
every
here
player
saying
needs
anything
development.
else
What kind of
is
stupid shit
capping.
is that,
If you
son?
sit
Every
here
player
saying
needs
he
fucking
didn't deserve
development.
to be in the NBA,
between man.
you're
I don't think
capping.
he
That's my
good.
only.
Me personally, I don't think he
Not
good.
between
Every
man.
player
If
needs fucking
you
development, man. That makes no fucking sense.
Exactly. I don't
hold
think he
on,
good.
y'all.
He don't got it.
Yeah,
Straight up.
It's
He
either
don't
you
got
got
it.
it or it's either you got it or you don't, bro. When you at that height and when you struggle at the things that he struggles in, I don't see him making
What is he
drastic.
struggling?
So I
What is
have
he
a question.
struggling?
So
What is
Herm,
he
Y'all,
NBA
struggling
y'all
with?
kids
just
don't
let
NBA
people
kids
finish
don't
speak,
develop over
man.
their entire
I mean,
career.
y'all love to interrupt with a nigga saying something that y'all don't
You
like.
matter of fact,
So
you right. You right. My bad. Go ahead. You right.
I'm gonna go. So
That's
he
what
say,
Braun fans do, huh?
yeah. So he said, what does he struggle with? He is not a great shooter off the dribble. He is not a guy. He
They
is
need
not a guy
development.
that can shoot well off the dribble. And when you a short guard, you got to be able to do that. Why I think guys like Kyrie, Dame Lillard, and Allen Iverson, even Chris Paul, and those guys survive like they survive because they're able to shoot off the dribble. They're able to create their own shot of will, and they're able to finish amongst giants and finish it with contact and all that. Bronny James is not good at none of those things right now.
What is he good at, Herm?
Bronny James, he's good. He's good at playing defense. I mean, that's the one thing that stand out to me. He's a solid defender, despite of what people play that video clip of him. He's still a solid defender. He's good. He's solid in transition to a degree, and he's athletic for his size. Before being a small guard, he lacks in those major things that he needs to be sufficient in the NBA. And I think if he doesn't make drastic changes, which 9 times out of 10 I don't believe he is, Bronny James, Lamont, will retire once LeBron James retires. When LeBron James retired after his 23rd year, which is rumored the degree when LeBron James will step away from the game, Bronny James will retire with his father after the 2026 season. Once
Okay.
LeBron James plays his 23rd season, they both will retire at the same time.
Okay. And now, Herm, I know you got to say the end part because you got to throw some comedic value in there. But when we talking about Bronny James, what you just said about Bronny James, talking about him defensively and offensively, that sounds like a project player. That's what most second round picks are. And what you saying was, if you want to allude to the fact that Bronny James won't last 2 years in the league, that's the average. That's the average life of a second round pick that actually gets on an NBA roster.
And
Around
that's
2 years.
100% true.
So
Well,
the
he'll
thing
be there
is,
4 years.
I mean, he's obviously going to be in the league at least 4 years because he signed a 4-year deal. But I mean, my homie Carson Edwards signed a 4-year deal with the Celtics, and he spent the majority of that time in the G League. And then they bought his contract out, so you might not spend it all. You might not spend it all in the league. So, I mean, look, where we look and what Herm said right there. Nobody's saying you're wrong for that take. That's a basketball assessment. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the people making basketball assessments. I'm talking about the people that are pretending to make basketball assessments, who ain't watched the game, who ain't assessed any picks, who don't care about the first or second round, and they're just using Bronny James as fodder to just target LeBron because their ulterior goal is we got to find reasons and ways to keep saying LeBron James is not in the GOAT conversation. There's a specific group of people I'm hating. Those people know exactly what they're doing, and they know why they're utilizing Bronny James in this particular manner. Y'all confusing that with talking about Bronny James's game. It's very easy to talk about Bronny James right now because he's a project. Not very difficult. He has a lot of flaws in his game. He has some intangibles that give him some upside, like his athleticism for his size and his defense, but he has a long way to go. Not rocket science. It's not no in-depth take with him. I think people try to pretend to run to the basketball talk because they want to avoid the main point that I'm saying. And that's people just trying to utilize Bronny to take shots at LeBron James. And
I don't think folks doing that.
I I
That's
mean, I've
exactly
seen
what
it.
they doing, bro.
Listen, if
And
you
then the
think,
reason
if you
and
listen,
the
listen,
reason why
listen,
I've
if you
seen it
think
is
LeBron the GOAT, LeBron's the GOAT. That's your opinion. Who cares?
okay, I don't have
That's the way
LeBron
it
as
Let's
the
make
is.
GOAT.
something clear, Great One. Did nobody give a shit about nepotism or the second round until Bronny James came out in the second round, and nobody gave a shit about nepotism until I started accusing LeBron James of doing it. Stop it, bro. All of y'all
Listen,
sitting here trying to
listen,
like I
listen.
give a shit about the second round ever in NBA history need to stop.
Hey,
Y'all can't
Listen.
tell me
I'm gonna
The
put
main
anybody
man,
in the
everybody
the
on
main
second
man
round
game.
on
that
the
was
panel just
good.
said if he wasn't
Hold up.
Oh,
LeBron's
there
son,
go the OGBs.
Hey,
he
What's
wouldn't have been
happening,
motherfucking
man?
drafted.
let me put y'all on some game, bro.
Lamont just said that.
What's happening,
Go ahead,
Bees?
Bees. Go ahead, Bees.
Hey, if people are mad now, I'm about to tell you what's gonna really happen. LeBron is going to get that team in Vegas, and he gonna have Bryce and Bronny on it. I'm telling you right now. If people think this is the tipping point, I'm telling you what the future holds. He gonna have a team by the time Bryce come out, and he gonna get Bryce, and he gonna have Bronny. I'm telling you right
I
now,
hope he do.
that's what's gonna
And I
happen.
hope he does get ownership.
Can I just add
I
that
hope
that
he
was
gets the team
absolutely
and
a
put
fake
both his
analysis
sons
by
on there.
Tony. Like that
Work
was
that
absolutely
nepotism
fake.
for you.
I
Work
heard that
that
nigga hating on
nepotism to
Bronny
the
last
fullest,
week.
LeBron. Get your cousins and
You
aunt,
heard
get
me
your cousins
hating
on
on
there.
Bronny last week.
No, Herm, no, not you.
Oh,
Herm does not watch the games. He does not know Bronny's game. He can't analyze it.
I
You already
do
have his
know.
biases. He just
What you
switched up
mad?
because there was some pressure put
You
on him.
don't
When people start calling him out for not
you
knowing
don't
the
know
draft,
nothing
that's when he
about
starts acting
basketball, to
like this.
be honest. If we was to debate, you won't last a minute. You won't last a round
That's
with
not
me.
what I'm talking about. I just want you to,
Son,
explain why
the
you
whole
shouldn't have
point
been
is
drafted. You couldn't
the
explain
whole
the
point is
players
LeBron
beneath
James is
him.
not a
if you don't
good
agree with anything
basketball
LeBron
player,
does,
bro.
You
LeBron's
don't
not
know
gonna
the
be able to
players
LeBron
respond
beneath
to you.
James.
Bronny or
Period.
above him in the draft. You don't understand the competition. You can't analyze
It
this.
ain't really the draft is not a strong draft,
Well, hold
bro.
on, Herm. Let me ask you one question. This is for
But
Herm and Great
that
One. Before I get to some other stuff. How does summer league play correlate to the NBA?
It really doesn't correlate at all, honestly.
I mean, it has the whole some value. I mean, if you guys are looking for Bronny to come out and do these great things offensively,
I mean, he should do some good things because he's playing against
okay,
average
you
competition.
hold on 1 second. I just want to stay
He's
on one
playing
thing.
against average competition.
Hold
So
on, because I've already
he should be doing something.
hold on, Great One. When I highlighted that he held an NBA pro and Xavier Sneed to 2 points defensively, you just tried to pretend like it wasn't nothing. So when I tell you he did something good, what you do is you lowball it and you try to pretend like
All right,
that wasn't
when did I
something.
pretend? When did I pretend it was nothing? I
Okay,
never said
so
that.
hold on 1 second.
No.
Great One. What you doing is you talk so
He's
fast.
solid defensively, Great One.
Hold on 1 second, Herm. Great One. You got to stop talking so fast because just to try to talk yourself out the jam. Let's not pretend like he didn't do anything good in that game. Just like most Jordan fans who are hyper focused on the offensive side of the floor, you guys don't care about defense. You don't know how to look at defense. And you don't know how to, unless somebody is getting 19 steals and 19 blocks, you don't know how to assess if they're actually playing good defense. So the fact that he held Xavier Sneed, an NBA pro, a guy that's been on NBA rosters over the last 5 years consistently, he held him to 2 points, and y'all gloss over that like he didn't do nothing good offensively, and you talk about 2 for 9. Okay, so again, y'all coming up with your own narratives. Nobody said nobody said he was a great offensive player. He was pegged as a good defensive player, and he came in and shut down a really good player. And Brandon Katz and Brandon Katz. Xavier Sneed averages 1.7 points per game in the NBA. Now go look at what he averages when he plays in summer league. Then come back and tell me. See, I'm going to go look at what Xavier Sneed typically does when he plays in summer league. That's what you need to be looking up. Go look at what his numbers were when he played in the G League. That's what you need to be looking up. Don't look at his numbers when he gets pulled up to the NBA roster and he's barely getting playing time. So talk to me about his numbers when he's playing summer league. And that's the player that Bronny James was able to quail. Hold on. Michael Jordan fans are the best. Ask for the link. We'll give them the link. We'll entertain it.
Hey, but Lamont, but to answer your question, I don't typically hold summer league against guys. Yes, you could assess to a certain degree, but you really not running a lot of sets. It's kind of open gym in summer league, kind of.
Well, they had
So
They had 2 practices. What do you
yeah,
expect?
I understand what you're saying, but those guys not gonna learn everything within those 2 practices though. So I really don't hold that to the highest degree. Cause remember the month, Dwight Howard was the same one saying that, man, they too fast for me. This first game of summer league, he looked terrible. People were trying to say Dwight Howard was going to be a bust because of summer league. What it look at how Dwight Howard turned out. So you really just can't all the way assess a player with just the summer league. Yes, you'll have a good indication, but I don't hold that as the only value to why how you can hold whether a player's gonna have success in the NBA though. Because Dwight Howard struggled the summer league, so I don't always go with the summer league thing.
I agree. Summer league doesn't tell you it doesn't tell you much. Because I can give you a plethora of players that all struggled in summer league. I can give you a plethora of those players.
Start naming them so people can understand. Maybe they might take a little easier.
I want y'all to think back. Steph Curry didn't perform well in summer league. He turned out to be the greatest shooter of all time. He shot poorly.
That's true.
Kawhi Leonard did not perform well in summer league. He turned out to have some of the first 3 years of his career that anybody would have thought. Paul George did not perform well in summer league. Jimmy Butler didn't do very well in summer league. Giannis did not do well in summer league. Who else we got? I'm trying to think. I think Lonzo is the example of doing well in summer league, but it didn't necessarily translate to the NBA side. So you got opposite examples, guys that go crazy in summer league, but when the NBA hits, it's a different story. So, I mean, if y'all want to, summer league is just pickup basketball. It's not very organized. A lot of things are put together on the fly, especially on a Laker team that didn't even know who their summer league coaching staff was going to be up until a few days before.
Facts.
It's hypercritical. Hey, y'all, we got Michael Jordan fans are the best up here, y'all.
Shout out to you, Michael Jordan fans are the best, man.
Hello, everyone. Michael Jordan fans are the best.
Now, but bro, Michael Jordan's my GOAT too. But this is what I'm gonna tell you though. Look, bro, the one thing about Michael Jordan that he always highlighted, bro, just his love for the game alone. So, what I'm gonna advise, we don't have to hate or just spew hate towards other players to show Michael Jordan's
he's
great.
just gonna say he doesn't hate LeBron.
What have I said hateful about LeBron?
I mean, you have chronicled, well, your platform has chronicled things about the 20 LeBron's meltdowns a lot, and I don't think we had to go that route to display how good Michael Jordan is or how better, if he's better than LeBron James.
I really don't want to talk about Jordan versus LeBron.
Yeah, we don't have to though. But my bad, Lamont.
Yeah, I mean it. I don't mean to get anybody upset. I like to entertain, and it's stuff I like to talk about. So stuff I'm not a coach. I'm not a high level player. I'm just a fan, and I find it entertaining. And I'm a fan of Michael Jordan fans.
So my question is, Bronny James.
Yep.
How did you feel about him getting drafted?
I caught the beginning part, and if you can catch me up with everything. No, I'm just kidding. I'm the thing that I'm concerned with is how the media is going to spin it towards how it has something to do with LeBron James. That's the thing that I've seen. I've heard things in the past saying, well, LeBron is going to be the first of, and it's just something that it seems that they always just add on to his GOAT narrative. And it's impressive. It's cool. All that stuff is cool. As an individual, I'm not a huge fan of the nepotism. I caught this part 2 that you had said before. And I have been critical with some people. I didn't really like the Austin Rivers thing. I didn't care about the Shaq thing or the Scottie Pippen Jr. thing, though. It just seemed the Austin Rivers thing was really in your face because he was a pro level player. He wasn't a G League or D League or whatever level player, whatever time it was. And the other Scottie Pippen and Shaq's kids, I was just more interested in it because I liked them as players and they had been out of the league for some time. And I am critical of LeBron. I am biased towards Michael Jordan. I don't think that's a secret, and I don't pretend that I'm not. But in respect to him getting it, I feel like they could have just taken him undrafted if they wanted to take him, and then signed him that way, and then give somebody another opportunity to get. And I don't know about the CBA rules in respect to the contracts, but it seems like somebody may have been able to get an opportunity to get more money. I would imagine, I'm not saying, I don't know this to be true, but being drafted, I would think you'd have the opportunity to get more money. Am I mistaken on that?
Yes. There's really a second round pick is not guaranteed anything. It does not guarantee
I mean,
you
for having a max contract in respect to if you do get signed.
No, it does not guarantee you anything. If you can go undrafted and sign the same, if not bigger deal than Bronny got.
And plus, everybody who got signed to the Lakers, they just opted into their player option. It's not like they added somebody.
No, I'm saying, but for first and second round picks, there's no cap to how much they can get paid.
For first round picks, it's where you get drafted. So if you for Dalton Knecht falling at the 17 spot, there's a price bracket that he falls into. He's going to make that amount of money. And it goes down. The number one pick makes the most, 2, and it goes in order literally in the first round. Now, once you get to the second round, now there's no guarantees. The first round, you get guaranteed years in the league. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. In the second round, the team can waive you right after summer league, and you can be a free agent and you can go wherever you want. So you got to earn everything out of summer league unless the team sees something in you where they feel like just go ahead and signing you. So we've seen about 7 to 8 second round picks get signed before they even dribble the ball in summer league. It's been multiple players, not just Bronny. And I think the presumption people are trying to put out there is Bronny's the only player. No, I watched my buddy from Purdue, Carson Edwards. He did the same thing. There's been multiple players this year who got drafted. There's even, like I said, even the guy that got for the Phoenix Suns, when the Phoenix Suns GM drafted his godson, they gave him a guaranteed deal already. He hasn't done anything. He wasn't even projected to get drafted. So, again, teams, the contracts don't really hurt the team's salary cap number. They'll probably stick these guys on the G, right? Let them develop. May bring them up if they are ready or if they look to be ready sooner than that. But it doesn't take any opportunities away from anyone. Actually, drafting Bronny James opens doors for other players, because some of these players, as soon as they don't get drafted in the first round, they're in talks with teams around the league. Do you have a 2-way contract over here? This and that and other. So maybe some of these players see a better situation somewhere else other than LA, where that 2-way deal might be a little bit better, more realistic for them to crack the rotation. It's going to be tough as a player getting drafted to the Lakers to crack the rotation right now on a Laker team that's going to try to win games. I don't know how successful they're going to be at it, but they're going to try. I think people made a bigger deal about it than it was. He did not take anything from anyone else. And I'd be a lie if I said that I don't think LeBron had anything to do with him getting drafted. I think he did have something to do with him getting drafted. But I think once he gets drafted, I think what I'm seeing now is I'm seeing people weaponize Bronny just to throw shots at LeBron, just to say he's running an organization or he's doing this negative or that negative, when I think LeBron flexing his muscles as a player to get someone drafted, I think it's a good thing. Players haven't been in control a ton. For players to have that type of control is great. We've seen Jordan didn't do it with a family member, but Scott Williams clearly documents. He came on this show, and when we interviewed him, he says, when I finished at North Carolina, I wasn't supposed to get drafted. You know who made the Bulls draft Scott Williams? Michael Jordan. Went to the front office. That's my good friend. you guys should take Scott Williams. Guys should go draft Scott Williams. What did the Chicago Bulls do? They went and drafted Scott Williams. I mean, call that what you want. But Jordan did a ton of players favors to that degree. And Scott Williams came on here and said, I was a Chicago Bull. My career in the NBA is because of Michael Jordan. He told the team to draft me, and they drafted me. So let's not pretend like it hasn't happened. It has happened. And players and Scott Williams came on this show and told us about how it happened.
I want to bring it back. I just wanted to clarify something with the contracts though. So that scaling from the first to the second round, the scaling stops in the second round. If you were to sign a contract with them, I know it's not guaranteed, but is there some sort of scale for a max amount of money that you can get at a certain spot? So it's 55 different from 31.
Is it just me?
Yes, something's going on with your something's going on.
Audio's going out.
Your audio's messing up, Michael Jordan fans.
But to answer his question, no. Like there's nothing guaranteed after the
Is that low?
After the first round. Yeah, it's me.
I'm losing. Can you hear me?
Well, you snuck back up here.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. I'm right. I'm at house.
Oh, you got the M on. I thought that was Mac Dell.
No, Low snuck in here for a while, man.
But to answer his question, yeah, your mic is
your connection's going bad, Michael Jordan fans.
But to answer his question, like no, there's no.
I can't hear you guys.
I'll leave a spot for you. Okay.
Yeah, to answer his question after the first round, no, nothing.
Oh wait, I think I hear you now.
All right,
you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. After the first round, nothing is guaranteed, and the amount of money that they can get paid, I think it caps off at around like I think I want to say it's like 2% or like 3% or something of the cap. But most second round picks don't even get that. Most second round picks either get a two-way contract, which is like something that's effectively new in the NBA now. So it's like something that's only existed for like the last like 2 or 3 years. Or they just sign deals that last like a certain amount of days before the season starts, and then they just play like a 10-day or something like that.
I'm not trying to interrupt you. I understand that. I'm asking, is there a scale for the pay like the first round at a certain spot?
No, there's no scale.
I understand there's a non-guaranteed, two-way contracts and all that. No scale.
There's no scale.
Okay.
No.
So there's no max amount that somebody can sign
there's
for in the second round.
No, they can't sign for any amount of money. I think there's a percentage, like Lo said, there's a percentage of the cap that they can make. So basically the league will, if you go undrafted, you'll be assigned something called your market value. And I believe that's the max you can make, whatever your market value is designated as. But this is why you see these second round picks getting like these 2-4 year $6 and $8 million deals, because I think you're gonna cap out at around 1.1 to somewhere around $2 million, and it's not gonna get much higher than that. Because I know Carson Edwards, he signed a 4-year $8 million deal with the Celtics, and this is after having a great summer league where the Celtics were really high on him as a player that they could use, and he just ultimately didn't pan out. But yeah, they gave him 4 years. $8 million, which is only $2 million per year. So I think there's a cap to how much you can make, but I don't know those rules exactly per se.
It's a percentage, but it's all based off of like a lot of what you can negotiate. So again, you're still technically under your rookie deal. So it's not like you get undrafted and like you can just get to the same like max as like a LeBron. But like in terms of like scaling, in contrast to like the first round, like Lamont was saying, there's an actual scale. Like, so the most amount of money that a first, like the number 1 overall pick gets, in contrast to the most amount of money that the 28th overall pick gets, that type of scaling does not exist in the second round.
Oh, you're right. I'm reading it right here. Lo, you are right. This says the rookie scale does not apply to players picked outside the first 30 selections. This is once pick 31 is on the clock, teams are permitted to sign these players to whatever contracts they like. Since the players who go in the second round are not seen as assured NBA caliber talents, the way their first round brethren are, that means second round picks receive contracts that are far less favorable. It says usually second round picks sign contracts that contain little or no guaranteed money. Many will sign two-way contracts that allow them to split their time between the NBA and the G League, and it gives some examples. So, yeah, Lo is right. There is no scale. They can sign them for whatever, but you just don't have much bargaining power when you're a
Okay.
second-round pick.
Yeah, I didn't know. I thought it was the same with the scale in the first round. But to what you were talking about with LeBron, I guess to give him some leeway, I think I think what most people are turned off is more of the media about LeBron than maybe LeBron himself. It is LeBron himself in some aspects, but I think the media coverage of the whole Bronny getting drafted, or at least what I've seen, I think that really rubs people the wrong way. Just how much hype they put behind it. I understand why they're trying to sell it. They're trying to sell LeBron more so than Bronny, because he is, arguably still the face of the league. I know they're trying to put people up there. I would call him the face of the league. I think that's what rubs people the wrong way, is the media coverage of it, about how it's so extraordinary. And not to say that it's obviously the first that something's happening, but I think most people would agree, like you had said, Lamont, is that it's manufactured. It seems manufactured at face value as well. And, you can say that, you like it. That's fine. It rubs me the wrong way, speaking for myself. If you like it, that's cool. I don't, whatever you like. But for me, as a fan, it rubs me the wrong way.
Isn't that everybody though? Isn't
Well, my
everybody
question to you would be, as a Jordan fan, as a Jordan fan, wouldn't you be used to that avid media coverage that is heavily tilted one way, that makes a player look really good at almost every turn? And you're talking about a guy in Jordan who essentially had Ahmad Rashad traveling with him. He literally would pay Ahmad Rashad to travel with him. He did his biggest interviews with Ahmad Rashad to control the narrative. The NBA did everything in its power to hide anything negative that came out about Michael Jordan. The same could be argued for Jordan. I would think that as a Jordan fan, you would actually appreciate the media coverage surrounding LeBron, because it's exactly what the NBA did for Michael Jordan, and Michael Jordan had Ahmad Rashad right next to him to help propagate it.
Well, I mean, I was a kid when it was all happening, so I don't know all the details. I mean, when he retired the first time, I was 11, or excuse me, the second time, the 98, not the Wizards. So, in respect to him being a media mogul, yeah, for sure. But the details, I'm more intimate with the modern day details, with the 24/7 media coverage where LeBron can just go on Twitter and it goes viral or something. I don't really pay attention to that stuff in respect to looking at his Twitter or whatever. But the whole idea of somebody posts a picture and it's worldwide news nowadays. Now the media was way different back then. It was cable television. You can hide in ways. Not that Michael Jordan was trying to hide in a lot of ways, but what I'm saying is that it's just so overwhelming, at least for me. And being a little older, it's just kind of, I don't want to hear about Bronny James getting drafted or possibly getting drafted for the 10th time today, and versus watching it on TV when the phone life is different than the cable life, or the time, the internet, however you want to put it. So, I mean, I get what I understand what you're saying is, do I appreciate the media value of LeBron? I mean, that's one of the reasons why I have him ranked so high in my all-time grades. I have him around 10 generally, 5 to 15. But it's his media
Damn,
impact
5 to
makes him
10,
great.
bro. 5 to
What's that?
10, though. So can we?
No, please.
I can't. Did somebody say something? I might be cutting out again.
Nah, keep
You
going,
got it,
bro.
man. You got it, man. Let's keep it pushing.
Hello.
Man.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
My bad.
I can't.
My bad.
I can't hear y'all.
My bad.
Yeah, I don't even want to go into what's.
Hold on, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Nah, he can't reboot to come back in.
Yeah, I don't.
All right, I'm gonna call back in.
Yeah,
All right.
reboot to come back in.
But see, this is the thing, y'all. This is the thing. You cannot debate someone's top 10.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, we weren't going.
And the reason why you can't debate it is because unless you're willing to debate their criteria, it's pointless. Because if he formulates a criteria that puts LeBron at that, if his criteria puts LeBron outside the top 10, that's his criteria. You might not agree with the criteria he's using. Everybody sees the game different. This is why.
No,
But vice versa.
Lamont, come on. Let's.
I know.
I just wanted to hear
get
this.
it. But what I'm saying, Lo, is,
come on, Lamont.
It's too hard to get people to change their criteria.
No, that's fine. But come on, we can.
I just wanted to hear the list. I wasn't going to debate because I know it was going to be 30 minutes. I just wanted to hear the list.
You are.
Now,
you good.
The only thing I'm gonna get on, because I'm a Jordan guy, but the thing that I'm gonna get on him about once he come back on, I'll get on him, man, because I don't think he should feel any type of way because of the media coverage. Why? I mean, let them do what they do. They want to cover his ass for 30 straight days. Let them cover Bronny James being drafted for 30 straight days. I don't see nothing. I'm not tripping off none of that.
See, the problem because it's not Michael Jordan.
The problem with this is people.
Is that his top 10? I'm sorry to cut you off. Was that his top 10 right there?
I think so.
I don't think that's the dude that was up there.
I don't think that's his top 10. He has Kuzi in his top 10.
Now that's the great one with his top 10.
No, I'm just telling you, he has George Mikan and Kuzi in his top 10.
We don't need to even discuss anybody.
I already know, Lo. I already know.
Christ.
I mean, don't get low started, man.
People got to understand that you just whether you think Bronny James is good, whether he deserves it, it's irrelevant. You're talking about the kid that had the biggest NIL deal. So the kid has a brand, even though it's based off his father's brand. The kid has a brand. He's going to get eyes on him. And because of that, there's money to be made there. And no one's going to turn that away.
They're gonna make a lot of money off of father and son playing together. So
I mean, think of the T-shirts and the stuff that Jeannie
people
Buss
gotta understand. They gotta understand the business aspect. NBA always been big business. That's why I be tripping out people like to be in denial that the NBA don't set certain things up to make sure that their brand goes to another level. I mean, people are delusional when it comes to it, and I'm not double talking. The monk can vouch. That's why it's hard. The month knows this. That's why it's hard to be in the middle. Because when you be honest, even though I don't have LeBron as my GOAT, but I think it's ridiculous for people to feel a certain type of way about Bronny James being talked about Bronny James being drafted. I think that's ridiculous.
Can I be honest, Herm?
Yeah.
Let's just be honest, y'all. And I got to let Michael Jordan fans know when he comes back. This whole excuse that it's the media is BS. Let's just be real, man.
Thank you.
It's all BS. This is not true. This is like, you might not like a certain commentator here or there, which I get. I don't like Jason Whitlock, but I do like other commentators here or there. But do y'all really think that I don't see LeBron James enough on TV. Like, you know how much TV you got to watch to see LeBron James so much that you start a campaign to hate him?
Thank you.
Like, how like, you literally can't be doing nothing other in your life other than watching TV, looking for LeBron videos. I told you the media, the best thing about today with all the media coverage is that you got a plethora of options to watch literally whatever you want.
Thank you.
And if you want to see LeBron all day, that's because that's all you're looking up and going to go watch. That's because that's what you want to see. So I just think it's BS to say that it's the media, because it was actually worse in the 90s, because in the 90s, they only sold you one thing, Michael Jordan. They didn't sell you Hakeem. They didn't sell you David Robinson. They didn't sell you no other players. They sold you just Jordan. You didn't even have a choice. You didn't have no other options. And it's like they almost systematically made sure WGN just happened to be in almost every state across America.
We had a little penny in the 90s,
I'm talking about, it's crazy. I hear people in California. I hear people in California talking about they had WGN. I mean, the NBA made sure that the WGN channel was accessible worldwide. And you would know who Jordan is. They didn't give you no options. So I just think the media thing, it's hard for me to accept that, because you choose to see whatever media you want to see nowadays. You got options.
And that's why Bron's still the face of the league, man.
So that's why I think it's BS to say media. That's why I say just be honest. It just sounds like it's stemming from the hateful rhetoric. Maybe you got barbecued by some LeBron James fan on another panel or something. You're just trying to get, because you know Herm does it all the time. Herm get cooked somewhere else. Herm is going to try to create a show somewhere to get you back.
They go Lamont gaslighting. They go Lamont.
But Lamont, thing though, it's not a lot of people that can cook me though. They may hate because I'm strong sometimes.
Herm biting right into it now. Here we go.
Nah, I'm just messing with you, Herm. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I know.
But that's why he's still the face of the league, man. Unfortunately,
everything you said, I agree with. Like this idea that like it's just so much LeBron. Like it's because you put yourself in front of LeBron. There was way more control in media back then with Michael Jordan. So I don't know, but I mean the brother did say that he was 11 years old in '98, so he didn't really watch MJ. So he probably.
And if you didn't know about Jordan when you was 11 in '98, then I don't know what the hell you was doing.
No, I'm talking about he didn't. He said he didn't feel the full effect of like the media.
But Lamont,
you probably didn't feel that.
You gotta remember, Lil Penny was taking off. Lamont, you gotta remember now. Lil Penny was taking off now. Yeah, Chris Rock.
But the only thing Little Penny proves, Herm, the only thing Little Penny proves is how powerful the media was back then. Like you can literally on your hand remember the figures that the media put in front of you in the 90s. You got Grandma Ma, Larry Johnson. You got Little Penny. Right. You got obviously I got Jordan with the Gatorade commercials.
Grant Hill was getting pushed too.
Right. But what I'm saying is like Scotty, we can, because the media push certain things. You can't tell me about how the media pushed David Robinson. You can't tell me how the media pushed Hakeem or Ewing, other than Ewing's ugly ass shoes. But
also he played for the Knicks. That's another reason.
I mean, the Knicks helped there, but I don't think there was a national intent to push Ewing because he just wasn't appealing to the masses. I don't believe. And you couldn't sell Hakeem because he was African in the 90s. Right. Absolutely. The only player you really could sell was Jordan. They tried with Christian Laettner, and then he was a bum. I mean, so
a lot of bums in that era.
Hey, Lo, can I ask you a question, Lo, about your Lakers?
Sure.
Do you see them? Do you see any foreseeable moves in the future? Any trades?
Well, I already told Lamont. I'm happy you brought that up because Lamont didn't think that D'Lo was going to opt into his deal, and he did. So he was wrong about that. And I've been trying to tell him that literally for months now. So D'Lo opted in, and then we got another pick. So in theory, we should be able to just trade D'Lo and the picks that we have, and maybe Rui. I think DFS and Cam make the most sense right now.
Okay. I think so you don't see them picking up any type of bigs?
I want that trade to happen so bad, Lo.
A big at this point, no, because there's not.
Brooklyn ain't gonna do that though.
Brooklyn's trying to get rid of them.
Brooklyn's trying to lose. They're tearing down everything right now.
Yeah, but Brooklyn can actually get more assets than that though.
For Cam?
For Cam Johnson and DFS, you think they can get more than?
Yes. I think
two draft picks and an expiring contract.
I think they can though.
You projecting right now, Herm?
Yeah,
you don't want them.
Herm, the Nets are trying to lose games.
I'm just telling y'all what they were trying to get for him.
All they want are draft picks.
They were trying to get 2 picks for Dorian Finney-Smith. That's why he wants to trade.
Man, they ain't not trying to get no 2 picks for Dorian Finney-Smith.
I'm telling you.
Even if they did try to get 2, I mean,
they wanted to trade on draft night, Lamont.
But in this market, nobody's not moving off of 2 first-rounders for DFS. Like, come on out.
I mean, Brooklyn got to try to finesse something, man.
No, they just need to just try to get draft picks. So that's kind of the move for the Lakers right now. Just get a little bit of young on the perimeter. AD at the 5 is probably just the inevitable, and work with Jackson Hayes. They said that they're probably going to stick with him, and kind of just move in that direction. That's all.
Hey, man, Lamont, I got a #1 fan, man. I appreciate King John III, man. I appreciate you for keeping Herm name alive, bro. Man, you my biggest fan. I love you, bro. I appreciate the support, King John III, man. Keep it up, brother.
If he got Bob Cousy in his top 10, he got to have Bill Russell.
No, he definitely. I don't think he has Bill. He might have Bill. Well, really, what he's done, Lo, He's just willing to put anybody in there over LeBron at this stage.
Come on, man. You can't. If you have Bob Cousy, you got to have Bill Russell
and
Bob
George
Cousy.
Mikan.
Oh man, Jesus.
It's bad. No, it's bad for sure. It's bad for sure.
Okay. I just wanted to. Yikes. Oh, that's a yikes right there.
He did a whole video.
Lakers ain't making the playoffs. I said it.
I agree, B.
Oh my God, man!
I can't go against Beast no more. He been kind of right.
I'm telling you right now,
B.
Lakers ain't making the playoffs.
So what? Lakers are 12 seed this year? That's what you're saying?
No, they ain't gonna be in the playoffs.
They gonna
be worse than the Rockets.
I think this.
Who replaces them?
A couple things, right?
Who replacing them? The Rockets? The Jazz?
Well, no, a couple things. I think this Olympics is going to have a negative impact on the Lakers. It's going to have a negative impact on LeBron. AD just came off a season where he gave you 76 games, played through injury. He need to have his butt home right now resting.
I hear that.
Not going over and playing in the Olympics. I think that these extra games and the fact that the Lakers they try to coast through 2/3 of the season, I think it's going to bite them in the butt this year.
There's a lot of teams in the West got better too.
Do you think that they're gonna do you think that they're actually going to be playing these games? I mean, most of these games are going to be just runaway games, probably up by 60, 50 points for some of them, most of them. So are they really going to be playing as hard as you think, or most of those games are going to be 20 minutes tops, light run that they would be doing anyway?
It's the fact that they're just playing. They're practicing. It don't even matter that they're practicing hard. They're not refreshed. They're not doing their normal routine and rebuilding their bodies right now.
I don't think. I think the most Bron ever take off. The most Bron ever take off on the off season is what, 1 to 2 weeks anyway. It's not like he don't get right back into training. So I mean, like I said,
difference between playing and training.
I'm about to say there's a difference between playing and training. I hear that.
Not in the first round though. You know what I'm saying?
I know it's a difference between playing and training, but what I'm saying is for the level of playing that they're going to be doing on a once a week type basis. In the Olympic style, it's not going to be what you think as far as like, it's not a grueling season where you're playing 4 or 5 games a week, 30 minutes a night. They're going to probably be managing minutes of about 15 to 20 minutes because they got how many all-stars on the team? You see what I'm saying? They ain't going to really need that. They probably have one game of like really tough, hard playing. But
they're not going to be playing all the all-stars. They're like Tyrese Halliburton ain't going to really put that much PT in. If like LeBron starts, he's going to be playing a lot of minutes.
KD gonna play a lot of minutes.
Yeah, I just don't see LeBron going, and he's not gonna get a lot of minutes.
Yeah, I'm about to say, LeBron is about to.
I don't see that.
I agree with you.
He's playing 25 minutes on a hard game, but not nothing crazy.
But it's a lot of competition. It's a lot more competition than what you
hold up, Herm. I couldn't hear what you said.
It's a lot more competition. Where, Herm?
Man, I mean the Olympics, man. They gonna have some competition there.
Man, Herm,
do you see how much talent USA got on their roster, bro?
No, they're not.
Like what? It's not even close,
Herm, did you
bro.
see what the under 17 boys Olympic team did?
That's the under 17 boys.
Well, they were beating teams by 80 and 90.
Didn't Luka just get put out? Didn't Slovenia just get put out?
I remember what happened in FIBA.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It might be one team that can push the U.S. team to like a tough game, man. That shit.
Canada could play USA tough.
Man, you must be crazy.
Because they got the guard play. Because they got the guard play. They got the guard play. Canada would make it tough on us.
Hey, either way, y'all better enjoy this gold and maybe one more, and then it's curtains.
Spain.
No, I ain't gonna lie. The way that what's his name looking right now at the 17? What's the dude? What's the
France gonna be balling?
Yeah, France gonna be a problem in 2-3 years.
They a problem.
Who you talking about, Love?
Who's a white dude in Duke right now?
Cooper.
Yeah,
Cooper
Cooper Flag, and an Ant coming along. I ain't gonna hold you. Chet. Try to
come on, bro.
France is kind of crazy.
France looking like a problem, though. I did watch France.
They starting Evan Fournier. That Brandon Katz just made a good point for once. Like, come on, France is starting
They starting Wembanyama and Rudy Gobert. That's looking like a nasty
Hey,
combination.
Yeah, I keep thinking France don't have a
I
chance.
think France is good in 3-4 years. Well, the next Olympics, I think
Man,
France
they
gonna be
good now. Y'all keep
Hey,
sleeping on
I
it.
think Victor
Yeah.
about to go crazy next season. I think he about to go, especially
Spurs
with
gonna
Chris
make the
Paul.
playoffs.
I think he about to go crazy
Paul doesn't
next
move the
season.
needle.
Spurs gonna make the playoffs though.
No,
Are
they're
they?
okay. Jesus Christ.
I ain't say that. I just said he about to go crazy.
Hey,
I
I
ain't
did
say
predict
he
that
gonna
as
play
well.
off. I just said
Victor got to be
Because
in
now that
MVP
they got
talks.
Harrison Barnes, I think Harrison Barnes, Chris Paul can help him.
Victor got to be in MVP talks if they make the playoffs.
I think he will be in the
I think he will be.
top 5 MVP.
I agree with him
Y'all,
on that.
he winning DPOY next year. I think that's curtains. Like
I think he's gonna be an MVP conversation.
So y'all
Like,
think he gonna
that's
lead to 50 wins?
It's gonna take only 42 to get in the playoffs.
No,
Probably.
it ain't. You need to damn near 50.
It's not.
What?
Herm is chatting right now.
The
how
word,
many wins the
90s,
Lakers?
Herm.
How many
the
wins
Lakers
they
have
had
47
45,
wins,
right? They had 45,
47 or 45.
Lakers
and
got
was
in
a
at the
10th
8 seed at
seed.
47.
47
Okay. I want
wins.
y'all to think about this then. It's not gonna take 50. End of the day, you got all these other teams. It's gonna cancel out now because Memphis back in the mix. Pelicans gonna still be a problem. Dallas still gonna be in there. It's gonna be a lot of teams
You're
whooping
giving
each
us
other.
even more reason why it's going to be 50
Now,
wins.
that's what I'm trying to tell you. 6 through 10. 6 through 10. I think it's gonna be anywhere between 42 to 48 wins because they're gonna be whooping on each other throughout the season. I think it's not gonna be as many teams winning 50-some wins as it was last year. I think it's gonna be
I mean,
lower.
B's already said the Lakers gonna be 11, 12 seed. They ain't making the playoffs.
No, I
So
didn't say they couldn't make the play in. I just don't like what I've been seeing from them with this coasting mentality. They've been kind of coasting during the regular season and then trying to turn it on towards the end of the season. Even though they got more continuity.
I mean, they ain't been burnt bees. They ain't been coasting. They've been
Yeah, they
trying
have.
hard as hell. They've been trying hard in the motherfucker.
they've been injured. Yeah,
losing.
they've been injured
Yeah,
too.
last year was an injury riddled season for sure. That's
They've
why
been trying. They've been trying her bees.
Yeah.
Hey,
but below, I think you're sleeping on the fact that the West they're gonna be even deeper. Cause Memphis messed a lot of things up because they were actually
Memphis about to
tanking
be
last
trash
year.
in the motherfucker, man.
Memphis,
I think you're underestimating how many teams are actively purposely trying to lose right now. Like the Pistons, Wizards, Hornets, Raptors. Raptors are going
what
to get
about in the
worse
West?
than what
Huh? What about in the West though? That's what I'm talking about. The Western Conference.
Portland's going to get worse. Utah's trying to tank.
I think it worse. Don't do that.
Who?
We got better.
Portland.
But it's not. But y'all are not going to go out there and fight for
We can fight for an A seed this year.
Okay, you're chatting. Okay, I just forgot you're talking.
I'm willing to bet money on that, low. You got $10 on it?
10,000 right now. Okay, exactly.
$10, man.
That means you believe in it. You don't want to bet it.
Yeah.
Last time I bet 10,000, I didn't get paid, low, so I can't do that.
I got a good track record of paying if I lose.
$10, low.
Did you ever get the dinner from Ticket? No, I'm kidding.
No, I have not, unfortunately. Look, there's too many teams. I think 50 wins is 50. I only reason I say 50 wins is because 50 wins will undeniably guarantee you a spot. Like you play around with 45, you get towards the end of the season and you're playing with the rest of the. But 50 should guarantee get you a spot. And I
the
can't
6th seed.
that.
You're trying to get to the 6th seed because you don't want to mess around with
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you don't want to mess around.
I think it's. I think it's at least 8. I say 8 in the West, 7 to 8. That you know for a fact gonna be in the playoffs.
Well, okay, let's take the teams out that made the playoffs last year that ain't gonna come back.
That's not coming back, or
I mean we can take the Clippers out of there, right?
He talking now.
I'm asking.
No.
Question.
I would lean toward
that
what? The Pelicans got better.
No, I don't think the Pelicans make it back.
Yeah, but they're smaller too, Lamont.
I would lean
they don't have a
towards
center
the
though.
Clippers. I would lean towards
I don't
the
think they come
Clippers
back.
making the playoffs.
just
You would
because they
lean
still
towards the
got Ty Lue
Clippers. So you think the Clippers will be
and
better than
Kawhi.
the Lakers?
Did the Suns make it back?
That man Kawhi ain't playing.
Nah, yeah, I don't think so. Yeah,
Okay, so
yeah.
I think the Clippers come out of that top 6
Okay, who else?
just because.
I don't think the Suns make it back in the top 6.
That's another team that to be okay. I thought we were going to do the other way. There's 4 teams that I think are going to make it clearly: OKC, Denver, Minnesota, and Dallas. I think those 4 are cemented.
I agree with those 4.
I think Memphis is going to make it too.
But then the overarching point I'm making is that the next 4 who aren't have home court advantage, I genuinely believe you're going to have to just confidently get into the playoffs. It's going to have to be around 50 wins, and I don't think Wemby's second year. I don't know if he's leading that team to 50 wins.
Yeah, I don't see them. I see the Kings making a reemergence.
I could see the Spurs being sub 40 maybe.
Nah, if the Spurs do anything, they'll be in the play-in at 10.
I think the Spurs gonna be one of the top defensive teams in the league, which ultimately gonna give them the opportunity to make the playoff. I think
So right off the bat, I'd be comfortable
if Chris Paul starting
going with Sacramento as the 5th seed.
Hey, Lo, why you talking? Last time Chris Paul went to
I don't know if Dallas is better.
That didn't make the playoffs. They made the playoffs.
5 years ago.
That was 5 years ago, man. He can actually get by defenders, bro.
Guess what, Lo? The Clippers hang on to what Kawhi Leonard did 5 years ago too. So I mean,
and they still ain't for doing that. That's why B said they're not going to be in the playoffs.
Right.
That's literally why he brought that up. That is literally why he brought it up.
And Chris Paul really was load managing last year, man. He wasn't trying
can you honestly say that
he wasn't trying to play out there, man?
Hey, Herm, can you honestly say you're gonna get 45 games out of Kawhi next season?
Hell no, because him playing there, he could if he don't play in the Olympics, but by him playing in the Olympics, he only playing about 42 games. He shouldn't even play in it. I mean, the Clippers should sue him for playing in the Olympics. He should get sued for playing in the Olympics. Hey, the Clippers need to sue Kawhi Leonard.
See, because I believe injuries kept the Kings out last year.
No,
otherwise,
the
Kings would have been in the playoffs.
I don't think the Kings are a great defensive team, so that's
They're
why
not.
That's why I think teams like the Spurs, a young team that's gonna actually be well coached and gonna actually do the small things. I think they're gonna be in every game. I think just by having the opportunity to be in every game, I think Victor's gonna keep getting better. You've seen what he did on minutes restriction. He's not gonna be on minutes restriction this year, so his numbers and what he did on the court is gonna be even better. It's gonna be even amplified even more. So I see the Spurs being better. I think their pick that they got from UConn. I think he's gonna probably be the rookie of the year also. I just think the Spurs gonna be a good, low-key, good team and a well-coached team that's gonna be in every game. And I think
he's gonna be rookie of the year.
Yeah, I think.
John Salon?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be rookie of the year.
I don't know.
I don't know if Lamont is here or not. I just went to that brother's channel. Michael Jordan fans are the best. And this man is talking about how it's a bunch of LeBron coverage and how it's overwhelming. And I'm going through his videos, and it's a lot of LeBron videos, bro. Y'all niggas is not serious.
It's LeBron coverage.
Oh, fuck, bro. Jesus Christ.
See, that was my point earlier, Lo. Is there is a market in being against LeBron, and they see their numbers on their videos, so they get stuck. They keep talking about the same thing they say they hate.
But see, if I say what I want to say, I'm gonna sound like a butthead, but they're not really getting that many views to do that. But it is what it is, I guess.
Nah, Lo, say it, Lo. Don't hold back, nigga. Don't hold back. Say that.
I mean, they're not getting enough views to commit to that at all. Like, they're not getting enough views to do that.
Yo, I got a question. Because we all know the media coverage and stuff across like YouTube and ESPN or whatever, and we hear all this stuff about LeBron, right? when LeBron retires, do you think there's ever going to be anybody else who gets as much, hate or just opinions about him? Like, who's the next LeBron type guy in the media?
I think Victor may start getting some hate.
Nah,
I don't know if
It's
that
going to be Wemby?
No, I don't think that guy's in the league yet. Because to get the LeBron type hate, LeBron has used it to his advantage also. You know what I'm saying? LeBron is very calculated in what in the way he does stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like that he got some of that Floyd Mayweather stuff. Well, he got people who hate him getting him paid. And I don't think you got anybody in the league that carries that right now.
No, but Bees, I want you to understand. Remember, I know you're not the biggest Kobe Bryant guy. You remember how they did Kobe. He was getting close at one point because he was very young when he was winning, and he was right there. Michael Jordan fans was hating on Kobe Bryant because Kobe Bryant he probably would have got more.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but that didn't rise to the level of this LeBron stuff. This is taking on a whole. I don't think I've ever seen.
Kobe was hated worse, actually.
No.
Yes, he was.
No.
And the case added even more to it.
No.
I don't know if I've ever seen an athlete. I mean, LeBron is on par with O.J. Simpson in some situations, bro.
Man, Bron get critiqued about how he is as a father. Like, I've seen videos about the way he parents and, taking the shine away from his kids and, all this shit. And then when you had Kobe alive, he was doing everything he could to get his daughter in the league, put his daughter in the best position. So it's like the way Bron get covered, I don't think no athlete in sports has been covered like he been covered. In the positive and negative light, like both ways. Like,
I think the negative is surprising. The positive, I mean, he is a superstar, and this is how superstars are. I mean, do you think LeBron has got any more coverage than Tiger Woods?
No.
Do you think LeBron has got any more coverage than, say, Tom Brady?
No.
You solely talking about positive. That's what you're talking about.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the positive, right?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Those guys,
I thought you were talking about.
Well, I don't even know if he got more negative attention than his is just consistent. Tiger Woods' negative was.
They hated on Tiger Woods.
Yeah, Tiger Woods is more scandal, but I mean,
they hated Tiger Woods at the beginning, though.
Even though LeBron's been clean,
his is just consistent.
Bron been doing it for so long. Like, he's been in the spotlight since 16? He's 40 now.
That's
what I'm saying?
That's the difference where I don't think Wemby is applicable because whoever is the next person has to be like covered for like a very, very long time. I don't think, 2 decades. Yeah, like I don't think that, and also be good in the being overwhelmingly great in that process as well. Like, it's gonna be hard to just find somebody.
Now below. You don't think that Wemby would start getting hate when he started breaking records at an early age, start doing things that nobody never did before the age of 25, and with the most double-doubles before the age of 25 and all that type of stuff, triple-doubles and all the stuff that he capable of doing. And you seen what
the problem is that nobody's talking about him right now, though. Like, if somebody came out,
I mean, that's because LeBron's still in the league.
But Kobe was in the league, and people were talking about that way about LeBron.
I mean, Herm, look at how fast they turned on Ant-Man when he had a bad series in the playoffs.
Yeah, that was
when he was cooking Phoenix, and it's 3 Hall of Famers over there, and he going at him, and he shutting KD down, and he's scoring on him. Fast forward to the Dallas series, and it's I can't get it done.
I know Bees remember, but y'all low key don't realize the hate that Kobe Bryant did get, especially for the Jordan fans. I'm telling you something I know.
No, he got hate, but I think we're saying in contrast to the media, because LeBron's hate was there because of he's a chosen one. We're talking about him. I mean, they weren't showing Wemby's games on ESPN before he got to the league. Like they were showing high school games of LeBron. Like I just think that the coverage that LeBron got from start to finish is like so hard to imitate because it's so hard to find somebody at the age of like 16, 17 that's as good as LeBron at that point. And like people are like hyping him up and saying certain things that sound outrageous, like hard to believe. Like people saying that at 17 he was already good enough to like be in the NBA. Like those type of things. And to be crazy enough, you could very well argue like Wemby was probably applicable to that as well, but nobody wasn't really saying those things about Wemby, even if it was true. That's kind of the difference. Like right now, like I think we all are like unanimously saying like Wemby he has like a really good shot at already being like a top 10 player next season. But I don't see the like the overwhelming takeover of like people saying like, oh well, he's on the brink of like being the next big thing. I think everybody's still referring to him in terms of like relatively where he plays, not like he's the next da 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 da. If that makes sense.
I agree with that.
Yeah. But I'm
about to get up out of here.
Yeah, I thought what's his name was gonna come back to explain his top
Michael
10.
Jordan fans the best.
Yeah, I thought he was
I
his top 10.
to hear
Jordan.
No, hey, this Caitlin Clark stuff show you. She getting that hate too.
And see that's what I'm talking about. That's the level of hate that Wemby or coverage that Wemby would have to start receiving.
He'd have to start. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, and I don't think he's there.
Like she ain't done nothing but got better as the season went on. Like any rookie will do. You know what I'm saying? Adjusting to the game. Like I done seen her get better. You know what I'm saying? Making reads. You know what I'm saying? Shot selection, everything. Like first game of the season till now, she done got better.
It's crazy how many people don't like that girl, bro.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy actually.
And it's crazy. It's crazy because she don't do half the talking that Angel Reese do. Like, not saying like that's not needed for the game, but like just the way she go at the media when asked certain questions. Like, you don't see Caitlin doing that. And the fact that it's still like, she ain't this, she ain't that, she ain't gonna be this, she ain't gonna be that. I think it's crazy.
And people gotta realize, right? You don't have to always be the best player to have the swag. You can't always describe why people gravitate to one person and not another. And people get upset because people gravitate to her. Well, first of all, she is white. Okay, cool. But aren't white people allowed to root for white people?
Mm-hmm.
No, I rock with her. I rock with her. I rock with her because she remind me of Steph Curry. That's why I rock with her. Like just watching her play, the step backs, the overhand throw. You know what I'm saying? The one-handed passes, all that. Like
yeah,
I
just hope the women understand that sometimes the elevator ride up, you don't get to pick who pushes the button. You just take the ride.
I think the Caitlin Clark hate's misdirected. Like I kind of get it because like if you're on Twitter, you see what her fans be saying about like I guess just black athletes in general. But like she hasn't done anything to deserve all this. But if the people see like what they be pushing like certain narratives about her and Angel Reese, and then just taking it a bit further, like
it's the WNBA fault though.
She succeeded too much. That's why.
That's not her fault. I'm gonna emphasize that Caitlin Clark has played basketball at a very high level. That's all she's done. But the thing that people that root for her say, it's pretty wild. It's like for me, it's kind of similar to like I don't really give a shit about like Trump, but like the people that support him, Proud Boys, KKK, like I got a problem with some of the followers of some of these people. But
why?
Why do I have a problem with that?
Yeah, why do you have a problem with that?
Is that a serious question?
That's a very serious question.
Why do I have a problem with groups of people that dehumanize other people?
I mean, who cares what they do?
Kind of matters.
No, it actually doesn't. And I think our people, we fall into this. We fall into this place where we're worried about what other people think. Do you think you can ever change those people's mind?
It really has nothing to do with that. It's
No.
about what
I'm asking you a
can
question.
lead to.
Do you think you can ever
No,
change
I
their
know I
mind?
can't, but I'm just saying it's not about changing their mind. It's just that type of thinking is dangerous and what it can do in the real world.
It's the same sort of thinking as everything else.
What do you mean?
Equivalent.
Equivalent to what?
To the opposite.
What opposite? Believing in basic human rights or equality? What are you talking about?
There's no and that's just as dangerous. That equality word. There's no such thing.
I know.
Why
I'm just saying, bro, how do you look at someone and say, oh, you're not a human or you're this and that because of your skin or ethnicity? That's just stupid.
Hey, we do it every day.
And it's not me being all worried about white people. I don't think anyone should feel that type of way. Just be fucking objective and stop hating on people for certain things that they can't control. That's it.
Never going to be equality in anything.
I mean, but that's what we strive for.
I never said there would be. I'm just saying, you want to defend them and say racists should feel the way they feel. Cool.
No,
but nobody should feel that way.
Bro, do not take my words out of context. My point is that you live in America. Those people can say whatever they want. They can think what they want.
Of course they can.
Tell them how to think.
When did I say I'm telling them how to think?
Well, that's all I'm saying. You can't.
Bro, what's wrong with pointing out that it's just wrong? Like you shouldn't dehumanize
That is
people.
your opinion, sir. And
it's not
I
really
respect,
an opinion.
sir.
I don't think that's an opinion.
I
think
respect
that's
your opinion. No, see, that's where you're wrong. We all look at the world different. We all come from different places. There's a thousand ways to do something. And just because you feel a certain way, don't make you right.
Okay, but we learned this back in the first grade. Treat others the way you want to be treated.
Simple. I'm not going into basic shit, bro. Why you gotta overthink it?
Like
my brother, I got no problem with that. But I'm just telling you, there are people that don't believe that.
Right, and even if they don't believe it, like let's just be honest, wouldn't the world be a better place if people could just be rational?
How do we get here?
Look, I don't think it's our. Why are we trying to make the world better?
Like, what's going on?
Do you know
these brothers here, man?
No, do you know when you try to pursue making everybody have a better life, nobody lives better?
Bro, it's not about trying to make everyone have a better life. It's just a basic thought that shouldn't really be so disagreeable.
No, bro, I don't believe in this equality stuff, bro. I don't believe everybody's equal.
Okay.
No,
hey, I'm gonna get up out of here, man.
Wait,
hey, Lo, when you dropping your next video?
I got multiple channels, so I uploaded one literally yesterday.
Lo, when are you bringing back the Why This Player is Overrated series, bro? I've been waiting for years for it. What's going on?
Man, there's a lot of overrated.
Hey, I'm just telling you, bro. That's why I don't got no problem.
Especially Bob Cousy.
That's why I don't got no problem with Bronny getting in the NBA. I don't have no problem with that.
Low ass being on playback all the time.
Make a video about David Robinson already.
Hey, these people think they're making the world better. Man, these people crazy.
Well, when did I say that? Like, please.
Yeah, I read the chat, brother, not you.
And they don't get the whole world to just corrupt.
Bro, they just don't understand the world yet, and one day they will.
Yeah, I know how it works. I'm just saying a basic thought that I think, especially black people should just agree on, because we've seen what happens.
Why should black people are monolith?
Low can't name one thing Kareem does better than Hakeem. I think he rebounds better. I think.
Oh wow.
I think when he was younger, he was a better he ran up and down the floor better than Hakeem as well.
Hey, Lamont, what you think about casserole? Because this man just told me I got to think what you think because you black.
Hey, Juan's talking in the chat. I don't care.
Hey, she done made you some casserole lately, brother.
That's why Scotty Barnes is the future. That's why Scotty Barnes is the future All-NBA player. I don't care.
Yeah, crazy.
Nah, James, that's not how I am, bro. What I'm telling you and what I'm trying to get across in my own way, and maybe I'm not articulating myself well enough, is that the path we're on right now leads to change. And while all these people think that we're striving for a more progressive, a better civilization, you're getting closer and closer to being slaves every day. You just don't know it yet.
Also,
B,
to Brandon, he's
tell
a
him
better
about that
passer too.
project 2025.
What's
B.
that, bro?
Tell him about that project 2025, B.
I don't know that much about that, but what'd you say, Lo?
Oh no, I was saying, as Brandon asking what is Kareem does better than Hakeem. He's also a better passer than Hakeem as well.
Hold on, Brandon thinks Hakeem is better than Kareem.
No, I just think he's just
I see Brandon in the chat. Wow.
No. Brandon does think Hakeem is better than Kareem.
Oh well, I don't know. I wasn't
does
gonna make assumptions. I mean, but y'all know me how I feel about Kareem. I don't think that's that crazy. I don't think that's that crazy.
All right, wait till they get you in these electric cars that won't go but 300 miles, and now they control everything. They turn your bank account off, shut your car down. It's coming. Just watch.
Solo, were you ever a part of the club that was like Kareem is undeniably, inarguably top 3, or are you saying
I'm in the club right now?
No. No, I was in the club that there's a gap between 1 and 2 and everybody else, and I don't think Kareem.
You don't think Kareem had any type of argument? No.
No, I don't think Kareem has an argument.
Yeah, Lobe on that.
I don't know. Depending on how you argue it, Kareem has a hell of a resume.
To be fair, if you talk about like what somebody did in high school and all other stuff, then yeah.
No, I'm just talking about his NBA resume.
Sure.
Come on, Lo.
Was
you
it
can't
like
be up here disrespecting that man like that?
How's it disrespectful? Saying that he's the 3rd or 4th best player all time? It's not disrespectful.
When did LeBron pass Kareem for you guys?
He never did.
2009.
Jesus, 6 years?
Depends on how you argue it.
He was
That's
that
all.
much better than him already, man.
Depends on your criteria. That's all.
No, I'm just chatting. He probably passed him probably in probably 2018. When he got to that stage of his career, he was still that much better than everybody else. That was pretty impressive.
I mean, it was official after he took the scoring record. That was the last.
Okay, I can't argue that. I can't argue that. I always told myself if he eclipsed that I would go ahead and give him his due. But it happened, and you know how you just can't let go of stuff? That's where I'm at right now. I can't let it go. But I'm honest about it, right?
Be like that, man.
It was so crazy. Me and Brandon actually believe a lot of things when it comes to Kareem. Isn't that crazy, man? I guess Brandon, he just thinks that, I don't know. He's saying things that I agree with, so I don't know why he thinks.
Why don't Brandon just hit the link, man? I dropped the link in there for him.
No, don't bring that dude up here, Lamar.
Oh, this is what I was saying, Lamar, before I go. Michael Jordan fans are the best. Like, for him to complain about the LeBron coverage when majority of his videos are about LeBron is crazy.
Like, you're adding to it.
Yeah, like that doesn't make any sense whatsoever, and I just don't understand how that's possible. Like, outside of Michael Jordan, the next best person, the next person he talks about the most by far is LeBron. Yeah, and the whole argument.
That's the funny thing about it. They don't really talk about Jordan that much. They talk about LeBron and all the reasons why he can't be better than Jordan. You see, so the emphasis of the channel is not to tell you how great Jordan is. It's to tell you why LeBron can never be better than Jordan.
Oh, you know, there's a way to buy old games. What?
You said what?
There's a way to buy old games. There's a website where you can buy old games. Here, I'll put it.
For how much? Is it worth
I don't
it?
know, but somebody put me onto it.
Is it worth it, Lo?
Well, I'm gonna go crazy.
I haven't looked at it yet.
You mean like Contra, stuff like that?
No, like NBA games.
Like 1988 Michael Jordan home games.
Oh, I better watch it.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask. Have y'all? Because I don't know much about it.
Oh shit! Shall I let him up?
Is it Brandon?
Yeah.
1000%. Yes.
Give me that link before you go, though.
No, yeah, I'm gonna find it for you.
Yeah, I mean, Hakeem shits on Kareem. If you look at Kareem is really a narrative player. Like, it doesn't surprise me that Bees, with his casual takes, thinks Kareem's a narrative player. Because if you look at Kareem's 5 MVPs, 4 of them came in the early 70s, which was trash. The only center in the 70s who could have challenged Kareem was Bill Walton, and Walton got hurt after 2 years. And what's interesting is the only time Walton played Kareem in the playoffs, he made him his bitch. He was a better defender than Kareem. He was a better passer too. And so if you look at Kareem in the night, Kareem never played against top centers during his prime or peak. If you look at Hakeem Olajuwon is the only player in NBA history who is the best offensive and defensive player in the playoffs multiple years. Hakeem shut down Ewing. He shut down Robinson during his MVP year. Hakeem's the best defender of all time. He's a better post player and shooter than
I got
Kareem.
one question. No.
Bees, I'll let you know when you can talk. The other thing is Hakeem was also a better leader than Kareem. Like, one of the things that people don't talk about with Kareem is Kareem didn't like talking to his teammates. Kareem was a cold person. He was not a good leader. Even in 1980, in Magic's rookie year, Magic was the leader of the team. Oscar was the leader in Milwaukee. Hakeem was a far better leader than Kareem, and Hakeem was the clear leader on both those championship teams. The only reason Hakeem is not ranked higher. No, hold on. I'm going to finish out here. The only reason I'm going to finish out here. B, slow down. The only reason Hakeem is not higher on most people's lists is the Houston Rockets were a completely dysfunctional piece of trash organization in the 80s, and Ralph Sampson got hurt early in Hakeem's career. When Hakeem had Ralph Sampson, he dominated Kareem, and he got to the finals. But Houston Rockets put no team around Hakeem until the 90s, and when he had a team around him, he cooked. His run in the 93-94 season is the single best run by a player in NBA history. He dominated elite centers in multiple rounds and won a title with a team of role players.
How is his run any better than Dirk's?
Because he was dominating players. He was dominating players at his position. He dominated. Okay, so Hakeem dominated 2 elite.
No, I'll let you talk.
Hold on, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you a question. Please, I'm going to ask you a question.
Brandon, you gotta let him respond.
Hakeem dominated Pat.
Go ahead, Bees. Brandon just don't know how to breathe.
When
Dirk was not even a defender.
When you start talking about leadership, okay, and the guy you want to say about Kareem, I ain't gonna make any arguments about anything you said, but when the other guy you're talking about is Hakeem and all the toxic crap that he did during his career, for you to come up here and
Houston was a dysfunctional organization in the 80s.
For you to come up here and spew that this dude was a leader, this dude was faking injuries, this dude was doing all kinds of stuff. And you're gonna act like none of that.
So first of all, you compared
Brandon. You gotta let him.
No. You compared Dirk to Hakeem. So here, wait. So here's my question. So in 1993-94, Hakeem dominated David Robinson. That was Robinson's MVP year, and David Robinson even admitted Hakeem dominated him. Then Hakeem held Patrick Ewing, a top 5 player, to 35% shooting in the finals.
He's asking about leadership.
Name one player. Name one player that Dirk defended well in his entire fucking career. Name one.
I want you to talk about this leadership of Hakeem and all.
No. He made a point about Dirk, then he changed the subject. Right. Hakeem proved himself as a leader in night. Wait. So players can grow and evolve. The fact that a player is not a great leader their 3rd or 4th year in the league means nothing. Jordan was not a good leader. Jordan wasn't a good leader in 1988, even though he was MVP and Defensive Player of the Year. Hakeem evolved. Every player, including Kenny Smith and the players who played with Hakeem, Drexler, Kenny Smith, they all say that Hakeem was a good leader on both the championship teams in the 90s. Hakeem grew and he evolved. You just Bees, you have a bias against Hakeem, so you want to limit and put Hakeem in a box based on what he was in his 4th fucking year. Kareem was never a leader. Kareem was not a leader his 3rd year in the league, and he was.
Okay, Brandon, we got to let Bees respond before.
First of all,
Lamont's trying to
let him respond. He's not talking.
First of all,
Lamont's trying to bail Bees out.
No. See, what you don't know is I'm a huge Akeem fan. Huge fan. I have Akeem in my top 10.
His mic's cutting out.
No, you just talking.
No, it's not.
What? I got Akeem in my top 10, so it ain't no hate.
Please.
He was a very.
What does Kareem do better?
No,
than
I'm done.
Akeem?
I'm done. I'm done with these. I'm done.
Go ahead.
No, I'm done. It's over. I'm done with it.
Thank you for letting him on. Brandon always cooks himself. That's what I've been waiting for.
Brandon just won't stop talking. He just talks so much.
It's the left-wing clown who thinks Trump's racist. Hey, I have a question. Since 30%
I never said that. I literally separated that shit, bro. I said I have no problem with Trump. You gotta chill. Don't put words in my mouth.
Well, you're shitting out. It's interesting. So Trump, there's a new.
I don't want to talk about that.
Lamont, the link is in the chat. The link is in the private chat.
Private chat. Let me check. All right. Oh, okay. Let's see what they got. How'd you find this?
Hey man, I got my sources, man.
Is it legit?
Oh man, go look at it, man. Go look
2012-2013 season between the Bobcats and the Suns. I can watch that if I want.
You gotta go to the left and look at the dates, and you can go back to like 88. You can just look, Lamont.
80 games you won't low.
So far I've looked. To be fair, I haven't like thoroughly like scrubbed through everything, but it's a lot of games on there, man. It's a lot of games.
I'm putting the date range on there.
It's a lot of games, man. Some people might start getting more exposed. Y'all know, giving me this type of power is ridiculous. So I don't know, man.
Maybe Jordan couldn't go left. No.
Oh man,
jokes.
Are they?
Jamar said, "What's the site?"
Oh snaps!
I ain't gonna lie, Lamont.
It's USA Sport. USA Sports on DVD.com.
Oh shit!
Shaky, man.
Okay, hold on. Let me see this one right here.
How far back you go, Lamont?
Just to the 80s.
Go back to the 70s.
Just to the 80s is crazy. Hey, just to the 80s is crazy.
Oh, this is about to get ugly, though. This is about to get ugly. Damn. Oh, both of those games. Oh, they got this game. This is the game they didn't want me to play.
What game's that?
The Bulls versus the Nuggets on January 7th.
I'm gonna have to look at what you call it too. What is the thing called?
Wait, how many games did you find?
Some Larry Bird footage, man.
Why do you hate Larry Bird so much?
Yeah, I got to bounce though. Hey, what up, SB? I'll holler at y'all, man.
All
right, man.
I don't hate Larry Bird. It's just,
You hate Larry Bird.
It's a lot of talk. I don't believe it. So we're gonna figure it out, man.
Larry Bird. Let's just
but I think what happened in this, y'all. Look, Bird deserves his place, but if you're just talking about putting Bird player for player versus a lot of dudes today, it's just hard, man. Ain't nobody can tell me Larry Bird better than T-Mac. Like you can't tell me. Like if you just now if you want to throw in
didn't make his teammates better, Bird did.
Hold on one second, Brandon. If you're telling me that if you're throwing in Bird's accomplishments, if you're just going player versus player, I just don't think that I think it's a ton of players that you can just run through NBA history that could have had Bird's career if they just were drafted by the Celtics.
Lamont, why is Magic Johnson better than Larry Bird?
I mean, the problem is I put Magic in the same boat with Bird.
Oh.
That is true. They all about in the same boat.
I believe that Bird and Magic both
so they're
great for their time, but when you go player v player, they don't stack up talent-wise. I mean, the accomplishments is what really, because they were on respectively the Celtics and the Lakers, they were able to amass a ton of accomplishments that they would not have otherwise got if they weren't on those teams.
So I guess outside of Jordan, or just take out the easy answer, I guess, who was the most talented guy of the 80s? Was it a guy like Dominique Wilkins? Or
I mean, it could be argued that Dr. J was the best player of the 80s. If you're just looking at just pure talent. The problem is the ABA merger and things like that, and he kind of joined late. But I mean, Dr. J might be the most slighted in the top 10.
Okay.
Brandon says Dr. J passed his prime for. I guess you pull up his numbers; they don't look like they passed nobody's prime. So you can say that all you want, but Dr. J was just in top tier form.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, man, it's a little interesting, tidbits we're gonna find out sooner than later.
But I be playing the games, like all these Jordan fans be telling me to play the games. I play the games, nobody come watch. I get the games. I'm still gonna get them and play them anyway. Let me see what we got here. Bulls, Lakers. I might have this one already.
Yeah, Lamar, it's gonna get kind of nasty. But shout out to all the Jordan fans out there, man, the LeBron haters, man. The time will unfortunately come. Oh yeah, and the last thing I want to say is that I don't believe that they're doing it for views, because most of them really don't get that many views. If we're being honest with ourselves, they don't get enough views for that to be like the driving force. I just genuinely believe they just don't like LeBron.
I agree too. I actually mentioned that earlier. I was like, that's exactly what I said.
Like I'll be looking at some of these channels and I'll be like, yeah, it's not. These views aren't enough to like move somebody one way or another to like make this level of commitment. You can make way more money and get way more views covering other players.
Yep. I mean, I agree, but I mean, it just comes down to sheer hate. Sheer hate, man. Miking over LeBron, Boo Cousy over LeBron.
Yeah,
I don't get it, man.
Cousy over. Yeah, let me not speak about Cousy.
Oh, is this Clyde's 42-point game? Oh, I think this might be Clyde when Clyde dropped 42-point triple-double on Jordan.
Barbecued him?
Yeah, 42-point triple-double.
See, I want to watch those Bird games where Bird only had like 8 points in that final series.
You talking about when he choked in the finals?
Yeah, I genuinely want to see like why did Bird only have 8 points?
Them tapes might. I want the full Tragic Johnson series too.
How you cooking?
Because he went tragic mode. They talking about these dudes didn't choke.
Yeah,
they do that ultimate choke job.
Might have a good summer, chat. Might have a good summer, man. Couple of players.
Lamar found more games. Crazy.
Oh, they shouldn't have gave me these games. We about to go up tomorrow.
Man, I'm about to say, I ain't gonna lie, man. Y'all told us to watch these games.
Oh,
I've been watching them. They don't get no views though. It's like 14 people live, and then they just be hating on LeBron in the chat the whole time.
They don't even mad when I play them. I just be telling them in the chat, I'm like, look, man, this ain't about LeBron. It's just about Jordan, man. They just be in the chat talking about Jordan still the GOAT over LeBron. I'm like, man, what is y'all talking about?
Y'all just watch it, just people were trying to argue with me, and I was literally getting hyped because Jordan dunked on somebody. They're not even watching.
Oh, the nastiest highlight I saw was when did you see the highlight when John Stockton made Jordan fall?
Ooh.
No, I didn't.
I did not see it.
Dropped him.
Jeez.
Dropped him. Stockton hit him with the
all players
with the cross, the Euro cross. Jordan fell, just landed right on his butt, just hard.
I already know Stockton really trash.
Yeah, Stockton did what you expected him to do. He blew the layup.
Oh, he did? Oh man.
No.
Damn, that great
Jordan
90s though,
wide
man.
open layup.
Oh man, great.
That's tragic.
Can't say in the front of Wait, what version of Stockton is this?
This is 80s Stockton.
Oh, and he's young too.
Young Stockton.
Oh.
In transition, caught Jordan out of position, hit him with the okie doke. Jordan just go flying.
And he smoked the layup. Tough.
Smoked the layup, man. It would have been a nasty little highlight.
And they burned that footage. I know they burnt that footage over at
Never even heard of anything like that.
Yeah, WGN. They burnt that shit.
But you know what I've been watching though, Low? Like the main thing I've been looking at is like I've been telling people, I was like for a long time, I said I just had a funny feeling about Jordan's defense. Now that I'm watching, I think Rasheed Wallace might be right now.
But the problem with Rasheed is that he didn't articulate it correctly. I was like, man, he's
not at all. That was really bad what he said.
The way he did explain it kind of supports my findings from 87, 88.
The gambling part, yes, but there were some other things that he was saying. And I was like, nah, man.
Well, he's saying Jordan struggled against ISO scores.
Yeah.
And when you look in 87, 88, everybody barbecued Jordan. Like everybody scored. Like they got their points. I don't know if they was all on Jordan, but most shooting guards, whoever Jordan's assignment was, fared far better than they normally do.
Yeah, the numbers are pretty crazy. You said it was like 19 points for non-all-stars and 22 points for all-stars. Yeah. And they were all more efficient too.
Yep, everybody was more efficient. On average, they scored 21 a night on Jordan in his DPOY year.
But all right, man. Y'all
even Doc Rivers. Hey, Doc Rivers got the 29-point triple-double on Jordan.
Oh yeah.
y'all just keep being faithful and honest to these conversations, man.
I try.
Jordan number 1, LeBron number 2.
Lo, you need to strike up one of these panels, man, one of these days, man.
Damn, man.
Why?
Lo would get really annoyed. We feed him deal with ticket. He would get really annoyed.
I'm to sit here and listen to somebody tell me that Bob Cousy is come on now. What are we talking about now? Bob Cousy and tell me that he's better than somebody just because he had the privilege to play next to Bill Russell, because before Bill Russell came, that brother wasn't doing not a damn thing.
That's funny as hell.
Jeez.
All right, y'all. Look, I'm gonna shut this one down, man. We've been cooking live long enough, man. I got to get this one shut down. I got to go take care of some stuff. So I appreciate y'all pulling up. Brandon, I see you in the backstage, but we let you up here, man. You just gonna be talking even when the stream, man. You ain't gonna stop.
Oh shit, man.
That's what I say, Brandon. I've been trying to tell Brandon, just get your own show, man. You can rant and talk for hours. We've already
Yo, James, I don't think I'm above it. I just think that I know I got other things I gotta do, man. It's just I'm a busy.
I wonder why James Prez never hits the link, man. He always has something to say. He never hits the link.
I'm just a busy man. That's all it is, man. I'm a busy man.
Oh man. Oh. What you got cooked up for your next episode on Low Post?
Probably gonna talk about the CBA, because I ain't gonna lie, people just letting teams just letting players walk for nothing is kind of crazy.
I'm talking about they ain't even blinking.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. And
CBA
if you OKC, those picks kind of become pointless because there's no way you're going to be able to keep all those players once you draft.
But you know, you need to talk about Low. I said this day would come. I said these players keep pushing the line with this player empowerment, and with the that time frame when James Harden kept requesting trades and KD and all these guys. I said, y'all gonna keep messing with these owners. When they take that power back, it's gonna get ugly.
Yeah,
and I think we're seeing the beginning of them getting their power back.
Yeah, but to the extent of where it's at right now, I think it's kind of crazy. And also, I think GMs still are making bad decisions, because giving like OG Anunoby that contract under this new CBA is just that's crazy. That makes no sense.
Yeah, that was just a thirsty signing. He just didn't want to, unless you plan to sign him and trade him. I didn't think it made sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hey, bro, who on the school bus, man?
I don't know who that is.
That's MC Wills. Let me get him up out of here. Salute to MC Wills. Appreciate you being here. But all right, Low, man. Low, I'm still working on that behind the scenes for you. I think we're gonna make that happen.
Oh yeah, especially during the off season.
I'm just get y'all. I'm just gonna just get y'all on the phone, man, and just let y'all hash it out. I think that'll be the best way.
Yeah, sit down, chop it up with Gil. You know, that'd be interesting.
Nah,
we agree on a lot of things though. Well,
I'm sure you could come up with some stuff.
Yeah, no,
Lamont, can I ask you a quick question?
Anything that has to do with Euros, yeah, for sure.
What up, Trap?
Oh, I was gonna say, like Yo James Kennedy said, y'all better like do a stream together. Do you know what topic y'all finna do first or whatever?
No, I don't. It's all preliminary right now. I'm just trying to help them put something together, man. I don't know, and that's the thing. If Lowe and Gil got together, that's the beauty of it. I don't know what the hell they would talk about.
Oh, okay, that's
like
nice.
they could turn anything into content, depending on how the angle in which you talk about it.
Gilbert needs
I'm looking forward to Lowe and Gilbert. I am.
You said he needs more pushback. Like
he needs he needs a little bit more pushback on his show. That's all.
Like Gil's Arena.
Yeah,
I thought Brandon Jennings is gonna be going at him all the time.
Let me take that back. He needs to get a little bit more educated pushback. And that's not even like shitting on him, but like,
oh my god,
he'll say things and he thinks that like he's saying something crazy.
Well, you're wrong.
And I'm like, bro, what you're saying can be rebutted so easily, but like they don't understand his angle. They don't understand what he's trying to say.
Yeah, Lowe be tripping him up. Lowe be tripping him up so many times. That Lowe, Gil be tripping him up with just because Gil pre-plans before the show. Well,
yes, he pre-plans. Yes,
so
but he pre-plans specifically for things that he knows favors his argument. And when he does it, I can tell that he hasn't even prepared for any counters because there's nobody there that has the ability to counter what he's about to say. But some of the things that he says can be easily refuted, but they just don't. They're not even expecting what he's about to say.
That's true.
And so that's what I mean.
Oh no,
like the European player take, and there's a lot of things he'd be saying.
They all just agree with what he says on Europeans, and I'm like,
but I don't think they agree with him.
Really?
Nick Young agrees with him.
Rashad didn't agree, and I don't think Brandon Jennings agreed.
I think Jennings
agreed. I don't think he agreed fully.
I think McCann agrees. He's just arguing to be a contrarian in the moment. So I don't think he actually agrees with what he's saying.
Wow.
Damn.
Look, y'all, if we can go on all night if I don't shut this one down. I appreciate everybody watching. My biggest thing is Lowe, man, what I do need your help with one thing, because I don't know how the hell you do it. I need help with blowing up, getting my Twitter on point. I don't know how you did that. That's so hard of a platform to me.
Is it?
I thought it was hard. I think it's like right now I got 70 people watching on Twitter. On Twitter. But I don't know how.
All you have to do is say some crazy shit on Twitter, man. That's it.
Oh man, just
like
get
right
KD
now,
to pull up.
Right now, if I say wouldn't be better than.
So why don't you say my quote?
What's your quote?
What's my?
Yeah, if you have a crazy take, I can say it right now, and I bet you it gets.
Okay, here's a crazy take.
Okay.
Magic Johnson is Draymond Green without the flash.
Well, you good?
But Draymond's a better defender, though.
Okay, hold on. Let's do this. Okay, another hot take.
You mean Draymond is Magic without the flash?
Yeah. Draymond is Magic without the flash.
Yeah, okay.
That'll be a good one.
As an offensive player, Draymond is Magic Johnson without the flash.
There you go.
That's a nasty take. But okay.
I don't know.
Oh man, people be. Yeah, I gotta figure Twitter out. And you're monetized on Twitter, right?
No, I don't. I didn't pay for it, but I'm gonna pay for it for the next season because that's the only way that you can stream.
Oh, you gotta pay to get monetized.
You have to pay to be monetized, which is backwards, and you have to pay to do like other features such as streaming.
So the stream I got right now, I'm paying for it.
You're verified. You got like a check mark, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
because I got a channel manager that set it up, so I just didn't know.
Yeah, they changed it to where you have to pay now to be verified on Twitter.
That is weird.
It's a small monthly fee though. It's like $6, $6 to $8, something like that. It's not nothing crazy, but it comes with certain features. And back in the day, before Elon bought it, you could just stream without paying for it. But
Elon is nasty for monetizing the check mark.
He monetizing features and things that were free before is crazy.
The check mark is just I'm talking about. I be seeing. There was one time I was on IG. I saw some dude with like 50 followers with a check mark.
Yeah.
I said, man, oh man, Elon is crazy. I said, man.
Yeah, no,
he just started a crazy thing.
All right, I got your tweet out, man.
Well, Lo, hit me up if you're ever in AZ, man. We definitely got a link, man. We definitely got a link.
Yeah, I don't know what there is out there in Arizona, but if I am,
it's a lot out here. It's more than just heat. It's some nasty heat, though.
I've heard, but if I'm out there, I might go to summer league. But if I'm out there, then
I think I am too.
Yeah,
I think I'm definitely gonna be going. The one in Vegas, though.
Yeah, the one I'm talking about. Yeah, the one in Vegas, and then next year I'm going to that one too because I got to see Cooper flag. My brother, something.
I like Cooper. I think Cooper gonna be a problem, man. I have a funny feeling, man. He's a mad white dude. He's mad. He plays mad.
Yeah. No, he's nice. Nah, he's special. I ain't gonna hold you. And there's gonna be a lot of teams trying to tank for him. No, he's special.
You could be number 1 overall?
Yeah, I think he is.
Man, I hope he doesn't get exposed to Duke.
He's way bigger than what I thought he was too.
Is he? Well, how tall is he? 6'9"?
Yeah, he's like 6'9", 6'10". Tatum is also bigger than. I don't know if y'all seen Tatum next to like other centers. Like Tatum next to Bam. Tatum is like actually bigger than Bam.
The player that surprised me the most.
Both like muscle and like height wise, he's just bigger.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. Wow. The player that surprised me because I sat courtside and I saw this was Luka. That motherfucker.
Do you think he's actually still 240 or is he bigger now?
Bro, he's a giant. But no, he's all of 240 and he's all of 6'9". Oh my God. Bro, I feel not like now that I've seen him in person, I feel bad for them little point guards they got to guard him.
Oh no, yeah.
Like once you see him in person, you literally start to see why. Oh, this is why he can be slow as hell and still have a crazy mismatch. Yeah. He's a large human being, I tell you that, man. For his size.
Yeah, no, it's
that was the game in Phoenix where Booker and them was talking crazy to him. They got blown out. That was right before they came back and beat Phoenix.
Nah, Luka's big, but I was surprised by Tatum though.
Yeah,
I didn't think Tatum was that big. Yeah, it's like pictures floating around with him next to Bam, and it's pretty. I'm like, oh wow, he's actually.
Dame is my height, so Dame ain't really 6'3".
How tall are you?
Dame is all of 6'1"ish, 6'2"ish.
Oh shit! Okay.
He's a little. I promise when they play Bronny James and them, Dame and Bronny might be close to the same size.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly.
Yeah.
Ain't Brown like 6'1.5" without shoes? I mean, he's like 6'3" with shoes, so I don't know why people say he's like the tiniest player ever.
Like 6'1" on the floor at the same time, though.
Not bad.
Ishmael said Lamont is 5'9". Nah, I don't know. Ishmael, you keep saying that. You're gonna have to see me one-on-one one of these days, and you'll find out very quickly. You're gonna find out very quickly. You're gonna wish I was 5'9". So.
But all right, Lamont.
All right, Lo, man. I'll get it with you.
All right, brother.
And OT Takes, man. Salute, man. Appreciate you pulling up, man. Like I said, man, we're probably gonna be going live again. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's what? Tuesday? Yeah, tomorrow's Tuesday. I'm definitely gonna be going live tomorrow. So hopefully we can get you up here tomorrow, man. Keep cooking on these topics, man. Appreciate you pulling up today.
All right, cool. Once again, I'm sorry about the topics. I was not trying to let it go there. I was really just trying to talk.
No, you're fine, man. That's how these streams, after we get through the main topic, that's how it gets. So it is what it is, man. I just try to make it at least so everybody can get their take off. It just get a little wild when we got 9-10 people up here trying to everybody want to get their take off. So, I think we did a decent job moderating it, so it wasn't too crazy.
That's fact. All right, bro. Thank you so much. I'm gonna let you go. I'll see y'all probably tomorrow.
All right, man. All right, y'all. Look, man, it's FYF Sports, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up, man. Ishmael says I'm 6'7", 6'8". That's fine. Brandon Jennings 5'9". I don't know. Lamont, take that pitiful top 10 off the screen. Yeah, that top 10 was nasty. Yeah. Salute to Duke Blaylock's one of the OG subscribers, man. Duke Blaylock's been here probably since Duke Blaylock. You might have been here since day one. You got to be a day one, unless I'm tripping. Let me see who all the day ones, man. Duke got to be a day one. Twain Gant might be a day one. I don't know, man. We gotta see. Nah, Ishmael, like I say, man. I could lose to anybody. I ain't gonna put it out there. I could lose. You might be able to get me. Salute to PTG Holy Prophet JC. Appreciate you. Oh, was that you that sent because somebody sent a donation of $100. Was that you? I think it was Bezo the Prophet. If you're the same person, man, much appreciated. I just didn't have a YouTube channel name to shout it out. But somebody sent a big crazy donation, man. Big crazy donation. I'll be wanting to give y'all props, man. Because like again, y'all don't sometimes people don't realize how much these donations they go a long way. They go a long way. He says, have I ever watched Angry Old Hoops? No, I haven't watched them. I don't know. I will. I would. I just think I've heard some of his takes on Michael Jordan fans channel. Again, these guys, like for me, it's hard for me to talk basketball with some people that don't debate in good faith. And when you pretend, I'm just real big on talk about what you know, don't pretend about what you don't know. And it's just a lot of these guys, when I talk to them, they're just pretending, and they are hell bent on creating a certain criteria for one objective, and that's just to say LeBron is trash. Like, and for me, I don't care what the criteria says. If my criteria says Jordan is the GOAT, Jordan is the GOAT. If my criteria says Magic Johnson is top 5, Magic Johnson's top 5. But I just let the criteria dictate everything. And I try to be non-biased, even though biases kick in. So, I don't like debating with people about top 10s. All right. Everybody's top 10 is going to be different based on their own biases, how they see the game, what they preference in the game, their own style of play when they played. I don't expect everybody to see the game how I did. This is why I'm really not a fan of the channels that try to sell you that LeBron isn't top 10. He might not be top 10 based on how you see the game, but he may be top 10 but he is top 10 according to how Phil Jackson sees the game, and Larry Bird and Oscar Robertson and a ton of other greats. So, I mean, he might not be number 1 in everybody's books, but my criteria has him in the top 10. And what you're going to do is you're going to find a whole bunch of people to where, because they don't like the fact that you have LeBron top 10, then they just go to name calling and ad hominem attacks. He says, Brown fans are the ones that cry about it, though, and start acting childish. I mean, great one. It is what it is. You could say that. But I see it from both sides. So great one. This is a channel where I call out both sides of the spectrum. I've had streams talking about avid Laker and LeBron fans, and I talk about the Jordan fans. So this is not something that I'm just singling out the Jordan fans. I've called out both. Actually, I just did a stream last week talking about LeBron fans. So that's what I mean. When I say I don't have a dog in the fight, I don't have a dog in the fight. My criteria put LeBron at number 2. The criteria, I sat down, I did an entire video on this. I sat down, I created a criteria that I thought was most fair. I talked to Jordan fans and I talked to LeBron fans about what elements of the criteria should stay and what elements should go. Once we came up with a criteria of 8 different elements, we apply those elements. Jordan 1, LeBron 2. I can't control that. I think it was Kareem 3. I can't. I did a whole video on it. So, yeah, great one. The childishness goes both ways. Like, y'all pretend like it don't, but it do. But the one thing I have to say about LeBron fans is they are smarter. They're more well-versed in the game. They don't talk in narratives as much. Like the Michael Jordan fans have kind of messed up to a certain degree because y'all hate has only compelled LeBron fans to go do more research into the numbers. So while the LeBron fans have the numbers and data, you guys are just riding on narrative and talking points. And so a lot of times when the Jordan fans argue with the LeBron fans, the Jordan fans end up looking dumb because they're going on narrative talking points, no data to support it, other than the new analytics. You know, it's just funny to me. It's just funny to hear Jordan fans talking about defensive box plus minus and all these analytics that never existed. You know, if you got to sit here and tell me that an analytical data made Jordan the GOAT, then you probably already lost because you ain't about to out analytic LeBron. You ain't about to outdo LeBron on the data. LeBron's about to outpace Jordan in all. You might find 1 or 2 categories, but you're not about to find in these major analytics. LeBron is outpacing Jordan. So the analytical logic don't even work. So that's my biggest gripe with them. It's just disingenuousness. They lie, as we talked about in this stream. They're willing to use and say anything about anybody just to throw shots at LeBron. And then pretend and hide that it's all been being done with integrity and for the love of the game. And it's not. They don't love the game. They don't, as you guys can see, when I play the videos of the old Jordan video, they don't even watch the game. They don't want to do real film breakdowns. Rap Guy says PER accounts for steals, which is stupid. And that's what I've said before. There's a ton of metrics like defensive box plus minus. Defensive box plus minus is heavily influenced by steals and blocks. So it doesn't surprise me when you say that Jordan was ranked number 1 in any particular year in defensive box plus minus. It's because he generally had the most steals. And now that we're finding out that his steals numbers were heavily juiced, now we have to put even the analytics into question because the numbers influencing the analytics are now in question. So this is one of the reasons why I don't debate people's rankings. Because if you got some people who have Jordan as the GOAT, it doesn't matter how much their own logic doesn't make any sense. They're going to still have Jordan as the GOAT. Great one says again, show the proof of the videos. You going off something a white man said. Great one. I've played like 15 games from 87, 88. And great one. I've already said, see this, I think you missed this great one. I said, I really don't care about the Yahoo report. I said the Yahoo report really means nothing to me. Because I did a video 3 years ago saying that Jordan's defense was overrated. I didn't need the Yahoo report to know that Jordan's defense was overrated. I watched games and I saw his defense was overrated. This is before Rasheed Wallace said it. This is before some Yahoo article came out. And then when I did the research, great one, when I actually looked at Jordan's individual matchups on a night-to-night basis, Jordan wasn't stopping anybody on a night-to-night basis. Great one. You guys are the same ones that came up here and said Adonis Arms cooked Bronny James. So if we're going to look at basketball in that dry of a perspective, well, then let's keep looking at it in a dry perspective. That means Jordan got cooked by his man every single night. We looked at Jordan's matchup on a night in, night out basis from 1987-88 season. Jordan's man, whoever he was guarding, averaged 21 points per game on a night in, night out basis. So one, you're either telling me that in the 87-88 season, you literally had the greatest shooting guards of all time, or Jordan just wasn't playing on defense and he was getting barbecued. Duke says there was a video of Dennis Johnson cooking MJ. Yeah, I played that game too. When Jordan had to guard Dennis Johnson dropped 16 and 10 that night. I played that game on my channel. I played the Otis Birdsong game. I played the Dave Wingate game. Now that Lowe gave me the hookup, I'm about to play I actually already played the Doc Rivers game where he had the 29-point triple-double. These are all players that Jordan was responsible for guard. OT takes. Yeah, the Fat Lever game. Fat Lever, 31-point triple-double, quadruple-double at that. When I consistently see on a night in and night out basis, any particular player at the position that you defend is cooking every single night, I'm not about to sit there and walk away. I'm about to really start analyzing the defense. And what you start to see in that era, one of the biggest things you start to see when you look at the film, Duke, is you start to see that because there was a lack of three-point shooting, one of the reasons why Jordan was allowed to gamble and be so undisciplined defensively is because most teams couldn't shoot. I mean, Jordan would, without hesitation, leave strong side help and go run down to the post trying to steal the ball from the center on a double team. In today's game, you cannot budge if you're strong side help. You have to stay on your man. You go running off trying to help, you're getting barbecued for threes and all types of stuff in today's game. So because of the lack of talent in that era, it also gave Jordan additional freedoms that he would not have in today's game. I mean, I will give it to you. Offensively, Jordan would still be Jordan in today's era. But defensively, Jordan would just be getting barbecued on a night in, night out basis. In an ISO league, Jordan's not stopping anybody ISO. Yes, great one. It was a lack of talent. It was a significant lack of talent. There were multiple games. I want you to listen to this great one. There were multiple games that I watched where the opposing team that Jordan played would only shoot 1 or 2 threes for the entire game. That's a one-dimensional style of play that allows your perimeter defenders to just all be gamblers. Oh, my man ain't shooting the three anyway. I'm just going to go gamble. I mean, it was actually kind of smart on Jordan. It still does not change the fact that it's bad defense. The 90s were competing with WWF ratings. Yeah, they was doing something. So we already seen what AI did. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As soon as Jordan got in front of somebody that was willing to put the ball down, he could not guard him. He could not guard Muhammad Abdul-Rauf. He couldn't guard AI. He couldn't guard Grant Hill. Right? There was not many players he could stop. He never stopped Danny Ainge. He couldn't stop Gerald Wilkins. Couldn't stop Otis Birdsong. Couldn't stop Doc Rivers. Couldn't stop Dennis Johnson. This is supposed to be DPOY. We never seen this man. He didn't stop anybody in his DPOY season. This is not Jordan slander, Serge. This is what happened. Why do y'all act like it's an honor for me to say that Jordan got cooked in 87, 88. It does me no justice to say these things. It's just what happened. That's not slander. It's just happened. Slander would me be lying. Slander would be me saying players average 50 points per game on Jordan. That's slander. That's a lie. What I'm saying is not lies. I pulled all the data. I might still have it here right here. I mean, it's not no Jordan bash session. Y'all can say that, but Andre, that's just y'all. That's when y'all say that stuff. It's just coping with the facts. It's just the way you big up LeBron and talk down on Jordan. Now, Serge, if I drop this link, I would want you to come up here and tell me, how do I big up LeBron? Especially over the last 3 months when I've destroyed LeBron James. Michael Jordan fans, yeah, I could drop the link for you, Michael Jordan fans. I have no dog in the fight on either side of the coin. I feel like there are times when you can praise LeBron, but as I've been very public with saying, this year it was just a year for the Jordan haters to thrive. I mean, for the LeBron haters to thrive, because LeBron gave the Jordan haters all the ammunition they needed. This was not one of LeBron's best years. As a teammate, as a player, he failed on multiple levels. It's just sad that I got to be the only one to call it out fairly without bias. It does not impact where I rank LeBron James. It does not change any of that. Like, so when I do those videos and when I say LeBron James as a teammate this year was in the garbage can and let his team down, he's the number one proponent as to why the Lakers could not win, then I'm a LeBron hater. When I talk about Jordan, now I'm a LeBron fanboy. I mean, y'all got to pick one. Michael Jordan fans was good. I know you didn't finish earlier. I wanted to let you go ahead and finish up.
Oh yeah. I know that you were talking about something. We were talking about the media or something like that. My phone died in the car. So
yeah, what I was saying was when you left was it's hard for me to accept that it's the media forcing you not to like LeBron, because I just don't see enough out there that would make from the media that makes me say I don't like LeBron. I just don't see enough. And I said, my example was, we live in a day and age where, unlike the 90s, you have a variety of content with regards to media that you want to absorb. If you don't like First Take, you can always go to Undisputed. If you don't like Undisputed, then you can always find any show that you want on YouTube. The media that you are absorbed today is the media that you actually go pursue and go get on your own. They don't, in the 90s, you didn't have no choice. They propagated and pushed Jordan, and you didn't have any say-so in it. There were no other media outlets to counter it. Like your local media outlet was pushing Jordan everywhere you went across the entire United States, almost, even in New York, where there were avid Knicks fans. And so that's why I say it's just like, it's hard for me to accept the media being to blame when all they did was try to sell you Michael Jordan in the 90s and hide his shortcomings, all his shortcomings, when he had to testify against the mob, his gambling issues. They tried to cover it up. And they tried to paint him in the best light possible. And I get that. That's what you're supposed to do with the face of the league. And that's exactly what they're doing with LeBron today, which I understand and I get. Go ahead, though.
yeah, no, so I didn't say I didn't like LeBron. I just said I think it makes it worse for it being the social media age where it's on Instagram. It's on. I only really look at Instagram to creep on girls' pictures, but sometimes it'll pop up in some of the sports things that I follow casually on that, and or Twitter if people like that, and on YouTube, because the ones that will come up on your feed, you'll see it. The First Takes, the Undisputeds in general. To your point, yeah, you have more choices, and the thing with and I'm not saying I don't or that I'm not biased to LeBron. I am. I don't like some of the things that I've seen with him. And I mean, I just don't pretend that there's things I don't like
you got
about
an
him.
example of something like specifically?
Just as just him crying on the court, those sorts of things.
The antics.
I didn't like the decision. I really disliked LeBron James for a long time. The thing that really brought me back was COVID. A lot of my contemporaries would disagree with this, but I actually started coming around to him with the bubble championship. Not that I thought it was you know, if I had I think all championships are equal. However, the story behind it, outside of it just being COVID, I think in ways that you could say that it was, I don't want to say gimme because that's going too far, but I understand the critiques, but that's actually when I started turning around to him. But yeah, the decision, and then a lot of the
Why
media
did the
narratives
decision
after
bother
that.
you? I didn't mind it.
I didn't like it because being a hometown fan, I'm not from Cleveland. I'm from the Philadelphia area, but I put myself in the shoes of a Cleveland fan, and I just didn't like how he went about it. And it's, you know, a lot of people will say, well, he gave the donations to the Boys and Girls Club, and that's all fine and good, but it's kind of like saying, well, I slapped you in the face and here's some money for it to somebody else. So it's obviously not the same,
But who
but
did he slap in the face?
the city of Cleveland and the fans of Cleveland.
And how did he slap him in the face?
Because he did an hour-long special to say that I'm going to go leave Cleveland for Miami, where at the time I foolishly thought he might have stayed in Cleveland. You know, in hindsight, it was dumb. Why put on a whole show if you're not going to leave? But I had hoped that he would stay because I thought, you know, that would be better for him and the story of him doing it for Cleveland that had the drought for so long. I think a lot of people agree with me, and I just at the time I thought it was terrible. I actually was a huge fan of LeBron before
And
then.
why did you want him to stay in Cleveland?
Well, he had a good team. I mean, a lot of people will go look back and say it was bad, and I'm not saying he didn't go to a better team because however whatever word you want to put to it, him and Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh in Miami, they all decided in their own powers to go on that team there. But they I think the last year before he left, I think they won 66 games.
They
I mean,
did.
I don't think that's a
Who on
bad
that
team in
team
any.
stood out to you as a key element to that 60-win season outside of LeBron?
Well, I mean, it's kind of like the AI team. They had a lot of great role players. Well, they have big. Well, they had Big Z. They had, I don't know specifically for that year, but they had Big Z. They had Carlos Boozer. They had Delonte West. They had Mo Williams. They had all these guys that played their roles in their own facet. LeBron was definitely the
But
main
I
guy,
thought
but
Boozer had left by then already.
that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm just saying there's, you know, Varejao. These are some of the guys that were on that team. I'm not sure for that specific year. But I
I
think
mean,
Larry
did
Holmes.
any particular, like, for example, when Brown went to Miami, it clearly stood out D Wade as his running mate and Chris Bosh. I mean, it stood out like a sore thumb. I mean,
Yeah.
and that's generally the makings of a great team. Even if we go back and talk about the older Celtics, Parrish and McHale, Dennis Johnson, it stands like a sore thumb. If you have if it was a great 60-win Cavs team and they just needed to just retool and just come back, who stood out?
So, I mean, you're kind of saying that you need to have a second guy to be a great team. That's what I'm getting out of it.
Not
But just
necessarily.
okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. There was no guy that was on the level of the other guys that you had talked about. I mean, that you had Hakeem Olajuwon in more recent years win the championship in '94, arguably as just the standout guy. You could argue Dirk. I mean, Jason Kidd was past his prime. Tyson Chandler, but they were all great role players. Dirk was the main guy on that team. But to your point, no, I don't think anyone was nearly as good as an individual player as LeBron on that team. But I don't think it. I think the 66 wins speak for themselves, for itself, for how well that team was in the league.
So, and what confuses me is the only thing that confuses me about that logic would be when you give them credit for 66-win season, but then in other seasons you tell us that the East was weak, and the record in the East wasn't as legitimate because the East was weak. So
I never
did
said it
they?
wasn't as legitimate, but I didn't mean to interrupt. Keep going.
What was the East? Wouldn't you agree that the East was weak?
I think in comparison to the Western Conference that they did not have as many stacked teams. That doesn't take anything away from LeBron going to those Eastern Conference or winning those Eastern Conference finals. I just think that when you're comparing things, if you want to get into the weeds, I don't think you have to do this. But if you want to stop at the conference, I don't think that you should. I think you should stop at the finals because I believe that dominance at the end of the day is what really matters. Not mostly dominant, not dominant over most of the league, dominant for the entire league as a team, as an individual, or as an influencer in respect to a rule changes or an icon. I think dominance over the whole league is what matters the most. But if you want to split hairs, I give credit for LeBron going to the finals. But when you go and you look at the West, I think for some of those dynasties that, I think most people would agree that the West probably was a harder conference.
No, I agree. And then my other sentiment is, when I hear Jordan fans talk, I always hear them talk about loyalty and being on one team. And I think in LeBron's case, I think Jordan fans want LeBron to stay on one team because they know staying with Cleveland significantly compromises how many championships he can win with an owner who was heavily invested in not going over the salary cap and putting any purchasing power into bringing in the necessary firepower to build a perennial powerhouse, not just a one-off team, because even the Houston Rockets, like you mentioned, had to go back to next year and go get Clyde as they were struggling. And the Dallas never got back until now, this past year. So you can have the one-off cases, but Dirk and his one championship and Hakeem and his 2 championships, it put those guys in a category, but they can never be in a category with 1 and 2 championships, respectively. They can never be in that category with the players that most people have in the top 5. And when I look at LeBron, it looks like to me his aspirations were to get to the top 5, not just be good on one team and maybe walk away with 1 or 2 championships like Dirk and those guys did. And I mean, I just think it's an unfair measuring stick when a guy plays out his contract and decides to leave.
Well, Lamont, I mean, ever since he came into the league, he was being called the chosen one. They were hyping him up as the next Michael Jordan. I think a lot of people wanted to see that. They wanted it to continue. And I think most people would agree with that, or at least that was my opinion as a high schooler at the time. I thought, well, this guy is going to be the next big thing. And I wanted him to be. I was rooting for him. And
what did he live up? He lived up to it. He lived up to the hype. He was the next best big thing. Jerry West came out and said this guy's better than Kobe.
That's and that's what Jerry West thinks. And if you think that, that's fine. I think there's it's a lot harder to say who's better than somebody with different. Now, if you want to say Kobe and LeBron, I think that's easier to do, but it's still not fair because they didn't play exactly the same position. The one guy was a guard and the other guy played like a forward a lot of the time. But to the point of it, to go back to it, talking about Dan Gilbert, I mean, they went to the finals a few years before then. They were still a high 50 win, 60 win team. So I understand your sentiment that, yeah, I think they would have been better if he would have made decisions to go over the salary cap and try to pull somebody there. I'm not disagreeing with you, but to say that team wasn't a good team, I think is unfair to what they did at the time. And now, were they as good as the Heat? No. As the Cavs? No. And they made that, well, at the second time around where they got Love and Kyrie. I don't know the salary cap situation for that, but I know that they made it happen then.
Fair.
I'm sorry?
That's where I say it's not fair because great players need great teams to win. Like great players like LeBron was a great player, but he was never going to beat a great team by himself. Like when he ran into the buzzsaw of the San Antonio Spurs, LeBron was a great player who ran into a great team. This is a game of 5-on-5 basketball. Your individual greatness going to be extremely tough to beat a better team. When LeBron ran into that Warrior team with KD in them, there's nobody in the world who thought LeBron was going to beat that Warriors team. As good as, and at that point in time, this is when some argue that LeBron was at his peak powers. No one in their right mind picked the Cavs to beat the Warriors with KD. Everybody knew it was a foregone conclusion because great teams always beat individual great players. And you would think, just watching in the 90s, that proved it to you. The Bulls had the best team for the majority of the time. They beat everybody. And the best teams went out. Iverson versus the Lakers. Iverson, great player, lost to a better team. Kobe, Shaq, and a ton of great role players with the best coach. And that's not to say that the Sixers had slouches, because I think people slight that Sixers team. They had the best defensive player in the league. They had the league's leading rebounder. They had the league's best six man. They had the league's MVP, and they had the coach of the year. I mean, that Sixer team was no slouch, but they still ran into a better team and lost. We don't knock Iverson for losing to a better team. We applaud Iverson for getting there against all odds. And I just think that the one biggest gripe, you guys hold LeBron's finals record against them. But by his fourth year, he was in the finals against where he was completely outmatched versus a Spur team. Team, not player. He was outmatched versus this team. And he realistically never had a chance of winning that series. But he doesn't get credit for getting there to the finals, the grind to get there. I mean, Jordan's first couple years in the league, he's getting swept in the first round. He's not doing these things. And you can't tell me some of these players that LeBron had on his team. But in that year 4, when they got to the finals, you can't tell me who his starting lineup was. You can't tell me any significant help. That was the majority of that was LeBron putting the team on his back and saying, let's just get there. And this is my individual greatness carrying us so far. And they hit a buzzsaw. Do we punish him for that? Do we say you have a losing record in the finals because you were able to push your team to the finals when no one thought you could get there? No, I just think sometimes the measuring stick is unfair.
No, so for me, I just don't think, like I said before, in respect to going through the weeds, if you want to say that he was mostly dominant, then sure, to get to the finals or, go up against certain teams, I just don't think that matters at the end of the day. I think it matters less. Let me put it that way. I think that when you go and you win, or you win a statistical title, or as I had said before, but you were talking about it being team basketball versus individual basketball. I never said that it wasn't. And even to my point is that even though you didn't have the star players around, they were able to get wins in the regular season. And to your point, they were able to even get to the finals in 2007. And I think they went to the Eastern Conference Finals in what, 2010. And they might, I'm not sure if they went again. I don't remember right now, but to say that team wasn't, that they weren't good in themselves, I think is disrespectful just because they didn't have a superstar. And again, I agree. If you have multiple superstars and they're able to play great team basketball, it's great. But at the same time, when you have multiple superstars, like look at the Phoenix Suns last year, or look at, the Nets or whoever over the last few years that have just stacked these teams together, the Clippers, and then they just fizzle out. I mean, it really, to your point, it is a 5-on-5 team, and I don't think necessarily that having just absolutely dominant individual players makes it a great team. Now, if you're able to do it, then yeah, that's great. But I just don't. I just think it's unfair to disrespect a team because they don't. It's not a, in the modern day terms, a super team are just wildly loaded. I think that, even talking about the Bulls, I think that Scottie Pippen was great. Dennis Rodman was great, or Horace Grant, amongst the other players, the B.J. Armstrongs, the Ron Harpers, what have you. And then there are other players. But I mean, it's kind of like the same thing with the, talking about the Utah Jazz. I'm not trying to keep going. I feel like I'm just going down a rabbit hole at this point.
No, you're fine.
But, the Utah Jazz, that was a stacked team that went to the finals with the John Stockton, Karl Malone, Jeff Hornacek, amongst others. Byron Russell. And it's just something that I think that they don't, in the same light, they don't get a lot of respect, even though they were able to make it to the finals. But I believe that outside of having Michael Jordan, I think they had more top heavy talent. I think it really just depends.
The Jazz?
In the top heavy. Yeah. I think that Karl Malone and John Stockton were better players in the moment than Michael Jordan. Not Michael Jordan. I think Michael Jordan was significantly better than both of them, but I think they were significantly better than Scottie Pippen.
And Dennis Rodman?
Dennis Rodman was a beast, but I mean, I'm just saying in respect to they had, I think in the median frame of it, I think that John Stockton and Karl Malone were more balanced as a top heavy team. Rodman was great. He was a great rebounder, great defender, but I mean, I feel like in a lighter way, you'd have to kind of associate him with like a Draymond Green.
No, I don't knock that, but what you're doing is you're still comparing the Bulls 2 and 3 to the Jazz 1 and 2.
Well, I just think it's because of Michael Jordan. I don't think it's fair to do it. And you asked me about Rodman. I was talking about just those two.
Well,
and if you include Jeff Hornacek, then I think it's relatively closer. I just think that Dennis Rodman was an amazing defender and rebounder, which is great. It's part of the game.
But
it's part of the team.
But that's the beauty. See, this is the beauty of eras. In an era where rebounding and defense was king, they had arguably 3 of the league's top 5 defenders on one team. This is in an era where being able to defend and rebound, that's king. Jeff Hornacek's ability to score and do things was not as prevalent especially in an offense that was heavily favored towards Karl Malone. So Jeff Hornacek was never going to be the player that he was in Philly with Utah offensively, because Jerry Sloan would completely abuse the illegal defense and run the shot clock down and slow the game down to a board, give the Karl Malone the ball while everybody else stood around and watched, and he would just go ISO. I mean, I'm talking about they would slow the game down to a board, so you would never maximize and get the best Jeff Hornacek. That's the part about it. So the thing about Rodman didn't need to be great on the offensive end. He just needed to be great on the other end of the floor that Jordan didn't dominate. He could be great in his own right without Jordan getting in his way. Pippen could be great in his own right because he could be great defensively and in transition without getting in Jordan's way. And Jordan could be great offensively without any other great offensive players being in his way. And Jerry Sloan even said, Jerry Sloan is the one that said, because of these expansions, we can't get any better to compete with the Bulls. This is what Sloan said in 97. So he didn't feel the way you felt. He felt that they needed more. He didn't feel that they were a super team. He said that these expansions and giving this draft compensation to these other teams, taken away from us, allowing teams like the Charlotte Hornets to double dip in the draft, where they could go almost essentially back-to-back picks, get Tony Delk and Kobe Bryant, and then trade Kobe and try to make their team better. This is how the Heat and Orlando and all the expansion teams were able to get really good really fast, while teams like the Utah Jazz, outside of Howard Eisley, who was a second-round pick, you can't tell me who they added from the draft to make their team better, because they would lose all their draft compensation to the expansion teams. This is one of the reasons why some of the teams talked about the expansions and how it negatively impacted their ability to get better. Because the Bulls used all draft picks to get better. They went and got Pippen, Horace Grant, Scott Williams, and a lot of these guys were able to get Brad Sellers and pound them off to get other pieces. It just gets, I mean, if you're going to be fair, and then also just to go back to another thing that you said when you talked about LeBron James's team, especially after that year 4, I can look to some of the marginal teams that either won an NBA final or got there. And I can remember those guys. Like when I think back on the Sixers, I remember Aaron McKee, Eric Snow, and Matt Geigers and those types of players. When I think back on that Dallas team, I can remember the role guys and their central role in getting there. Even when you look at that Houston team, not a lot of superstars, but I can remember the Kenny Smiths, the Vernon Maxwells, and those guys that helped. Robert Ory's, a young Robert Ory, and those guys. I remember them. It's just odd that when we say that LeBron had a great team year 4 and they got to the finals, it's just odd to me that none of those role guys stand out like other role guys who got to the finals and either lost. Even when you look to that Pacer team that got to the finals and played the Lakers, I can remember those role guys on the Pacer team. We can't I think when we say we can't remember these role guys on that Cleveland Cavalier team, maybe they just were really, really, really getting carried by a really, really good young player. And to say he should have stayed in that environment where he had ownership group that was not heavily invested in putting legitimate pieces around him to go win a championship. I cannot criticize him for using free agency to put himself in a situation to go win. Just like Charles Barkley put him in himself in a situation to be competitive and go win. He wanted to go to the Blazers. That didn't work out. He ends up going to the second best team in the West, and they immediately go to the NBA Finals. That's what we're supposed to do with free agency.
I mean, to bring it back, I mean, you asked why I was critical about it. I'll just bring it back because I feel like we're going off track, at least what the immediate discussion was. And the Bulls were a great team. They were, like you said, the greatest team in the NBA. I just think that the Utah Jazz are wildly disrespected. And I named some role players before on that 2017 when we were talking too. I don't know like the back of my hand. I don't even know the Bulls like the back of my hand, let alone any team from so long. I'd have to go and relook at them, but I know some of them. But you brought up something in regards to the eras and how it was different, how Michael Jordan had the expansion era. Do you think that you can fairly compare eras against each other?
No, I don't compare eras. I don't. So, I can still say Jordan's the GOAT, and at the same time still feel his era was slightly diminished because of the expansion. Because one thing Jordan cannot control is who he played. He can only play what the league put in front of him. If it was weak because of the expansions, so be it. That's something for David Stern and those guys to figure out later. I can only talk about Jordan's dominance versus who stepped on the court in front of him. And from what I saw, Jordan dominated his competition better than any player that I've ever seen, regardless of my personal feelings about the competition, right? And when I look at LeBron, I can judge LeBron in the same manner. I feel like LeBron played against a significant uptick in competition, but I can also put it into context and understand, okay, when he went up against the Spurs the first time, he was significantly outmatched. How do I weigh that? Do I punish him and say he can't be an all-time great because he lost in the finals? Or do I weigh his run fairly? Understanding that this is a different era. And you're rarely going to see teams go back to back to back anymore in this era where players can move around. And teams like the Celtics, who were really the true first modern super team, could load up and be your main nemesis and things of that nature. So I just try to put it into context, but I do not knock or try to compare or cross eras. It makes no sense.
Well, I wanted to ask you this because I caught some of it too when I was coming out. You're talking about the top 10 list about I don't know who else it was. It was kind of cutting in and out. Mm-hmm. But I know you brought up Bob Cousy and George Mikan. Mm-hmm. For a guy in George Mikan who had won multiple rebounding and scoring titles, played a collective 9 years in the pre-merger and merger of the now modern NBA, winning 7 out of 9 championships, being the first superstar of the NBA, and Bob Cousy being the second superstar of the NBA, winning 6 NBA championships, the second MVP of all time, and being a top 5 MVP for multiple years, being 11, I'm not really into awards, but 11 first-time All-NBA and 8-time assist title guy. How do you deny people with such dominance to be? I don't know where you place them. Maybe you place them in your top 20 or top 30, but where would you place these guys that were absolutely dominant within their eras?
So what I did was, I did a top 75 and I did my top 10. What I said with my top 75 is I said, I'm going to, from the 60s on forward, take 10 players from every 10-year era that are, and put them in automatically. Right. That way I have balance in my top 75. And I think at that point in time, I said I have about 15 slots left afterwards. And then I'm gonna give those spots out to the other guys that we might not be familiar with. So that ended up giving me the ability to add Mike in for what he did with the game in his early onset. Guys that were in between 10-year spans, right? So there were some players that came in at that 5-year mark, and it's hard to count them as the best player of a 10-year span. So I got the in-betweeners in there as well. So I try to be fair and balanced. I cannot pretend to know that I've watched Mikan or I know that era. What I do is I look back, I try to take the word of other greats who say Mikan was great, and then I just only have to rely on that. So when other greats say that Mikan was one of the best of that time, I have to give him credit for that. And that's why he landed in my top 75. For my top 10, what I say is that I don't debate people's top 10 because there are so many biases and preferences that go into creating that. I can't, if you want Mikan and Kuzi in your top 10, I just want to hear your criteria that puts them in there. And I just like to analyze if your criteria is consistent across the board. Does your criteria put LeBron out the top 10 or wherever you have him? And that's what I want to see. Because I'm not going to be able to change your preference the way you see the game. I don't argue people's top 10 like the other day when they were arguing Gil having LeBron 2 and Kobe 3. I don't argue that. People just have to start accepting that your biases kick in. I at my style of play as a shooter, I hated guys that chucked up shots all the time. That may be one of the reasons why I had Kobe at 11. My bias is based on how I played the game, not liking guys that chucked up a shot. That might have played a role into that. But I'm willing to accept that my biases play a role in how I shape out these lists. I don't pretend as if my criteria is this list that we all go by and we stick to. Our biases kick in and it makes us bump guys up a little higher or knock this guy a little lower. And I just accept that. So that's why I don't debate top 10, but I would like to hear the criteria that got those guys up there.
Sure, but before I give you the criteria, because I know that somebody was saying, "Oh, you can't even talk about this." I mean, I'm not saying you said that, but I think you said something along the lines of "I know" or something. But to the point of it is I brought it up, but to flesh it out a little farther, I don't think you can compare eras fairly because there's different rules over time. There's different influences, different styles of play. The statistics get all warped when you go all over the place. And if you go and you start looking at excuse me, I got a burp. You start looking at advanced analytics, you start, believing in the words of Wilder or Hollinger or amongst all these other guys that made up these statistics, that some of them have 4 different revisions to them. It's to lean so I'm not saying you do. I don't know if you do, but
no,
a lot
I
of
agree
people,
with what you're saying. I don't cross errors. I don't compare errors.
yeah. So bottom and equipment too. I just want to add that in there. Equipment affects a lot of the things as well for the statistics. For the ball was different size, at a different grip, the ground, the rim. I'm sure you know all this. I'm not sure if your audience does, but let's just say simply it was different across the eras and it got a lot better. I guess I think the equipment has relatively been the same for the last 20 years. But my point is that I think that dominance that transcends time is what really, in a phrase, is what makes greatness in basketball, and let alone life. Because a lot of people will go and criticize Bob Cousy because of the way it looked, the optics of it. That's how the rules were. But I ask people to say, would you judge, as a metaphor, would you judge Rome and say that it wasn't a great empire or one of the greatest empires because it didn't have airplanes or guns? That's just a metaphor for it. But my criteria that I generally use, and it's not weighted, it's not a quantifiable thing. There's qualitative things that I've just mentioned amongst influence and icon, because things that, icon is a representation of media in some respects, but then also what you did on the court, because you have to be able to sell that. So I look at dominance by titles, things that you've earned. So not awards. Awards are, I think, an easy. I'm not saying they're completely worthless. But I think it's an easy way to say somebody was very good. But a lot of people, just blanket statement, may have deserved to have gotten a lot of those awards that they didn't actually get. So I think titles, for instance, team success, the championship, and then the individual statistical titles, they both prove in the time and space that somebody played in that they were the greatest at that category, whether it's team, individual success, and then I was saying the influence to be able to change rules or change style of play, or your media icon that transcends time and what you did for the league. That's my general criteria.
So can I ask you one question about, because you said if it transcends time.
Yeah.
And you talked about championships.
Yeah.
And it's just hard for me to say a championship can transcend time if to win that championship, all you needed to do was win 2 rounds in the playoffs. I mean, you got to think to some of those Celtics teams, all they needed to do was win 2 rounds and they're champions, as opposed to today where nobody gets buys. You have to go through the grind.
But I'm not comparing the era, though. That's just how it was, and they did it against.
No, I'm not comparing eras either. But you said dominance that transcends time, and I would think that talking about something that the player does individually could transcend time before talking about a championship they won transcending time, because how you won championships when Bob Cousy played is much different from how you win championships now. The grind is much longer. The opportunity for injury to your best players is much more because you're playing far more games. Bill Russell and those guys, yeah, they played some good teams sometimes. But when you only got to win 2 rounds to be champions, 1 round and you're in the finals, it's hard for me to give you the same credit for getting to the finals. I give Bill Russell all the credit in the world for all his championships, but to say his championships are the same as players of today when they got to grind through more rounds of the playoffs is not the same. All right. And if you do make them the same, then he has to be the GOAT.
No, I don't think so, because I think he's number 2. That's where I have him. But I'll explain why I have Jordan ahead of him. Is that they both Jordan won more than twice the amount of individual statistical titles. He won about half of the team success. He had influenced the worldwide spread of the NBA to what it is today, making it media-wise and icon-wise. It's not a question. He's the most iconic player of all time. And the rule changes associated, whether you find them positive or negative, he influenced them, and and the game changed. Now, Russell did a lot of the same things too, and I have him number 2. But I want to go back to what you were saying as well, is that I've heard you say that a championship is a championship before. So, one counts as one, because I think Nick asked you the other day about Dirk. Dirk's 1 means more than Kevin Durant's 2. Are you only saying that because they had less rounds in the playoffs? Because that sounds like comparing eras.
No, so what I do is, in my criteria, I don't heavily factor in championships. I feel that championships are a team accomplishment, not an individual accomplishment. And so when I rank players, yes, you have to be petty, and ultimately you have to start weighing championships. But because it's a team accomplishment, I put it farther down the list, and I don't weigh it as heavily as some of you guys do. So yeah, championship is a championship, but it's a team accomplishment. And I look more to your impact on your era, your dominance against your competition. I mean, there's so many other things, your individual accolades. I mean, there's so many things you can look to as far as individual players, because when we're talking about top 10, this is something individual we're crediting to a player. I feel like you're number 1 or number 2 overall. This is not the teams we're talking about. We're talking about the individual players. So I don't weigh championships as heavily, because there's so much luck that needs to fall in place team-wise for a team to win a title. Like, I've seen so many teams win and lose championships because of an injury here or there. And it's just like, how do you control that? Like, how can you control that? Some players are able to overcome it, like we saw Magic did as a rookie. Other times you can't overcome. Just like we saw the Warriors and Curry. They could not overcome losing Durant and Clay. in the same finals. They could not sustain. They lost. So how do we weigh that when we know that so many other factors go into winning and losing the championship? So I just try to weigh it more fairly, and I don't use it. I think a lot of people use the championships because it's something that you can dangle over a player like LeBron and say, "Oh, I'm 6-0 and you can never be." Well, we know that never can happen but there's context to that a lot of people don't like to go into talking about. So I just don't weigh it as heavily, and I still have Jordan as the GOAT without winning the championships. I think he has a strong case without you just running to the 6-0. His 10-year dominance was like no other. And you don't need the championships to say that. The championships are just like a cherry on top. That's all.
And I gotta get going. My family came out back, but are you gonna be there on Saturday against Jim's self-researched NBA?
Is that the day you scheduled it to?
Yeah, you able to do Saturday?
I can do this Saturday, yes.
All right.
What time?
Noon or 11 Eastern. I don't remember. I gotta go check again.
11. That's early for me. I'm on the West Coast, so if it's noon, yeah, I can still do it. Morning is fine.
Okay, I'll get with him. I think he'll be okay with it. But yeah, thanks for letting me on. I think that picture of me is hilarious, but on your thumbnail, I look like a evil overlord behind. Like I'm like this.
Hey, you're the mastermind.
Yeah, but yeah. But all right, man. I hope you have a great night. I'll see you on Saturday.
Yes, sir.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, y'all. That was Michael Jordan. Fans are the best, man. I told y'all, man, I study the game, man. I mean, it's a couple people in JP. I mean, look, man, y'all have an opportunity. Y'all can hit the link and y'all can come up here, or I can end it. I give people opportunity to talk. I don't understand some of the logic that people use, but it is what it is. We got Mo Gravy. Mo Gravy, you said you'll be up in a sec. What happened, man? The link is right here. I told y'all. And like, y'all, just as a reference point before we wrap this up, there's a lot of people that like to try to say that LeBron had these really good teams that won 60 games. I've seen some really bad teams win 60 games. Just Utah Jazz just a few years ago won 60 games, and nobody predicted them to get out the second round. We talk about the Atlanta Hawks won 60 games with 4 All-Stars. Nobody predicted them to beat the Cavs. Not all 60-win teams are built the same. Danny Mack says you have to consider championships because that's what you play for. I do consider championships. I just don't weigh them as heavily as you do. I understand that you just getting drafted to the right team can give you 2 or 3 championships. If Magic Johnson don't get drafted to the Lakers, he don't have those championships. If Larry Bird don't get drafted to the Celtics, he don't have those championships. So how do we judge these players if you have to have a little bit of luck to get to the right team to even win? If the Lakers draft Dominique Wilkins instead of James Worthy, we're talking about James Worthy and Dominique Wilkins in 2 different conversations. Remember, in the first top 50, because Dominique Wilkins didn't have any championships, y'all left him off the first top 50. But y'all put James Worthy on there because he had the championships, even though one could argue Dominique was the far superior player. I don't get blinded by team accomplishments. If that's your criteria, fine. I can only tell you why that criteria does not make sense. But to me, it does not make sense to consider team things, especially, for example, in LeBron's case, when we can look to an owner who was not heavily invested in winning. He was not going to go get the necessary pieces to win. He was fine with collecting checks off of LeBron's success, get into the finals or the conference finals, and he was okay with that as a businessman. How do you contextualize that? How do I blame a player who clearly sees his owners not invested in winning, Not trying to convince any free agents to come. Not trying to go recruit players. Not trying to do anything. Not trying to even trade for players. When you have a chance to trade J.J. Henson and bring in Amari Stoudemire, you don't even make the trade. So what are these players supposed to do? Just sit hostage? Well, in the 90s, they had to sit hostage because they would sign 7 to 10-year deals as rookies. So Magic Johnson, we don't know if he considered leaving the Lakers. He signed a 10-year deal right out the gate. Scottie Pippen couldn't go anywhere. He signed a 7-year deal right out the gate. Horace Grant was one of the few players of the 90s that had the balls to leave, but he had to take minimum pay his first year in Orlando just to do because of the way the CBA was constructed. Ewing wanted to leave the Knicks. But when they told him, yeah, you can leave, but you'll be making minimum money for 1 year until the team gets your bird rights, Ewing said, I'm not trying to make minimum money. So what they did was they put things into the CBA to hold players hostage with their own teams. Is that loyalty, or is that the league creating policies that keep players stuck on those teams? Y'all conflate loyalty with CBA handcuffs. Y'all say, yeah, and then y'all, like he did, he tried to say that this is Jordan threatened the Bulls. Jordan threatened to leave Chicago. Jordan said, if y'all don't give me $30 million a year, I'm going to New York. He made the Bulls give him 3 1-and-1 deals for $30 million, while Scottie Pippen was the 122nd highest paid player in the league and never got paid. And y'all wonder why Scottie Pippen and guys like Karl Malone finally got paid in 99 when they changed the CBA. They just wanted to go capitalize off money that they missed out on their whole career because they got robbed by their teams. Why do y'all think Hakeem Olajuwon wanted out of Houston, faked injuries, and demanded trades? They wouldn't renegotiate his deal and pay him what he was worth. Why do you think Reggie Miller wanted out of Indiana? Y'all say loyalty. These players wanted out of their teams. And had they had the freedom of movement that today's players have, the 90s NBA would look a lot different. I just tell the truth about the 90s. I drop the link and I give people the opportunity, like JP, like Mo Gravy, like the great one, to come up here and dispute actual facts. The Chicago Bulls players hated the Chicago Bulls front office because they would not renegotiate deals, even when they clearly saw that they signed players to horrible, horrendous contracts. We're going to rob you, and we know we're robbing you. And then you expect Pippen to rush back from back injury? You expect Pippen to rush back from back injury to play as the 122nd highest paid player in the league when people like Dr. J and Larry Bird said he was a top 3 player in the league? So he's just supposed to rush back to play for that? That the team did not even have loyalty to him. Get to y'all facts. Salute to the great one, man. JP, you don't have to comment. You can always come up here. Salute to Kenna. Kenna, I shot you an email. Make sure you hit me back. Just hit me back. I definitely want to get that show up and rocking. And we can definitely get another show going if you want to come pull up and give y'all thoughts. Maybe we can do a dual stream where we're streaming the same time on FYF and your channel, man. Maybe we can lock in and do something like that. JP says longevity is Malone and Stockton, all 82 games. Yes, I give you that, JP. They had a great run. It's longevity. But you know what, JP? You ain't ranking them nowhere. You don't have them ranked nowhere. You don't have them ranked in your top 5. You don't care. Y'all say this is real longevity. You don't really care because you don't give them any credit anywhere for that type of longevity. Because if you're implying that longevity is better than LeBron's longevity, okay. I'm not. If you say that Stockton had more durability than LeBron, cool. What does it mean? Because you don't care. Brandon Katz, that's exactly what I said. Pippen wanted a new deal. Pippen Pippen was heavily underpaid. That's exactly what I said. What are you listening to? Mo Gravy. If you say it's cap, then the link is here to tell me what's cap. Don't say it's cap and then be scared to hit the link. Y'all got all you can do is y'all got space and opportunity right now. Not nobody's on the panel. It's just you. I let Michael Jordan fans come up here. You got no excuses now. Because and then what and again, what people like Michael Jordan's fans does is they try to put greatness in a box and then say this is the only thing that greatness can be. I'm just willing to be open and I can say greatness can come in all shapes, forms, or sizes. And I'm willing to take it and evaluate it as it comes. LeBron's ability to be great, winning multiple championships on multiple teams, that's an element of greatness. Kobe's greatness, 2 dynasties in one career, one with Shaq, one with Paul Gasol and them boys, that's greatness. Jordan, 2 3-peats after going to baseball, coming back, being dominant, that's greatness. Bill Russell, 11 championships, 13 years, greatest defensive player, greatest rebounder of all time, that's greatness. Greatness comes in all shapes. And Steph Curry, one of the greatest shooters of all time, a lot of success, unanimous MVP, that's greatness. I just accept greatness however it comes. What y'all try to do is y'all got to stop trying to define and try to tell people what greatness is. That's the beauty of basketball. Basketball can be great in a whole bunch of different ways. JP, stop acting slow. The link is in the chat. You click the link to come up here. Brandon, but it doesn't matter why he left the second time. Once your contract is up, you can retire for all I care. Jordan left the game mid-contract. I don't hear y'all getting mad at Jordan for giving up on the game mid-contract. All I hear you guys is doing is giving Jordan excuses as to why he left. But Brandon, that's you once again trying to define what greatness is. You cannot define it. You cannot put greatness in a box and say, this is greatness, that's not greatness. You can only consider these things as great, but that not. You don't determine that. You're not the enforcer of greatness. What y'all try to do is y'all try to tell people what they can consider and what they don't consider. I have no interest in telling you what is great and what isn't great. I can only tell you what I deem as greatness and how it measures out to make my top 10 or my top 75 list. Y'all always try to, and especially when it comes to Jordan and LeBron debate, y'all, I can tell you why Jordan is the GOAT without mentioning LeBron. Jordan fans cannot tell you why Jordan is the GOAT without mentioning LeBron. They struggle with it because they ultimately go to the 6-0 and say LeBron is 4-6 in the finals. You struggle with talking about your own favorite player. How do I know this? Because I've seen it many a time on this platform. Brandon Cat says Stern didn't want the Bulls to win 4 straight titles. Okay. You're just making that up. You just make stuff up. And I don't care if they didn't win 4 titles. I said Jordan's greatness is in the 2 3-peats. I don't care what you have fictionally put together in your brain about what David Stern did or didn't do. That's all fake. That's just you making up stuff. He says Stern also wanted gambling rumors to calm down. We still haven't confirmed that. All I know, Brandon, is he left the game and he was still under contract with the Chicago Bulls. That's what I do know. LeBron never left the team still under contract. He always left teams as a free agent. My time here is served. I can do whatever I want. He could have went to play in China for all I care. You guys want players to stay with the same team after they fulfilled the full agreement of the contract. And you're still talking about a player who understood he may have left Cleveland preemptively, went back to Cleveland, and brought them a championship. You know why LeBron, no matter, irregardless of him leaving, going to LA, he's going to be forever loved in Cleveland because he came back and righted what you guys claim to be a wrong. And he went back into a situation that was not super. You have a young Kyrie Irving. You don't know what you're going to get out of him. He has no championship experience. And you're bringing in a guy in Kevin Love, who was a complete loser in Minnesota, had not won anything. You don't know what you're bringing in there. You're really going there on hopes and dreams. And you still find a way to get a championship. Great play from Kyrie. Great play from Kevin Love. That's greatness. It wasn't super. It was not a super team. That it does not meet my criteria of a super team. And Wicked Gems. Let's just say, just to make you happy, it was a super team. Who cares? Most teams that win a championship are super to a certain degree. There's something, most teams, especially if you can win multiple, if you can get to the finals multiple times, there's something super about what you're doing. The Boston Celtics of the 80s were a loaded, by y'all definition, was a loaded super team. The Lakers of the 70s and 80s, loaded super team. Bill Russell's Celtics of the 60s, a loaded super team. The Celtics in the 2000s, super team. The Lakers, Shaq and Kobe, super team. The Warriors that LeBron consistently faced in the finals, super team. By y'all logic, we can just run down the list. Everybody's super teams. All good teams are super. All these teams that win championships, get to the finals consistently, repeatedly, they're super to a certain degree. They don't get there on the backs of one player. Yeah, you might luck up like Dirk and get there one time. It ain't happening two. Let's say it was a super team. It's only a handful of teams that won championships in NBA history that were not super. The Pistons, the Rockets, and the Mavericks. Outside of that, you ain't talking about no average regular teams walking around. Who cares, Brandon? One of the reasons why they were the most talented team, Brandon, is because they had LeBron. Because clearly, when LeBron left that team and went back to Cleveland, they were no longer that good. Pippen, by himself, got the Bulls to 55 wins. They were still a damn good team without Jordan. That's how you know the Bulls were super. 55 without him. Come on, man. LeBron's the only guy linking up with 3 franchise players in their primes. Okay. Who cares? Who cares? I don't care how you win them. Get them how you live. Maybe he didn't like the city. Because I guarantee you, y'all done hopped around from job to job to job for pettier reasons. He fulfilled his contract, left, and moved on. And he still created something that no other player's done. Won championships on all of these different teams. One with the Cavs, one with the Heat, one with the Lakers. Still ain't nobody done that. So you can criticize him all you want for bouncing around. He still gave everybody a championship. He still was the key factor in all of those championships. You keep saying this is dishonest, JP. I've been waiting on you to click the link. How long you want me to wait on you? And then when I get off here, you're gonna be all in the comments talking about, man, I hit the link, but it was over. Kyrie was the man on a lottery team, Herb Jackson. Being the man, yeah, it does mean nothing because Kyrie was the man on a Cleveland Cavalier team that was going nowhere fast but back to the lottery. When LeBron James was with the Cleveland Cavaliers, after his first couple of years, he was too good for them to even be in the lottery. So as far as good as you claim Kyrie was, they were a lottery team. How do you think they got the Andrew Wiggins pick to even trade for Kevin Love? Y'all fall in love with his ability to score. He was not impacting winning and losing. He was a really good player, but he still needed teammates. As we've seen throughout his career since he's left LeBron, he still can't be the number one. He is a natural number two. He needed LeBron to win. He cannot win without LeBron. Not a knock on Kyrie. It's just who he is as a player. Kevin Love and Chris Bosh will be Hall of Famers because LeBron was able to help them add to their legacies with the championships and the dynasty-like teams. Chris Bosh was a loser in Toronto prior to joining the Miami Heat. He won nothing. Y'all sit here and pretend like y'all really applaud these teams for winning championships, and then all y'all do is tell me about guys that were losers. Kyrie was a loser. Kevin Love was a loser. Chris Bosh was a loser until they got with LeBron. D Wade, up until LeBron came there for years, was losing. Y'all keep saying he won that one championship with Shaq. You know how long ago that was before LeBron came? After that championship, they were losing. They were not winning anything. D Wade was not carrying by himself. Pippen could never average 28 in the finals. He didn't need to. He had Jordan on his team, Mo Gravy. Why would Pippen? All Pippen needed to be was a good defender and a good support guy. That's what great teams do. They play into roles. This is what Chris Bosh did well. When you guys criticized Chris Bosh and LeBron for his stats going down in Miami, no, Chris Bosh committed to a role where his individual stats would decline, but they would win more. Kevin Love committed to a role where his individual stats would decline, but they would win more. They sacrificed their individual stats for winning. So what do you got? What do you want these players to do? Do you want them to accumulate stats and lose, or do you want them to do whatever it takes to win? Not everybody can be like Jordan, be the number one, score all the points, and win championships. We just literally watched a year this year where Jason Tatum sacrificed his game so that Jaylen Brown could thrive. Porzingis could thrive. Derek White could thrive. He sacrificed his game. In turn, you guys did not reward him with praise. All you guys did was say he choked. That Jaylen Brown's better. You didn't reward him for sacrificing his game. Y'all didn't reward him for getting it done, winning a championship. All y'all did was reward Jason Tatum by saying Jaylen Brown's a better player because he scored more points. That's how stupid you guys look at the game. I told y'all are highlight babies. Y'all are stat babies. Whoever scores more points is the best player. That's the only way y'all see the game. Whoever gets more steals is the best defender. Y'all see the games in a blanket manner. And again, it does not surprise me why none of you guys have hit the link. Other than Michael Jordan fans is the best, and salute to him for hitting the link. King KO salute. 7 hours of LeBron glazing. First of all, we wasn't even talking about LeBron half the time, King KO. The fact that you come right in talking about LeBron, that's nasty work. The fact that you would always in my comments talking about LeBron, even on videos that don't have nothing to do with LeBron, that sounds like glazing, King KO. Because actually, when Michael Jordan fans are the best came up here, we was talking about way more than just LeBron. Today, we was talking about Bronny. Way more than just LeBron. What is y'all talking about? Hold on, Kenna. Stay right there. I gotta make you a mod. Are you a mod already? I gotta get some mods in here to clean this up. I'm gonna drop the link one more time. I'm gonna drop it one more time. All right, there we go. If that mod comes through, man, just knock it up out of there. Link is in the chat if you want to come out real quick before we get up out of here. They say scouting. They say you were scouting for the Phoenix Suns. Who's they? And it was something like that, but not specifically. I was scouting at Section 7. That's what I was doing at Section 7. But I don't know who they is. And it doesn't sound like they was 1,000% accurate with that take. His father was murdered. What? That an excuse? Well, Jordan said that wasn't reason why. I can only take Jordan's word at face value. He says, "You, my dog." Like I said, there's only one way we can find out. I don't care. There's only one way we can find out, and the only way we can find out is if people actually start to pull up. And the fact that I opened the invitation and people don't pull up, well, that should tell you enough to right there. And secondly, we would have to actually find something to debate. So I don't even know what we would be debating. What are we going to do, a LeBron debate? I'm not about to sit here and debate LeBron versus Jordan. I have Jordan as the GOAT. Come with another debate. What are we going to debate? Go find a topic we can debate. Find something we disagree on. We can debate it. If we even disagree there. But I think you guys all know what would happen if we did that. People don't really want to debate me. Salute to Herb, man. What's good, Herb?
Hey, what's up, man? You can hear me?
What's good?
Not too much, man. First of all, shout out to you. I've been catching your streams for a while now. First time I got a chance to call in, so thanks for letting me on.
Yes, sir. What you got on these topics, man?
Well, the one we just recently was talking about people making the super teams and how all these other players were the man on their teams and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
When you're the best player on a bad team, somebody's got to score the points and get all the stats.
Okay.
My question is, when Kevin Love was on Minnesota, name me the players and whatnot who was afraid to go play Minnesota when Kevin Love was there. Name me the guys who were scared to go and play Toronto when Chris Bosh was over there. Not to say these guys are bums or anything, but there was a limit to what they could do on their own team. So they weren't top of the top, at least in my opinion. But I want to know what you think about that.
No, you're right. They just weren't. So at the time, and I don't knock Kevin Love or Kyrie for this. At the time, they were just young players still trying to find their way and learn how to win. Right? For LeBron fast-tracked and learned a lot faster. For Jordan, it took 7 years. We just watched Tatum and those guys. 7 years in the making. They finally get it done. We watched how long it took Giannis and Jokic to get it done. It takes a lot of losing to finally get to that winning achievement of winning the championship. It takes a lot of growing pains, right? Sometimes, in those growing pains, you're going to have fans saying different things. You choked. You did this. Think about before when Giannis won a chip. How many times fans would do these streams talking about he's a choker, he needs to get a jump shot, he can't get it done in the playoffs. And they were saying the same thing about Jokic before he won his. He's a choker, this, that, and the other. Once you get over the hump and you figure out how to win, then you shut people up. And so Kevin Love just was at a point in his career where Minnesota was ready to move on, look to a different situation, going in a different direction. They didn't have time. They wanted to go in another direction. They didn't want to wait to build around that situation anymore. So they made the trade. Kyrie was still losing when he was in Cleveland. They were a lottery team. That's how they even got the Andrew Wiggins pick. Yes, him by himself, he put up a ton of numbers. It looked great. It was flashy, but it was no impact behind it. He was not winning anything. And so I don't knock those players, and it takes time to know how to win. But I think we these Jordan fans are like live in a microwave society. These players don't get it done right now, they're chokers. If they don't win a championship right now, they're chokers. If they don't win it right now in this situation, irregardless of who their teammates are, who the owner is, they just have to win it with whoever those teammates are, they're chokers.
And something else I wanted to run by you.
30 points per game, like like these guys, it don't count. Like even if you do, even if you win a championship, if you don't do it the way Jordan did by being the leading scorer, averaging the most points, they still don't look at it as valid. So they always try to find a way to discredit it based on how Jordan did it. Players can't be great independent of their own success and how they do it in a different era where how you win games is completely different. And that's the scary part when I listen to the Jordan fans talk, is just they've created some constructs to where no one else can even have consideration because they just have glazed Jordan to the top and no one can touch him. Not even Kobe. Kobe, who is Jordan's mirror, can't even come close. And it could be argued that Kobe was a better version of Jordan on both ends of the ball.
Yeah, and something else that people don't really bring up that often when they talk about how LeBron had to go to Miami and learn from Dwayne Wade, why does he not get that same credit with going back to Cleveland and teaching Kyrie all the things that he learned from Dwayne Wade, going to the Lakers and teaching AD, albeit just for 1 year, all the things that he learned so he can be a better vessel for these players who didn't have rings to get rings. He doesn't get credit for taking the knowledge that was given to him and passing it along. Like, these are the things that people don't talk about. They just talk about the fact that, oh, he went from team to team, not necessarily that he went from team to team while teaching other people how to be greater than they already were.
I agree. But again, they create unfair parameters that they'll use it as a negative here for a guy they don't like. They'll use it as a positive here for a guy they do like in a different situation. So they pick and choose when to use certain things as negatives and as positives. And I think that's the most unfair aspect of it. Even when I was hearing Michael Jordan fans talk about, his top players, right? He was talking about, in one sense, he was talking about, he said, dominance that transcends eras, right? When we were talking about Bob Cousy and those guys. Okay, and I'm like, okay, now we got some criteria. As soon as we go to Jordan, it's no longer about dominance that transcends eras. Now he's talking about scoring and stuff. And I'm like, I thought it was dominant. Like, you formulate new criteria just to place guys where you want. You're never going to beat that person in a debate. You're never going to convince them of any particular logic because they're going to formulate criteria each step of the way, no matter if it contradicts what you just said with the player prior. And that's what you're going to tend to see a lot in these debates. JP says, bro, let me in. Now, JP, if I share my screen, it's not going to show nobody in the backstage. So don't make me embarrass you by sharing my screen while you sitting here pretending like you're in the backstage. Let me get the guys at Uncle real quick. And then I know Locker Room asked for the link. I dropped it for you real quick. But let me get the guys at Uncle real quick. And we're going to get up out of here if Locker Room don't pull up. Guys at Uncle, what's good?
All right. Blessed Lamont. Blessed everybody. If you hear an accent, I'm from Jamaica. So let's see with me a little bit. All right. So I watch your program, also Locker Room. Salute Locker Room. I watch your guys' program. So it's something that I see with the LeBron James and his son,
Mm-hmm.
right? Everybody be hating on him. So this is what I want to know. So he averaged what, 4 points, right?
Yep.
Is Derek Fisher an all-star? Is Derek Fisher, would you say Derek Fisher is a great point guard?
He was a great role player for that Laker team. That's how I would define it.
And how much rings does Derek Fisher have?
How many does he have? 4, 5?
Okay.
Can't remember, but he has a lot. Put it like that.
Okay, so he has a lot. I think he had more than LeBron. So this is what I want to say. How much point does he average in his rookie season?
Probably not very many.
3.9. So let's say that. So I'm saying, is nobody not giving this kid a chance? It is like, so I just want to know, there's nobody not giving him a chance. Like they're saying, like he's just gonna be a bum then. Basically, that's what they're saying. So he can develop into a better player over the course of the years. Like he's young. He can play for 10 more years, 15 more years. Like nobody knows. So you're just calling him a bum off rip. And he's going to play with his father. So I know he's going to get open shots. Trust me. Like if you know LeBron, like you're a basketball guru, he's going to make plays for him so he can get open shots. I guarantee he's going to score more than 4 points.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree.
Yeah, so what I'm basically saying is, so a lot of players came into the league and averaged less than 4 points, right? How much is what's the Westbrook average?
I can't remember right off top, but I kind of get the gist of what you're saying.
Yeah, so I'm saying, well, you have to let them grow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So as I said, that's just the question I had for you. As a matter of fact, it wasn't even a question; it was just a statement. So thanks for having me on the panel. Like you guys have a great night. Okay.
Man, I appreciate you pulling up, man. Salute to the homie from Jamaica, man. All the way from Jamaica, man. What's good, locker room?
Yo.
Chilling, man. What's good?
Yeah, man. What's the word, man?
Man, I was trying to get him to pull up, man. I tried to give him the bait, man. I couldn't get him to bait. I couldn't bait him in.
You talking about women down?
Yeah. I couldn't get man down.
Yeah, women down. Women down. That I seen his video, man, that you was playing earlier. That nigga always getting cooked, man.
Bro, and then he clipped it like he was cooking.
Yeah. The first time, like I said, I seen Go James put out a video on him. I was like, damn. So how did you find that clip? Like, you be watching him? Because I can't watch that dude.
So I forgot. Every time when you watch somebody's clip 1 or 2 times, it just starts to pop up in your feed, especially if it's like similar topics you've been searching. And so when I came across it, I don't even know how I came across. I was just scrolling. And I saw it, and I was like, "Let me listen to it," because I was just working out in the garage, and I was like, "All right, let me see what this is about." When I was listening, I just heard the caller, and I'm like, "Is this his channel? Because he getting cooked on his own channel." And so I had to double take. I was like, "Yeah, I need to do a show on this." And then when I looked at the full live stream, I was like, "Bro, this is sad, man. This is sad."
Yeah, man. We just got done. We just wrapped up one on your boy, man. Ticket, man. He did a show. So I don't know if you caught the show we did last night, but DreamersPro, he put out a video and he said that he got a death threat. He said
I saw that. Did he really get a death threat, man?
Yeah, he said he got a death threat. He said he got banned from the city. So I woke up today and I seen Ticket did a video on it. So I was like, oh shit. So Ticket watching the show. So yeah, we had to address them clowns again tonight, man. But man, this dude,
tell DreamersPro, if it came out of LA, he better take that seriously.
That's why I told him.
Them boys put if they say it, you might want to take that a little bit seriously.
That's what I told him. Like, don't end up like Biggie. Like, you better take that. That's exactly what I said. When LA issues a no-fly warning, like that is not something you can just overlook.
Well, like I'll pass on LA if somebody say that. Yeah,
I told him, I was like, just cross LA off your list, dude. Just go down to San Diego. You know what I mean? If you want to visit Cali, just go down to Dago, man. Leave LA alone, man. Them boys ain't playing fair out there, man. So,
bro, yeah,
but
yeah,
so Ticket.
They got no sense out there.
Nah, they lawless out there.
Damn.
They live in lawless, man. But so yeah, we had to just call out Ticket today.
I saw Ticket with a thumbnail. Was that the dude who did the death threat?
Nah, they said that was like some random rapper or some shit. I don't know.
Oh, I'm about to say, like, if Ticket really found the dude, that'd have been nasty.
Yeah.
Damn.
Hey, locker room, you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, who is this?
This Herb, man. It's the first time he ever getting on the panel.
What up?
Just wanted to know if you had a take on the whole nepotism thing and what your thoughts was about it. I was listening to it earlier and I had some aspect on it, but I wanted to see what some of the regulars thought about it.
I mean, I don't really have a problem with it. You know what I mean? I mean, this is what goes on. You know, it's all politics at the end of the day. You know, I just told a nigga that on my stream, Lamar. I'm like, most fans, they just see the game from like, you know, they just see the basketball, but there's like other shit that goes on. Like it's a whole business too at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So like, for example, you got a nigga like Thanasis, right? Like if they don't sign Thanasis, who knows what Giannis might do? You know, Giannis might dip up out of there. And then what you gonna do? You're not gonna find another Giannis. You know, Giannis is generational. So they gotta make a business move, right? They gotta sign his brother to keep him. It's the same thing they doing with LeBron. LeBron said he want to play with his son. Okay, if you want to keep LeBron, sign his son. I mean, it's business, you know. So
you know who else they left out of that loop too? Remember when Kawhi was doing that same thing with his uncle and all the people he wanted to come with him on flights and everything?
Right.
So, and when they were talking about it on the panel a little earlier, like me myself, I'm in the military, 21 years, and a lot of what we do is based upon pretty much nepotism. Like when you go to pick certain additional duties and different jobs and whatnot, you don't always go by what somebody's paperwork looks like. You go by what you hear from somebody else who's worked closely with them, and you take their word for it. I don't see why people think that with Bronny being around an astonishing player like his father for his entire life, getting access to all the training, all the tutors, all the mentorship, and getting that same work ethic as his father, why wouldn't a team want to invest in somebody who had all that exposed to them for that tremendous upside that could possibly be there by only giving up a second round pick?
But it's like Lamont said earlier, though. They're just really they don't really care. I don't feel like they just like DreamersPro. Like you're just using Bronny as a way to like, you know, just make more content about LeBron. That's really what it boils down to. But yo, Lamont, who's this nigga you got on the screen?
Oh no, I was trying to figure out because he said Lamont, you a straight J cat. I'm trying to figure out what the hell is a J cat. What's a J cat?
I don't know. I don't know where he from.
He said it's sad you say anything knowing that you don't believe it. I don't know what you're talking about. You say shit for clicks and views, straight media puppet. I mean, I guess. I mean, look, I'll tell you right there, real easy. I'll make it simple. Y'all, I'm gonna tell you right now. You guys will know if Clutch or ESPN offers me a big bag, because I'm not gonna hide it. If they offer me a big bag to say whatever, I'm going to take the big bag and I'm gonna say whatever. I don't care. And you guys are gonna sit here and listen all you want. If ESPN offer me a big bag and say, Lamont, push a little bit more Bron content, be more positive on LeBron, and I'm gonna be like, I got you. I'm gonna take this $8-9 million, whatever it is, and I got you. Just like y'all, when y'all go to work and that supervisor tell you to get your ass in that bathroom and clean them toilets and bathrooms, you say, yes, sir. And do you got any more bathrooms for me to clean later on after my break or whatnot? I mean, look, man, it just is what it is. And you guys will know. So I have no issue with that. I'm not tripping. Y'all be acting, that's what I'm saying. Y'all be faking like y'all all noble and y'all don't, man, look, man, if somebody offered me a bag to talk a little bit extra about LeBron, how stupid would you be not to take it? What am
You
I?
ain't
Puppet
hurt
for
nobody,
pay?
not but yourself.
Hold on, Diesel. You a puppet for pay for way less. You probably working at some regular job for way less being a puppet for somebody. Come on, man. Y'all gotta stop pretending, man. Stop pretending, man. Yeah, it'd be Jesus Christ, man. Y'all be acting like y'all all high and mighty. I wouldn't even want to know some of the things you guys would do for a couple of dollars.
But really though, Lamont, a lot of these niggas, I'm gonna tell you what I've been noticing, and I probably should have been peep game. But what I realize is doing these shows is a lot of these niggas, Lamont, they really just be trying to get your attention when they say shit. Like for example, that Brandon Katz nigga. I swear to God, it's like he just be saying shit just to get some attention. Like he just say the most wild shit just so you'll like stop the show and acknowledge his goofy ass.
How does he type so fast? Like he literally has one thought next after another.
Bro,
I don't even know how he does that.
Bro, oh,
crazy.
Locker room. You should have been here that one day. His boss came in and told him to shut the hell up. Were you here? I was like, man, I thought you was an attorney, man. You supposed to be your own boss, man.
That's wild.
Man came in there and bust the door down. It was like, man, you too loud, man. Shut the hell up, man. I said, oh, I said, you a paralegal. Damn.
That's wild. Yeah, that dude, that dude Brandon and Lamont. I gotta call you out real quick before you. I know you've been on here for a while, but you know I gotta call you out, man. Listen, you gotta stop with this glazing shit, man.
What'd I do?
All this glazing. Every time I get on this panel, I hear fat ass low. Like, why are you always glazing low, man? Like this shit's getting weird now.
I didn't even do anything, man. I just let him.
All right, bro. Like I said, man. Every time Low come on here, I hear it sound like
you gotta settle this beef with Low, man. You gotta.
No, it's not a beef with Low, man. Low, like I said, Low is low hanging fruit. Low is low hanging fruit, man. It's no beef with Low, man. But nah, that Brandon Katz dude, man, that's a real clown right there.
Yeah, Brandon Katz is a different breed of crazy, man. He is crazy. Low and Reggie don't like each other. Nah, they cool. Lee says, sad, bro. I'm happy for your channel, man. Look, man, like I said, Leezy, if my channel get paid in Baltimore, I'm gonna put the ESPN logo up proudly. What do you mean, man? Like I'm waiting for somebody to try to come buy out the channel, man.
Now, Lamont, let me ask you, right? Because Team USA, they've been practicing. I've been seeing the clips, whatever the case is. Now, this is the best team that's assembled right now. That's finna go try to compete for gold against the world, right? So this is we can just go ahead and we can go out on the limb and say this is the best team right now, right?
Yeah.
Now let me ask you, who is the best player on Team USA right now?
Who's all on Team USA?
You got Embiid, Tatum,
Holiday.
Let me look at I'm gonna pull up the roster real quick.
AD, Tatum,
Steph, Anthony Edwards,
Embiid.
Yeah, Embiid sold out. Embiid sold out his country to come play for us. Yeah. So
honestly, it sounds like LeBron is the best player.
Okay, so we got Bam, Booker, Steph, AD, KD, Anthony Edwards, Embiid, Halliburton, Drew, LeBron, Kawhi Leonard, Tatum.
Now Lamont, because I asked you a question. Now, before you answer it, right?
Who's the best player?
I made the claim that LeBron, because I see Brandon in the chat talking about, I said a 40-year-old LeBron was better than Luka. I made the claim that LeBron is better than Luka. Now, like I said, this is the best team currently assembled right now. Okay. Now you tell me who is the best player on Team USA.
Is Ant-Man better on
this team? Best player on this team got to be Tatum.
Man,
no,
you gotta stop.
Come on,
like you gotta stop trolling now, man.
No,
you
playing, bro. Stop playing. Bro.
See, when I say that LeBron is the best, still, niggas think that I'm trolling.
But locker room. Check this out, locker room.
But then Lamont will get on the show and say Tatum is the best player on Team
USA.
No.
Hold on. Listen to this, locker room.
But I'm the one trolling.
No, but listen, locker room. This is what to your defense, I can see how you would say LeBron with this team. And this is why I say how you see the game and what you value in the game. And maybe even a little bit of biased favoritism for your player might kick in. I have to say Tatum and Curry, and then I would say LeBron. but I can see how you would say LeBron. It's not like it's undisputed Jason Tatum. This is because I can make, you literally can make a case. If you had to debate, you could make a case for Curry. You could make a case for AD. You could make a case for Bron. You could make a case for Tatum. I think those would be the four guys you could really have a.
How can you make a case for Curry over LeBron? Like,
how? No, hold on. How can you make a case for Jason Tatum? Like, Lamont, that's an egregious take. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
That's not egregious.
That's
man.
a disgusting.
That
take.
is egregious.
That's not egregious.
That is
man.
disgusting.
Look, I'm just trying to be honest, man. It's Tatum, man.
Lamont, you gotta stop with this. Like, you gotta stop. Like I said, hold on. Like what I tell you, Lamont, you're going down the DreamersPro route. Right?
Oh my God!
All this hating you're doing on LeBron, bro. Like, you gotta stop this shit. You can't sit up on the show and say that Jason Tatum is a better player on Team USA than LeBron. Like, stop that. That's insane.
Okay, but all right, look, man. We can
That's
argue.
Insane. Come on, man. I'm gonna give you a few seconds to retract that.
No, I'm not, man. I got Tatum.
All right, bro. I'm clipping that up, man. Let me go.
Who do you think? Let's do this. Who do you think is going to be the most at the end of the Olympics after they win gold? Who do you think is going to walk away looked at as the best player on this team after the stats, after the impact is all seen?
I would say, to be honest, it's a lot of good players. So I really would have to see how they're going to utilize everybody.
It's not going to be LeBron. You're not saying LeBron hands down?
Well, the reason why I wouldn't just say LeBron automatically is because, like I said, I got to see how they're. I seen a report that said they're gonna use LeBron as like the point forward, and they're gonna put Steph off ball.
And that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at how they're going to be utilizing, who's going to be the best once they start utilizing these guys.
Yeah, but Lamont, that's a different question.
That's what he asked me.
No, he ain't saying
you're
that.
Trying to finesse now.
Yeah, because like, who is better now? Because like, we don't know if LeBron's going to play all those minutes like that.
Right.
We don't know that. But if he did,
but if he's the best player on the team, he would play those minutes.
Oh my God,
that's a different question though.
Yeah, that's a,
like we know LeBron at 39. He's not going to be like I would expect a guy like Anthony Edwards to be playing more minutes than LeBron for Team USA at this point.
Why would Anthony Edwards be playing more minutes than LeBron right now?
Because he's 22.
He's younger?
Yeah, that would be the only reason. But I wouldn't say Anthony Edwards is a better player than LeBron. Like,
he'd just be more available.
Come on, see, LeBron, you gotta stop with this. You gotta stop, bro.
Yeah, but come on, man.
See, I be trying to spare you, but like it's like you just keep going with this.
The way I see the game is based on how these players are going to be utilized. I feel like it's either going to be Tatum or Curry as the most impactful.
Tatum wasn't even the most impactful on the Celtics.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
So, locker room, do you think Tatum's defense will be better than LeBron's defense on this team?
It's possible.
Yeah, but the game is not always 50-50, though. Like, sometimes the offensive player could be more valuable than a player that plays both sides of the ball.
Lamont,
so it's like,
yeah, I agree with that.
Look, the reason why I asked you that, because like I said, when I came on your show the last time, you got this clown by the name of Lyda Queen trying to call my take the goofy take of the week, because I said LeBron at 40 is better than Luka right now at whatever age he is, which is 25. So now we look at Slovenia, who they didn't even qualify for the Olympics, but that's another story for another day. We look at the Team USA roster. The only reason why I asked you that, because I'm like, bro, I believe personally, just by looking at Team USA's roster, and this is currently the best team assembled right now in the world, I believe LeBron James is still the best player on that team. So that would essentially make him the best player in the world.
I can't co-sign that.
Well, you said Jason Tatum, so I can't really take that seriously. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, why?
Because Jason Tatum isn't even the most impactful player on his own team.
He is the most impactful player.
No, he's not. That would be Jaylen Brown.
Why? I mean, why do you say Jaylen Brown's more impactful?
Because when in the highest leverage moments, Jaylen Brown is always the one that steps up more than Tatum. Not that Tatum doesn't play well, but it's Jaylen Brown is the one that actually, when the money's on the line and it's time to win, Jaylen Brown is actually the one that is consistent.
This year, correct?
No, if you look back at the Go look up the Game 6 stats of 2022 when Golden State beat Boston on their home floor. You tell me Jason Tatum stats and you tell me Jaylen Brown stats.
But those are stats. That don't tell you who's better.
Lamont, go look at the stats.
Okay, so if we go to stats to tell who's better, then that means I should look at all these players for Team USA and say whoever has the best stats is the best player. That means Embiid is probably the best player.
And the reason why that logic is flawed is because he's never even been in high leverage moments where, matter of fact, he has been in high leverage moments and his stats don't impact winning.
Come on, locker room.
LeBron was just in a high leverage moment and his stats didn't impact winning.
Yeah, he did get you on that one. Locker room.
Stop. LeBron has a track record on multiple different occasions on
that was a long time ago.
Multiple different years.
No, we're talking about this year though.
Where he has proven his stats and numbers impact winning. You cannot tell me a year where Joel Embiid is going on his 11th year in the league and he hasn't even been out the second round. No, you're not going to sit here and tell me he's more impactful. No. Oh, well, that plays a part because your best ability is availability. So if you're never available, there's no way I can say you're better.
But you asked me based on the players that are available on this USA team.
Yeah, he got you on that one.
If I base it on stats, Embiid has the best stats. He should be the best player by your logic.
No. Once again, you're trying to take what I said and then twist it to make your argument.
Ishmael, did I twist it?
To make your argument, just make a completely separate argument.
I see what you're saying. Like you can't use stats all the way, but I would agree with locker room. Yeah, I think it's up.
Hold on. Who you when I brought up Jaylen Brown being more impactful, Jaylen Brown now has the accolades to go along with the stats.
Yeah, but that's just Finals MVP though, not the whole playoffs. Tatum was leading points, rebounds, and assists the whole playoffs. Like Jaylen Brown,
but once again, there are other metrics where Jaylen Brown was more impactful. It's not just about points, rebounds, and assists.
So now we keep saying impactful versus best. Which one are we talking about? Because I think the best player isn't always the most impactful player, and vice versa.
I think more times than not, he is though.
I can give you that. But for a team of all-stars, there's probably going to be a person who's the best player, but there's definitely going to be somebody who's not the best that's going to be more impactful, especially for an Olympic team.
Yeah, okay, let me ask you this. In that series where I felt Drew Holiday was the most impactful player.
Okay, let me ask you this, Lamont. When Kobe and Shaq won their first championship in the finals, who would you say was the most impactful player?
Shaq.
Who would you say was the best player?
Shaq.
Thank you. So it's the same thing, right? More times than not, your best player typically is your most impactful player. Now, are there certain instances where that might not be the case? Sure. But on more times than not, your best player is typically your most impactful player. And all I'm saying is Jason Tatum was not more impactful than Jaylen Brown when it mattered the most.
I just don't know when this shifted. And now all of a sudden, Jaylen Brown, who was looked at as one of the worst contracts in the NBA and overpaid, is now usurped Tatum, who was an MVP candidate for the last 2 years.
Well, like I said, it's been documented on my Twitter account. I've said it on the show. I've been saying this for a few years now that I think Jaylen Brown is better than Jason Tatum. The only reason why I think Jason Tatum gets the spotlight and the attention is because he's light skinned. But if you look at Jaylen,
you must hate light skins, man. You hate D-Lo.
No. I'm just
saying.
Hate
Austin Reeves.
Hold on. But if you look at Jaylen Brown, he's essentially had the same career as Tatum. Look at Jaylen Brown. He was the 3rd overall pick, just like Jason Tatum. They've had the same career trajectory, but why does Jason Tatum get more attention?
But you know, at the end of the day, but I don't like pitting them against each other. I think they play well off each other now. I think Tatum knows when he ain't got it on one night, if his teammate, his running mate, Brown has it, if he has a better matchup in a particular series, he's going to let him thrive and look good in that matchup. And then it's vice versa, because there were other series where Tatum looked really good. And one could say that Jaylen Brown wasn't playing as good offensively or whatever. But I think they play off each other well as far as getting out the way when the other's playing much better. And then they both still find ways to be really good on both sides of the basketball. So neither one of them are liability. So Tatum might be struggling one night offensively. He's still giving you elite defense and rebounding, sometimes playmaking. Same with Jaylen Brown. His shots might not be falling on a particular night. He still is going to go out there and want to take the toughest defensive assignments, defend, and do all those things. So at the end of the day, I mean, this is another conversation where I can see how you formulate that argument for Jaylen Brown, because they play really well off each other, but I just still feel like it's Tatum, just in my personal opinion.
Okay, well, like I said, to me,
no light skin biased over here. No light skin.
The biggest indictment on Jason Tatum is not only did he not win the Eastern Conference Finals MVP to Jaylen Brown, he also lost the Finals MVP to Jaylen Brown. So to me, when we're having conversations about, who's the best on their team, right?
So is it accolades?
More times than not. Now, like I said, if we look at the Finals MVP the last 10 years, right? More times than not, the person that won that Finals MVP was the best player in that series. Now, the few times that it didn't happen, like Iggy in 2015, which was egregious, but that's really the only one I can think of. More times than not, the best player on the floor usually wins that Finals MVP, especially if for whatever team that they're playing
Parker,
for.
man. Nah, Tony Parker.
Andre Iguodala, man. Yeah, he got it.
Tony Parker and
But okay,
Dennis Johnson, he got it.
Let me ask you this though: was Kevin Durant when he won those two rings with the Warriors? Was he not the most impactful on his team?
Yes.
Yeah, he was.
Okay, what about Kawhi?
No.
And it's hard to say he was the most impactful because teams were doubling Steph still.
I think
so.
Duncan
It could be argued that Steph was more
impactful.
impactful because teams were still guarding KD 1-on-1 while they were choosing to go double Curry's. Still.
Right.
I would say for that, Steph was the best player, but Durant was the most impactful because when they took away the best player, he had the most impact. He was not knocking down the shots that they needed him to make because Steph couldn't do it because he was getting doubled.
But there were also games where Steph just couldn't buy a shot, like Game 3, 2018, when they were literally trying to hand Steph Curry that Finals MVP, and he walked off and cried after the game in the tunnel.
True. So, and also that would make KD the most impactful then too, because they were trying to give it to somebody, he couldn't get it done. Who can we go to get it done? KD. So he has the most impact, but not necessarily the best player.
So, like I said, Lamont, are there certain occasions and certain instances where the Finals MVP goes to, a guy that wasn't necessarily the best player? Yeah, but it happens very rarely. More times than not, whoever wins that Finals MVP was the best player. They were the most impactful player. That's just the reality of what it is. So, like I said, you saying that Jason Tatum is the best player on Team USA, that's ridiculous.
But the
He's not
thing
even the
is,
best player on his own
Embiid
team.
has a case.
No,
Curry has a case. Brown has a case. It gets hard when you're dealing with these good players, and they all can be the most impactful for different reasons.
I would have been less mad had you would have said like Anthony Edwards. Like to me,
I think the best case is Embiid because Embiid is nasty. His stat line is crazy. When healthy, man, he's a monster. Both ends.
Monster in them free throws.
Yeah, monster in the regular season, and then when you get to the postseason, he's not a monster.
He's injured.
Wasn't that what the Olympic team was lacking all before? Was like a decent center, like somebody with good size, and now they have Embiid.
Mm-hmm.
He might be, just for this particular group that's being put together, he may be the most impactful. Yeah,
that is true because teams were abusing Team USA last summer because they didn't have no center.
Man, they had all those newbies and stuff, man.
Lamont, that was like Team USA's like D team, bro.
But I still feel like if they had a center, they could have won it.
Austin Reeves.
I feel like if you'd have gave them a real center, they could have won it. That's all.
Who was playing center? Bam.
Yep, Bam was undersized. They were getting bodied down low. It was getting crazy.
But Lamont, this is why, like I said, I can't really take your dude. And like I said, I know it's your guy. You're going to defend him, but
low or locker room. Or true.
Yeah, your dude lied. I can't really take him seriously when he calls my take goofy. But like I said, when you look at Team USA, the best team right now assembled, I still got LeBron as the best player on this team. Did you see what Steve Kerr and Eric Spoelstra said about LeBron? Have you been keeping up with it?
No, yeah, I heard about that. About his workout ability.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr's like, yo, does this dude always practice like this?
How come you ain't never said that about Jordan?
Here we go.
All I'm saying, Lamont, is I've been seeing the clips. I've been seeing Team USA, and I'm telling you, LeBron is. You can't name me 3-4 players better than LeBron James in the NBA. I'm sorry. I'm
I
not.
mean, look, man,
I'm not
I
entertaining
don't
more than
agree
3 or
with that.
4.
It might be. I can't change your mind on it. I mean, look again. I mean, we see it a little different, but I can't knock that. They both great.
I can't agree with that locker room. I'm sorry. I don't think LeBron's the best
Diesel
player in
says
the league anymore.
locker room is disgusting, man. Why, man? Look, man, y'all can't be saying people disgusting and y'all can't even hit the link, man, and address them, man. Come on, man.
Seriously though, because
I
I'm a
just don't
complete
see
casual
LeBron.
up here talking with these guys. So hit the
No,
link.
Herb, but the crazy thing is you actually came up here and cooked on a few different things.
I'm
man.
a casual too. Like I'm really a casual.
Yeah, Ishmael definitely a casual though, man. We'll get that. Hey, locker room, everybody. I'm about to shut this one down. I got to get up out of here, man. I went a little longer than I was supposed to.
All right, man. Appreciate you letting me up, man. Y'all be easy, be safe out there.
Locker room, when you going live again? Oh, locker room already hopped up out of here. All right, Ishmael and Herb, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up.
All
right.
Yeah, hope to jump on the game sometime.
Yeah, I'm gonna be live tomorrow, so hopefully I see everybody back there, man. We go, we probably this week we got to do our Zest Defenders court appearance for a couple guys. So it's gonna be curious to see how that pans out, man. We're gonna be bringing some couple people up on charges for zestiness, Zest Defenders. So that should be a good one as well, man. But look, y'all, man, I'm gonna shut this one down. Make sure I think True to King is live. I think make sure if you see Kenna in the chat, make sure you go sub up to Kenna, another stream where talk sports as well. True to King as well. Low Locker Room. Make sure you hit up all the content creators in here. Give them a sub up, man. Check out their content, man. Because like I say, man, it's a lot of people that found me through Locker Room or True to King and vice versa. So like I say, man, you got to share the wealth, man, to all the content creators that step in here, man. But look, y'all, it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. We will be back with more sports and news. But until then, man, it's FYF Sports, and we out.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. Hakeem Olajuwon is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF ringing the heat here, of course, where everything backed up with actual source.